Guys, we just started. You're already shouting at me. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in.
Get this widow out of here!
Crazy Zombie Hunt? I don't know who that is. Will we find a shot of Arnold spread eagle, perhaps? Maybe. What was the secret of the mimic? The friends we made along the way. Let's get in there. So, the way today's going to work, I'm going to start a Discord call soon, but we are at the beginning of the game, because when you beat the game, it wipes your save, and I did not prepare a save file that would have all the permissions on our FAS wrench. But that's okay, or our data diver. That's okay, though, because we're going to want to see specific scenes that we can only see in-game. But I have a few options in front of me. I can turn off the lighting. So we can get a better look at the models. So we don't have to worry about lighting. I can free roam a little bit. And if I remember the correct command, I can... I don't remember what the console command is, but if I can do this in console, then we can teleport too, which will be helpful. I just don't remember what the actual name is. I think there should have been more environmental storytelling. We got actual storytelling. I am not complaining. We never get that. They have all that loaded in here? Well, no, I'm using a third-party program to do this. But yeah, let me start the Discord call. I'm gonna blow my whistle, baby, here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing?
Good. Sorry for the short notice.
All's good. It was actually perfect timing.
Yeah, chat, for the record, except for like maybe 2 people on this call that I had already been talking about doing this with, I don't even think I told them when it was happening. But I reached out to a bunch of people. I'm like, oh yeah, did you want to do this thing that I was going to do? By the way, it's starting in 10 minutes. Hope you're free.
Pretty much, yup.
T-Dread says he's going to be here at 9:05 and to not leave the parking lot. So we're going to start by looking around the parking lot.
All right, parking lot it is.
Which, I mean, 5 minutes in the parking lot I think is probably less time than we'll need. Because there's a lot to look at already. What's my favorite costume character? I think the cutest is the dog where he has to be like mouth forward. But the one that makes me the most uncomfortable is the like slightly unfinished jester.
Oh, the unfinished jester is so creepy.
Yeah. I want to give the name of the people coming to call and title. Yes, I should, shouldn't I? Because I'll do name on Twitch, I'll do tags on YouTube, because I feel like not everybody who's going to join call is on Twitch. Featuring... Who's alphabetically first? Alphabetically first is gonna be Bonzi. And I believe...
Then it would be ID.
Yeah, then... You...
And then TD.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, YouTube has been updated. And now, update the stream title with Bonzi. ID's Fantasy. Some of the people are joining later because, like I said, this was kind of last minute to grab people. Narrow Raven and T-Dreads. There we go. Alright, they are updated. Mycelium Men.
Yay.
But only because of its face. The Mycelium Man face is a little creepy. They're like just hollow eyes. 30 already? Crazy. I'm already feeling way better. Good. Also, damn, 30 months is crazy. Thank you, Leon. Oh. Give me... Oh, it's this one. I was gonna say, give me my lighting back, damn it. Oh, I should probably share to Discord.
Yeah,
So
you
you
can
actually
watch
have-
the stream to see what you're doing.
I'm like, yeah, probably. I'm like, now that I think about it, that way there's not like a... I mean, Twitch is pretty one-to-one, but still, the less delay, the better. My Silly Med merch yesterday, Scott? True. Or you can stream via Discord. That's what I mean. I'm streaming the game over Discord to the other people who are joining. The poodle from me, the face of the poodle is a little uncomfortable. Are you on Twitch? I am. The pinned message literally says also live on Twitch. Yep. Hate the bee suit. The bee suit is pretty creepy. I'll give you that one. Does anyone in chat remember what the console command for free roaming was? It was like camera? There was a command that just made you hover. Toggle debug camera. Good times, the goat here.
I was just asking Rem about it.
That's
job,
the
good
one.
times.
Thank you, good times. I'm gonna say thank you, good times.
Let's go.
Oh, this is so much faster. How much is pre-rendered here? Okay, so that's the window trick. But, like, still. Oh, interesting. The fact that they went through the effort... I mean, it's 90 degrees wrong, but you're never supposed to be able to see this. The fact that you can see the inside, like, image render through the windows that are all the way over here is kind of crazy. I wonder if it's just the model of the window is like that. Damn, even these. They have, like, they've rendered it so you can, like, kind of see lights through the top windows. They went all out for this model. It doesn't start, like, being bad until you get way over here. And even then, you have to go behind. Wait, I know what the people want to see. We're going to the house.
Oh yeah, the house.
Oh, wait. No, this is straight up the roof. The door's here. Like, when you come out for Big Top, that's the door. Come down and around here. Damn, so it's, they didn't cheap out on the model. That's literally, this is
Oh, no.
the roof you go over.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello,
Yeah, we
welcome
can
in.
hear you.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
We're
cool.
flying around the roof.
Hi, TD.
All right. Hello. I'm very excited for this. This is...
I'm really impressed that the area of the roof you go on in-game is already here on the exterior model itself.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't like cheat at all for that.
Yes. Okay.
Get a better look at this manor.
So here's something that they did cheat about with.
Hi, Bonzi.
Like, hi.
House is floating. Magical house.
True, true, true. Now this
Very
is
magical
bullshit.
house.
I want my money back.
What is that?
Wow.
3 pixels on the door.
Disgusting.
We're in the house.
We need to look for 14 pixels.
Yeah. Okay, so Rye, the
Look at
main
this,
thing you're gonna want...
Yeah, what did you
in
want to
this
show me
game-
in the parking lot that's so important?
Okay, so there's a few things. Okay?
Oh, the roof
The
collapsed on
first
way
thing I'll
up.
show you because you're close to it. Go up to that house. You see how one of those trees on the left is modeled differently than all the others with the swing set on it, swing set tire?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Go up to that tree. Turn around.
Oh, don't tell
What
me it's...
screenshot is that? Yep, this is the security breach hill. So you know that image of
'cause
David Murray
image
and the
is
mimic? Yes.
wrong. I can't see the
Yeah,
image
well, you
from
know that-
behind, but yeah,
Yeah, but you know that image of David Murray and the mimic sitting watching over the factory?
that's the tree, huh?
Yes, this is so, and that means that this is also the security breach because we know this later gets turned into the Pizzaplex. This area, this is also the security breach hill.
This gives me more and more evidence for the idea that in between Security Breach Road or whatever happens next, Vanessa, Gregory, and Freddy's head are kind of just holed up in the old Afton house while they try to like figure out what's going on. Because if they're sitting at this hill, they're next to it, right? Because I mean, I'm working off the assumption that this house was eventually remodeled into the Afton house.
Oh, of course, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't like basing that on reused assets. This isn't a reused asset, though. This is a brand new house model.
No, this is a brand new house model.
This is not in Security Breach. This is not... Like, you don't go outside the Security Breach.
If they didn't give you this exact view later in the game, in that portrait of David and the Mimic endoskeleton, I wouldn't make this connection, but I feel like it's since it's literally they're sitting under a tree looking over this exact view at the manor, or the factory, sorry. Okay, there is one more thing. Which is super important for timeline placement. I want you to fly up and go to the right from where you are now. So what you're going to see down there is a giant lake.
Hello.
Big lake.
Big lake.
This is the Dreadbear Lake.
That's the Dreadbear Lake.
Yep, exactly. This is the Curse of Dreadbear lobby.
Yep.
This is the Curse of Dreadbear lobby, which we know Curse of Dreadbear is in 1983, which means between now and 1983... that entire factory gets destroyed, and Afton has already built the new house on the hill.
Yeah, and also this is then where, in my thinking, that Mike goes like every night essentially to either fish or just not be at the Afton house.
Those are the two things I noticed out here.
Deep too.
Big lake.
Because one thing I was thinking about with the house is like how it has that really long pathway, like how in Curse of Dreadbear when you're at like the level select area, it has that long pathway from the Afton house down to the lake.
It's the same lobby. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that was something I was thinking of, but I didn't even know the lake was there, so that just adds to what I was
thinking. You know what's also really cool about this? R&D, right? Let's think about this. R&D, you go down from Welcome Lobby and a little forward. It's basically under the factory itself. But judging based off of Security Breach layout and stuff, that underground lake could totally be the runoff from Dreadbear Lake.
Yeah. Funny thing about that as well, I don't know how far you watched into the goddamn
I pretty much
stream.
just watched the like you said, like the first 20 or so minutes.
Okay. Because there is a minigame in Curse of Dreadbear called Research and Development.
Yep.
Which has Dreadbear in it. So that would be cool if he was doing that under. It's real, dude. Fazburger is such a weird. That's what we're calling it. That like everything is just the same location, but after rebuild it.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Because I mean, we already kind of had that with Security Breach, where it's like, well, if Fredbear's what eventually turned into FNAF 6, then all this, then on top of that, on top of that, on top of that. But now it's like, okay, well, if the prototype pizzeria eventually turned into FNAF 6, on top of that, on top of that, on top of that, isn't the Dreadbear Lake where Fall Fest take place go? Actually, that is a good question. Right? Fall Fest seems to be a bit further away because Fiona makes a whole to-do of like, I'm going to be gone for a bit to help the Fall Fest crew.
The one she dies at is farther away, yes.
I would assume that would be at the one that's by the Dreadbear Lake because that's where the same barn is that goes on fire in Help Wanted 2. Which would then make me think that this isn't the same lake.
I do not think she dies in the 83 Fall Fest. That's impossible. Because the one you're referring to is Fall Fest 83.
I'm not saying the 83 Fall Fest is the one that burns. I'm just saying that the barn is the same as the one that we see in Help Wanted 2, and Help Wanted 2 has that carousel where the fire starts from the barn.
Fire starts from the barn. Is the barn in Help Wanted 2?
So in Help Wanted 2 on the carousel level, if you go out of bounds, there's a skeleton of a barn that matches the same wood framing of the barn from Fall Fest 83.
Oh, that's so strange.
Yeah, super weird. On the second version of Carousel, when the fire starts on the carousel, there's specifically a line from the carousel to the barn where there's also fire in that barn specifically and nowhere else on the map. It almost looks like it started in the barn and then made its way to the carousel and then lit on fire.
That is interesting. Do we think it's possible there's two fires?
I mean,
at Fall Fest.
there's at least more than 2 fires in the franchise, so I wouldn't put it
But that's
past
what I mean.
them.
There's a fire in FNAF 3. There's a fire in FNAF 6. There's a fire that
This
Fiona
mountain
died
range
at.
is
There's a
so
fire at the end of this
interesting.
game.
I wonder if this is typical of Utah mountain ranges, just looking at how strange the rock formations are over here.
Looks like a Mario Kart course.
Pretty
It
sure.
does. Don't say that
Oh.
too. If you say Mario Kart more than 3 times in the stream, I'm turning off Secret of the Mimic and I'm gonna go play Mario Kart. So you better watch your mouth. The only reason the stream isn't on Wednesday and Mario Kart isn't today is because I figured I should get this out as close to Secret of the Mimic as possible.
Probably. But yeah, I was asking myself that the other day because it seems like almost 100% locked in that the 83 Fall Fest is the one that catches fire because that's the one we see in Curse of Dreadbear.
Yeah,
But it's impossible for Fiona to die in 1983.
I agree, but also it's weird then that Fiona, like, there's 2 Fall Fest fires essentially.
I don't know if it is.
Well, because Fiona, I'm not saying it's possible. I'm just saying it's weird that there is, because like Fiona.
Cut out for me.
Oh, my bad. I was saying that, like, Wait, someone in chat said, oh, no.
Yeah,
going?
your stream is loading.
Uh-oh.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Y'all might have to watch the stream VOD. I think my internet might be doing a stinky poopy. Hold on,
That's valid.
Let me check something. Okay, my internet's back. But OBS is having a moment, so let me...
Oh, David.
Dreadbear, the house, like, the pathway is kind of like you exit out and then you would turn to the left to go down to the lake.
Yeah.
So that would either go directly through the parking lot, depending on how it's built, or it would go essentially like directly to the left of the edge of the factory then, which would be weird because that's nowhere near the lake. It would be the opposite direction.
I think the fact that the house is on the hill and the lake is to the left and there's like a destroyed car behind you, even in Curse of Dreadbear. It's not the same car, obviously, but they're still like,
Yeah.
look, guys, behind you, there's a destroyed car. And in Secret of the Mimic, behind you, there's a destroyed car.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
it's definitely the same. Just for it to work, it would either have to go straight into the left through the parking lot or
Yeah.
long
Like it does like
road for no reason.
three loops down the mountain.
But then that also makes it weird because then juniors would eventually end up being on the manor, and then
Okay, I
the
think we're
like
back.
plot of land where the dirt mound is a little bit further down. From
Yeah,
that.
we did not find the mound. We
Okay, I
did not
think we're
find the
back.
mound.
We're back. I don't know what happened. OBS decided to just take a nap. Boys, I'd recommend watching the Twitch stream if you're on the Discord, because at least there's no latency there. I think doing this and Discord made my internet decide to just jump into the lake.
The Dreadbear Lake from the lobby. Oh, my goodness.
Exactly.
One thing that makes me
Right.
wonder:
Voice
then
cutting in
with-
and out? Me? Or y'all?
Oh, let me turn on
Because
volume.
for
on stream.
me, it's fine. We back? Twitch says we're back.
Yeah, it sounds
Let me,
fine.
let me check
on
the stream health on YouTube. YouTube says
Yeah,
stream
YouTube
is
is fine.
healthy. Maybe it's just reconnecting and being a little buggy as it reconnects.
Yeah.
I see a couple of my chatters in here. That's
Audio
cool.
is weird. All the voices cutting in and out. People are saying all the voices are cutting in and out. The voices.
Oh yeah, the stream just buffered for a second.
Weird.
We're
I
good.
don't know. The stream looks fine for me.
Worst case, we might have to go to just Twitch, because Twitch is apparently not having any issues. Refresh works? Okay. Voices are fine for me. Okay, so
Yeah,
I think
everyone
maybe
refresh the
people...
stream.
Yeah, everyone refreshed the stream. But I think people just didn't refresh, and they stayed on
Yeah.
there. Wild.
Something
Wild.
tells me the Mimic doesn't want us to
The
find
Mimic
the
is
secret.
angry that we're... Yeah, the Mimic is very angry that
Yeah,
we're
I
finding its
know.
secrets.
He's using a
Oh,
EMP or whatever it
that's
is. He's
fun.
disabling our
The
technology.
MCM door, the inside of it.
You're not
Oh, yeah, that's
screen
cool.
sharing,
I guess
by the
that's
way.
the... Yeah, I think it was the screen share was the issue,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Oh,
which
okay.
is going to make this a little bit more awkward.
Hmm.
There's only like 10 seconds of delay max, so we should
Well,
be fine.
if you're on Twitch, there's like less than 3 seconds.
Oh, okay. That's crazy.
On
Okay,
the...
so the good... Go ahead.
So I was gonna say, is this the retail showroom door? I believe so.
Yes. Yeah, that's
This is
in the
where you
retail
come out,
showroom.
isn't it, at the end of the game?
I think so.
Yes.
It's been a
Okay.
while.
Yeah, this is the...
If you clip through that door, you end up in the end game. I mean, I can't really teleport to because there's no solid surfaces inside here. They did not load in.
Yeah.
But I do know the speedrun for this game is 4 minutes, which is very funny.
Yeah, you have to clip to the floor in a locker.
Yeah, you go into one locker, go up through the floor, and suddenly you're at the end cutscenes.
Yeah, I think it's locker number 14.
Crazy.
Do we think there's any actual floor here?
Where is my ball?
There is! Oh, wait, look, it's me, Arnold. Guys, it's Arnold, the player character. This is huge.
I really find it funny that
Arnold
the ball on this playground is not David's ball.
But it is red,
it's
which
not.
is crazy.
Yeah. It's Tails games.
Guys, we get to play on
it
David's
transported
playground.
universes. Let's run in the road. Wait, so how do you think he died? Because they say
This
he's
is
out
all
here.
solid. Do you want to hear my crazy theory? So
Yeah.
in moon.exe, Sun gives us the baby owl. Oh! I went too far.
Based. This guy fell through the world.
Everything despawned. Uh-oh.
All right, I'm gonna go to the Twitch stream. There's too much delay.
I might.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
I
as
might
well.
have to quit and go back in. What I was gonna say in moon.exe, the Sun, you fix
Yes.
the masks, and Sun makes you. Oh, the game crashed.
Oh, awesome.
It did not like me
Yeah,
walking off
Sun-
the world. Go figure.
Sun, yeah.
Sun makes the owl mask, the baby owl mask, and then
Yep.
if you ask Sun where the baby owl went, she goes, "It flew away," and smiles. And if you smell her stove, it smells like chicken.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
since Sun is Fiona, my thinking is
Quote unquote,
Fiona, F10-N4. My thinking
Yeah.
is, and I don't know how I feel about this because I'm not sold on the motivation behind it, but
Killed her own son.
we get that cutscene of David's playing out by the playground. Can you go get him? And
Yeah.
Fiona's the one to go out to get him. And the lawyer tape is like, hey, his playground's right next to a very dangerous shipping yard. So I was thinking that if Edwin didn't let David know the mimic is meant to be Fiona and kept that to him and Fiona, kept that to him the mimic, and it was just, hey, David, here's your babysitter friend, the mimic, right? Fiona, who is essentially a robot made to be a mother, is being denied having her own son. But there is one way she could get one. She is the one who basically convinces Edwin to make M2.
Yeah.
And
So
to
my
support
thinking
that
would be
point-
that she essentially not necessarily killed David directly, but
Yeah.
opened the gate for him.
She's on
Yeah.
that William Afton
And-
timing.
Oh, I didn't do
to
Unreal
support
Locker.
that point, I've replayed the game today, like the entire game, and I did like both the main endings. In the ending where like obviously you go for the mansion and everything, when you execute cradle.exe and you're escaping through the tunnels and stuff, Fiona, quote unquote, she specifically says, Edwin, I still love you, but I miss my son more.
Yeah, that line goes
I
crazy
want
hard.
to-
Yep.
Yeah, I miss you, but I miss my son more goes crazy. It not to reference the Sonic movie, but it's a little bit giving You're No Maria, like
Yeah.
last second turn.
Oh, Edwin, I love you.
You're no David.
You don't have a ball.
You don't have a ball, did you say? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's super weird.
I might have to close and reopen the game one more time. I forgot to do Unreal Unlocker on the main menu, and then I tried to do it in game, and I don't think it worked. But I tried to do it again on the main menu.
But yeah, now Raven.
Yeah, okay.
If you go around in this game, specifically in R&D, you get a lot of repeated set design from Help Wanted 1 specifically.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So,
What's Unreal Unlocker? A third-party program I'm using to access the console, which lets you like free roam, teleport, turn off lighting, stuff like that. It's how we're going to be going out of bounds.
There are 3 characters that have been bothering me as of late.
Yeah.
That like I
Do you want me to
don't
fight
think
him for
I'm
you?
talking about.
This guy bothering you, babe? Johnny Bravo here.
What's R&D?
Who are the characters that have been bothering
R&D
you?
is the
Why are they
room
moving?
that has the fake pizzeria in it.
Yeah. The mock-up, yeah.
The mock-up, yeah. As well as like the big old Freddy head. Oh.
Yep. What was bothering you, Nero? Which characters are you like?
Bob, Gary, and Milton from the logs.
God, I haven't even looked at the logs
You're
yet.
gonna have to remind me who Bob and Gary are. Milton was the manager, right?
Yeah, Milton seems to be like the right-hand man of Edwin.
Yeah, because he's the one.
And the last thing...
The only reason I remember Milton is because that damn Chica office puzzle where every third message was Milton going, "Hey guys, can you please fucking stop?"
Yeah.
Literally.
It's that, but also like the email about Chica's Party World and like the costumes and stuff. It was also from Milton, and he's like, "Hey, the client is very happy, but the costumes look a little ugly. Would be good if they look more like the sketches."
What is Moon? Because that's not M2. If you're talking about like Sleepy Moon, I think that's literally just a guy who got stuck down there, went crazy, is feeding off of like candy and sweets. Like he's the rat man of this game. He's just a guy who's stuck.
Yeah, he's just a dude.
He's just insane.
Which is very funny. And honestly, it's kind of cool that there's just another enemy somewhere hidden away.
Though, T, do you want me to tell you about Bob and Gary?
Yeah, who the fuck are Bob and Gary?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Bob, you do see in some of the Milton stuff, but basically Bob starts off as like a sales pitcher for the company. Then he moves up to admin. But then once everyone's admin privileges are revoked, the last that anyone sees or hears of him is that he goes missing in the Tiger Rock area and presumably dies there.
I mean, I bet he's the crackhead Moon.
Right.
But then there's also Gary, where the power goes out over by the theater area, and a couple people leave to go and fix it. And by the time they come back, Gary is completely missing and never seen again.
Interesting.
And this is before. This is before the Is this before Fiona's the Mimic or after, or do we not know?
It doesn't say specifically, but it is when like the company's still running.
All right, so David's alive, probably.
Tropic Sunday, yes, I do 100% think Stan from the log is Stan from Stan's Budget Tech. Because it's literally a guy named Stan going, "Hey, I stole a bunch of technology, let's get out of here."
Yeah.
Oh, Bob would have been after David's death when he disappeared, though.
All right, so there's probably some Mimic issues transpiring.
Yeah.
What's that creepy voice we hear throughout the game sometimes? I think it's David's ghost. I feel like that's the only option.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Are you ready to hate me, Nero Raven?
Laughing.
Okay, everyone get ready for me to yell at TD. What are you about to say?
Well, just for context for the people in the Discord call, the welcome show is about to start, so I might have to turn the game down.
Okay.
All right, go on. I'll go and
right,
turn the
Raven.
volumes down.
Yep.
So in this game, whenever the Mimic endoskeleton crawls inside of like a suit, right, and he's chasing you around, whenever the voice lines happen, it is the voice of the actual mascot underlaid with David's voice.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, right? Yeah. How does the Vengeful Spirit talk to the Mediocres? Their voice box with his voice underlaid.
TD, I'm gonna find where you live.
Why is Dispatch just out here?
He's special, very special.
I'm in your wall.
I can see everything, Arnie. I have eyes everywhere.
We have to make sure we
Arnold?
save on resources and
Arnold?
only load what's absolutely necessary. The devious Dispatch
Arnold?
microphone.
Please come and get me. I am stuck in the void.
You thought you could no-clip.
Edwin, let me out.
When he finds you, will he crash your game?
Arnold, come find me, please.
I was like gonna free roam around here and like look at the animatronics and stuff, and immediately got distracted by the fact that Dispatch is just chilling out there.
Oh, and one more thing, Raven. The only animatronic that specifies they've actually seen the one you shouldn't have killed is Chica, whose suit is right here in this factory. That's the only one that says, "I'm
Wait.
seeing him, the one you shouldn't have killed." And it's Chica that says that. Vengeful David! No!
I never noticed
Well,
this
no,
little
well,
curve.
Well, no, Mangle says that she's seen.
Says he's
there's
here.
three.
Nope, just says he's here.
Oh, I
Oh,
wonder if
yeah.
these are windows. I've never noticed these like little curtains here.
I like him.
Oh, is this camera?
I mean, if you
Hello,
look
camera.
at from outside, maybe there are windows. Yeah.
For whatever reason, on restarting, the console isn't available. Which is a little stinky. I might try to restart one more time later on. But we at least still have free roam camera, but I would like to like turn off lighting and stuff.
I like how the first
Oh,
thing
wait
you
a
see when you
minute.
get in the manor. Oh, what are you doing?
Why do I have the glitched permission?
Because you glitched.
Is it because I New Game Plus again?
Probably.
Is that a
actually.
thing?
Oh yeah, probably.
Or did I break
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess.
the glitch data diver. Basically, you have it, but it doesn't mean you have like access to everything.
Oh, okay. That's a little lame, but I get it.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like
Uh,
if you wanted to do that ending again, you could.
So,
but-
so I don't have to replay Moon.exe. Cool, I didn't have 40 minutes available to me today. Look, I love Moon.exe conceptually.
Takes forever.
It is so long.
it is long.
Yeah.
It's longer than Jackie's screen
Oh,
time.
$10 hydrated, very kind. Dave in the
Actual
logbook.
true.
Chica has seen. Dave in the logbook. Chica has seen the one you shouldn't have killed. Vengeful and Mimic speak the same way. Afton killed David to get the company.
Yep.
Dave is the one you should not have killed.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I could see that. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know if I agree with that, but I see your vision.
Yeah, we need more information. It's certainly more likely
You
now
are kind
than
of
it was
cooking.
before.
No one doubted you for a second.
Is
I
Gregory a
missed that.
robot? No, I don't
No.
think he's literally a
Gregory's
robot.
not a robot. He's M2.
No.
Entertainment was way too
He probably has a robot inside of him, but
How immoral would that be? But seriously,
this AI would be more.
I mean, who doesn't have a
missions.
robot inside of them? Come
True.
on.
Just give you a
And
robot.
Michael
yes.
had one. Michael had one too. He got entered inside of him.
I'm saying.
I wonder if I can... No, it probably doesn't update permissions this way. I would probably have to use the machine itself. I would highly doubt if they have checkpoints to update your permissions.
creative inventions may have encountered some.
Interesting.
How does
so the-
Moon.exe and Moon being maybe Edwin playing to SB's balloon game with glitch mean somewhere?
I already know.
I already have an idea on that too.
Are you ready to be mad, Raven? Here we go.
Why are you always trying to say am I ready
Listen,
to be mad? Make
Because
Bonzi
you're gonna
mad.
get mad. You're gonna get mad. Here we go. Ready? Ready?
Uh-huh.
The ability to take on the persona.
I believe. And listen, this is a whole other thing. I won't even talk about the crying child because they hate when I bring the crying child.
Oh, that's a fun
I
render.
believe
Arnold's arms
that-
are always visible no matter where you are, so I can see his arms from like 3 rooms away. They're just very small now.
Be quiet, careful.
the purpose of Balloon World is to put David Murray's consciousness into Gregory, and that's why Sun is smiling at you maniacally throughout the game. And then at the end of the game, when you go into the glitches, Eclipse comes on the screen and says goodnight. Because Eclipse, David's representation, is taking over Gregory's mind from within the game.
And that $25 gift certificate is as good as yours.
That just feels like a lot of no evidence there.
Turn the
No shot. Nah, you're tweaking.
Nah, you're tweaking.
Nah, you're
You know
tweaking.
what?
enough to leave this office.
We're gonna have to relook at the Tiger Rock plushie in Help Wanted 2. It might not have been flesh in there.
For upgrade machine.
Looking at the model
Oh, just,
here,
oh yeah, yeah,
it
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
this is definitely
Yeah.
stuffing. If it looks similar to the Tiger Rock plushie in Help Wanted 2, that might have just been stuffing.
This is not optional.
It's definitely just stuffing.
Now go find that power room.
Because from what I've seen, every mascot costume has stuffing inside. I was looking at the Chica model earlier in Blender,
Oh, right.
and it also has that. Even though you never see her with the mask off or anything.
I really love this data diver. It just looks so satisfying as an object.
It does.
Like
I
with the
want
little
one in
box and
real life.
everything.
I want to kiss it.
True.
Agreed.
Hey yo. I'm eating chicken nuggets right now.
Peek.
Are they dinosaur chicken nuggies?
No, they're just regular.
Oh.
I don't think the box matters anymore. I don't think the mimic is in the box, even if it was probably as important. I don't think the box is important anymore. I think the box, like a lot of stuff, and I think this is what Scott was trying to say without directly saying it. I think the box, like a lot of early FNAF stuff, was one of the things he set up and created in case later down the line he needed a through line to connect to make it foreshadowing, and he never did.
To make it for it.
Yeah.
Retroactively make it foreshadowing is
Well,
funny.
that's kind of how like ongoing stories work, especially with FNAF, where like he doesn't know
6 years from now what the plan is going to be. But if he adds a lot of extra details, he can go back and look and be like, "Oh, this is a weird detail." Link, you know.
Yeah, I mean this is this game is a Scott Conn, so.
Bookman's Bluff strikes again. Oh right, I need to turn on power now.
Guys, I think Tails Games is Ken. Oh.
I'm gonna restart the game one more time, see if I can get the console back. I really want to turn off lighting. Have y'all played this game at like a low brightness?
I have not.
Yes, I
it's
did. It's
so
a
dark.
I always play it at 50.
I played it at
50%.
like 100 the first time I played it. I was like, man, this game's really bright because I immediately forgot that I played it at 100. One of these days I'm gonna play it at 0% just to see if it's playable. Because 50 is dark as hell.
I'll let you know right now at 50% is already pretty dark. There's a lot of like just completely pitch black spots.
I really want to
the
see if
dolly
0%
section-
is at all visible.
The dolly section, if you don't know where the trash is a little difficult because some of the trash just blends in with the environments.
Just sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Alright, fingers crossed I have a console again. Because it sure would be nice to have one. Do it now? I'll do it and see. We'll definitely do it when it comes out on VR. We'll do 2 playthroughs, one at a good brightness and then one at 0% brightness.
I'm excited for VR.
This game's already pretty scary. I cannot expect it on 0% brightness. Or in VR, rather.
If we're lucky,
Tiger
they'll
Rock
put
section
something
0%
extra
is just
in the
plain
VR
blind.
version, because I think they did that with flat mode. Put some minigame in it, right?
Where's my console? Damn it. Whatever. Oh, it didn't autosave? Man. Time to play the upgrade minigame. Hydra Heyday with another $5. More cooking. UCN is a mimic of previous games. The one who should not have killed is literally
this guy
mimicking
was on my
things.
stream earlier. This guy was on my stream earlier.
The one who should
I
not have
said this
killed
exact
literally
thing.
mimicking things makes Chica say I was the first.
Yeah.
I see it. Although I don't know how I feel about the mimic itself being the one who should not have killed, because that would imply some kind of control over consciousness in a spiritual sense, which the mimic itself...
Oh wait, do you know? Oh, okay. We disagree. I actually think the mimic's possessed.
Well, I think M1 is possessed.
Same.
I think M1 is possessed by Fiona.
Yeah.
These things happen, and I'm sure it's nothing
Truth.
to worry about.
But as far as but I think that being said, Fiona as well as M1 is still, in my opinion, in the Mexus console.
Oh, for sure.
Kaneko with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Incredibly kind.
What do you think Mexus 2 is then? Because it's the
Let me
experimental storage
turn
unit 2.
on- Do we have a Mexus 2 confirmed?
Yeah. It says at the end of the game. It says boot up Mexus 2.
I thought it said boot up Mexus 1.
I believe it is the second one. I believe it is Mark 2. Let me
We
go and
will
check.
find out because I don't remember.
Okay.
Because what I
I'll wait
thought
for
the
it.
end of the game was we boot up Cradle.exe on Mexus 1.
I'm pretty sure there's 2 of them. I just
I mean, to
recalling
be
what
fair, the fact that I know that for a fact that there is a Mexus 1 does imply that there's a Mexus 2.
Yeah.
Well, now hold on.
Chat, I don't want David to be the vengeful spirit. I just think it's looking more likely than Andrew right now.
Well, there's a lot of things more likely than Andrew right now.
I'm the vengeful spirit. Tails Games found dead.
Tails Games found shot in Detroit.
Dude, I didn't actually think they were going to deconfirm it. I thought they were going to like dance around it. They just danced on his grave.
Check.
I do
Is
know
that
what costume he's wearing.
that like spooky noise? I never got a good look at what happens.
Great news.
Basically the mimic is wearing the elephant. He's peeking through the window. Though he doesn't appear if you stare at the window.
Well, I have Arnold not looking, but I have the free roam camera looking.
Try to be careful along the way. We are
Why didn't Arnold just phase through walls in the real game? Is he stupid?
True.
You haven't seen anything unusual yet, have you?
You're telling me he could have done this the whole time?
Great.
How many mexes are there if they're confirmed to be
Brother.
2 so far? I feel like depending on how many like successful mimics there are is how many mexes there are.
Listen, here's what I'm afraid of. We know Afton possesses this property. At some point, he's going to go downstairs and find the mexes. And he's going to know everything about mimicry.
He's gonna mimic himself.
Gaming.
So that feels like a Scott kind of me to be like, I actually knew about the mimic this whole time because I owned the house.
Oh, wrong one.
What do you think Glitch Trap was?
Apparently, I'm only missing one achievement, and it's getting a high score in every arcade game. So that's a little
Yeah,
embarrassing.
Ooh, yikes.
Let's talk about
So we're definitely.
I don't
doing
know
that,
how
too.
to get that.
obviously.
I mean, there's 5 arcade games. I thought I already had a high score in all of them, but I guess not.
Yeah, same.
Maybe I didn't do them all in the same playthrough. Because I know I didn't do. I got David blocks in my first
Well, there's
playthrough, so I
6.
never bothered to get. There's 6.
Yeah, because you have the main free in the Big Top showroom. Then there's the Roxy one, and then there's the one in the warehouse.
That's 5.
Find a schematic that I don't know what is. Get that schematic, and with some luck,
Bonzi,
Right.
okay?
can deactivate that industry.
You still there?
I can just smell that $25 gift certificate.
You know, the 6th minigame is the one that is the friendly one.
The 6th minigame is Moon.exe.
Exactly. Thank you.
Doesn't have exact-
I was so ready for me to be like, oh, there's a whole area I didn't see.
Not a problem. We just need to find
Stage show doesn't count?
upgrade your data diver until you can
Stage show
gain
game.
access.
Oh, I don't think
They're all
so.
over the facility.
Because there's no
In
like
fact, they're
high
stationed up
score
in the warehouse management
visible. It's
zones.
just keep it
Head
in
there next.
ovation or
Before you
whatever.
go, take a hand crank for the security fence.
Tiger Rockers in the
Looks like you can
house
get one from the
tonight.
inventory tube system.
This is the
It's
only
big
dialogue I
machine
have to wait
security
for.
office.
Because I need him to turn on the inventory system.
Oh God, David is a live
There we
stream VOD. Nero, it already has 12k views.
Huge.
Dude, I
Well, it
wish I
just,
had time
it
to
just
watch
got
streams.
one more about a half hour ago from me.
God,
Or I guess at this
dude.
point, like an hour and a half ago.
I still don't think
Matt
M2 is
Pat,
possessed.
I'm sorry, I lied.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
so
think M2 is possessed as well.
I could see M2 being possessed. But I think the most evidence is for M1 just because of that basement tape.
I mean, the weird thing
Yeah.
is that M2 mimics Edwin, Fiona, and David at different points.
So let's just watch
Yeah,
this
that's true.
tape.
All right, Rye Toast.
Man,
gonna-
I know it's not practical at all, but they could have put him in here.
Like in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
trailer where you
earlier,
can see
yeah,
like his
yeah,
eyes
yeah.
in the suit. It bothers me they didn't do that.
He's bugging. He's a projection. Right, Toast, I'm
What a
gonna
silly
ask you
guy.
this one time. I ask you just one time. I know, because I know you don't believe what I believe. Why do you think you can write like an entire 2 pages of overlap between Dave CC and Dave Murray?
I think, realistically, it's less of a matter of all these connections have to mean something, and it's more of a matter of you can do that with like 3 other characters in this series. Like you can do that. You can do that with Cece with Jake. There's at least a page worth of connections between those 2. Are they the same character? I don't think so.
I think the fact that with the context of this game is about Fiona wanting to go to a technician and begging for another one of her son. It's a little more. Also, do they ever describe Jake's appearance?
It's
Jake.
been a while.
Okay.
I'd have
The
to-
only thing, Jake's the one that ends up dying because of cancer, right?
Yes.
Yes, which CC notably
Yeah.
does not.
True.
So,
But
yeah,
I mean,
Jake
hey,
never gets
I've said it in a
appearance.
video, and as much as I regret saying it, I'll stand by it. They both die in the hospital with something wrong with their head. Just saying.
Wow.
Jeez.
That caught me off
Wow.
guard.
I mean,
Does Jake
it's
die
a
in-
connection.
I was gonna say both David and David die on their birthday. Let me see if Jake dies on his birthday.
I don't
they
think they mention it.
say.
So
Yeah.
I would
I have
assume
to ask
no.
you something.
Moon.exe
Yeah, so-
video when Friday.
So do you think Tiger Rock is a ghost?
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
don't
obviously
think
it has
so.
to be.
Wait, how?
What you think? How?
You can
What is
hear
it?
its footsteps behind you.
How's it teleporting?
Okay,
them?
but yeah, how's it teleporting?
It can literally and causing hallucinations.
Also,
sometimes
the
its
same thing
eyes
as
shut
throughout
off.
the rest of the game too.
Sometimes
You
its
hear
eyes shut
laughing.
off.
But it
You can hear
shows
it
up.
furiously laughing.
But it shows up throughout the game.
I feel like in some cases it is, in some cases it's an actual suit.
Wait, no,
I don't
wait,
think-
You're
Ah, thank
wrong.
you,
You're
hint.
you know, in the theater, downstairs in the theater, it just you walk up and it just teleports and fades away. It doesn't take any.
The thing
steps.
is, the fact that it like becomes a physical suit is what bothers me about it.
Raven, Kelsey is a projection.
Nah, dude, I'm not Shizu.
Tiger Rock is a projection.
Shush, no.
I need the goat wind up mouse.
Cat knows it's true.
Best item in the game.
Feels super good. Do.
Go get him, buddy.
I think that I was talking about this. You know, Unwithered Truth, right, Toast?
Yeah.
I think you could be right that it's just like they're paralleling each other, but making them this close is a little like dumb. Like it's so they're doing more than beating you over the head with it.
For a moment, there was just no door there. No, I
Like,
totally
yeah.
agree. There are a lot of really strong connections here. I think most of the connections can come down to the fact of William just stealing all of his shit before it has to be he's recreating a child.
He stole his son's name. That's insane hater behavior.
I also think it's also a matter of
Crazy theory for TD. Recall MatPat's theory about Mrs. Afton being the force behind
I got
SB.
text-to-speech going in
Now,
my brain.
sub out Mrs. Afton for F10 and 4 instead and it actually makes a lot
Yeah,
of
it
sense. And she has motivation to dig up Mx's and protect M2.
La, la, la.
I
Right.
think
And
if
good night.
I'm kind of on the line, I'm still deciding if I believe this or not, but I'm in the line of if William is doing anything to M2 as a small child robot, that's the perfect test subject for the FNAF 4 experiments. Never gets hungry, never goes sick, never gets tired.
I can understand that, right? Yeah.
Okay, so Alexander, I've got a couple of donors. Alexander Wolf Uwu, crazy theory for TD. Recall MatPat's theory about Mrs. Afton being the force behind security breach. Sub out Mrs. Afton for Fiona instead. Actually makes a lot of sense. Motivation to dig.
There is a lot of. Yeah.
I think that's less of a theory and
There's-
just like because most people kind of agreed that Glitchtrap is behind majority of security breach, and at least part of Glitchtrap has to be Fiona at this point.
Have you rewatched Immortal and the Restless since Secret of the Mimic?
Just because a
Vlad is-
white woman says the baby isn't mine does not mean that it's Fiona.
I'm just saying, Vlad's having an affair with that woman. It's not his wife. They're having an affair, and she burns down their house on a hill. So, I don't know.
Comfy Glitch with the 5 Canadian is
little
Fiona
mimicry going
Glitchtrap.
on.
She's M1 and the M1 program is Glitchtrap, right? I mean, there's definitely something that happened in between, but I think it's less that Fiona turns into Glitchtrap for sure. I think the for sure thing is that whatever they put into Help Wanted was the same program that created Fiona.
Fiona, yeah.
Like, those original Mimic schematics are likely what was uploaded to Help Wanted because those original Mimic schematics were made to perfectly replicate a persona.
I'm just so nervous about what he's going to Scott Con the story into because we know Fazbear Entertainment and William Afton know about the Mimic now, and I highly doubt that William's going to find the Mimic and just not do anything with it.
My thing is, I think genuinely the most likely scenario for the Mimic is it ends up in that prototype pizzeria somewhere deep in, and it just kind of stays there.
You don't think he's going to do anything with it? You
I don't think
touch it
he's
at
going to
all?
come across it.
He owns the land.
Right, but like the two bookmarks
but-
we know the two bookmarks we know of this robot are at the same place, and the last time we see it, it's locked away in the same place.
Not exactly the same place, right? Isn't the one in Mexis in like a different spot?
It's deeper in the facility, and I will say it seems likely that Gregory and Vanessa cemented it back there. But
Yeah.
I still kind of think that if anyone found it, it was Henry. And that was his plan B if he could not bring back Charlie.
Interesting. We're gonna get a DLC. There are already DLC files in the game,
and hopefully that kind of
Awesome.
helps us figure out the connective tissue a bit more. Kyra Nires with $5. That's a big old mood, and I wish that could have been me. Hydra with another $2. Wound first inflicted on me. Henry's a jerk. Wait, yeah, actually. A wound first inflicted on me.
Yeah,
Cut to
your
Henry
son-
and William destroying Edwin's life for no
His
reason.
life.
Because they were bored.
You don't get it, guys. I'm the victim.
Oh, TD.
I'm the bite victim. No.
Is
What?
Jackie's hole already here? It is.
What, Raven?
So
You don't like Jackie's
So
hole?
what's the
I still really
location you
don't
think that
understand.
Henry
And
It's
wonders
inside of
Fiona
Jackie's
wants your
box.
data diver in parachute when M2
What's the location
steals your
Henry
data
gets to
diver.
manage in?
Is M1 making
Yeah.
him do
Did you
that?
say? It
Or
would
do
have
they
to be
both
Five
want
Nights at
it?
Freddy's 1.
If
Like,
so,
not, sorry,
what does
sorry.
M2
The first
want?
Freddy's, I'm sorry. I
Also,
always mix them up. The
CC
first
Yeah, 'cause I don't think
Freddy's
it was
ever.
Fredbear's.
uses David's
And
toys
there's
from
also
his
the
room.
puppet schematics
Not only
and
did
stuff.
Afton
Fredbear's
steal
has
his
to be open
house,
already.
He stole his
Yeah,
kids'
but I
toys
don't think
to
the company
give
with
his own
money.
kids.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying like it was.
I
He
still really
didn't
don't understand.
manage
M1 is
Fredbear's,
Fiona
he
wants your
managed
data
a
driver
new
in parachute
franchise
when M2 steals your
location.
data driver. Is M1 making him do that, or they both want it? If so, what does M2 want?
Yeah, a
Also,
new
CC
franchise
and FNAF
location would be
4.
the first Freddy's.
Also, if
Yeah,
CC and
and
FNAF 4
that
uses
had the
David's toys for
marionette
his
in it.
room, not only did Afton steal his house, he stole his kids' dead toys.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? That's
Yeah, no, I think he literally, it's, oh, hey, this house came with free toys. Here you go, asshole. Because let's be honest, is William
That is
Afton buying
ins-
new toys for his kids? I mean, I guess technically he bought it, but like, and
I
yeah,
found
I
these
think,
toys in an ash heap. Here you go.
I think,
I mean, I'm
Edwin's office ending, like the one where we, activate Cradle.exe and leave. I think M2 being there in that moment is Fiona, because when we start that, we activate Cradle.exe, which is made to contain M2 in the Mexis console. So I think that moment we swap them, and that's why Fiona, that's why when the M2 catches up, instead of killing us like M2 does for the rest of the game, in that one moment M2 sees us, grabs the data diver, and walks away.
Yeah, I've called that up before too. It's so weird.
I think that
change
kind of
in
has to be
motive.
the only explanation. Because to be fair, M2 is literally M1's body, but they swapped her into the Mexis console, so they kind of just swapped back, I think.
Yeah, that's one endo. Yep. It's the M2 is the program. Yeah.
It's crazy the tech progression of FNAF from Secret of the Mimic to FNAF 1 through 4. Well, it's because William and Henry are apparently frauds, and Edwin's just the only smart guy. Did I not upgrade?
Someone mentioned that if every location is the exact same, that Michael might be stupid, considering that he would have just kept going in circles
Might
and
be.
just going to the same place and burning the same place constantly.
I'm
Yeah.
a
over
huge
and
fan
over.
of Michael is a failure at everything except for traditional FNAF gameplay theory. and that's the idea that Michael was kept in the FNAF 4 experiments for a long enough time that he didn't get to, like, properly become a real person, but he got really good at surviving animatronics. I swear I
wonder-
did this
It's
already.
true.
With the Fazburger, do we think the Michael Afton room in Security Breach is actually the Michael Afton room?
No, it can't be.
No.
I think that's a
Sitting
case
in-
of the
sitting,
mimic
like, 5
mimicking
stories up.
stuff.
Yeah. Probably.
Which, hey, if anything, that gives you evidence for God, David. Because the one room that the Mimic decides to recreate from the FNAF 4 house is the one where The Immortal and the Restless was played in.
God, David. I'm uploading my son's consciousness into another man's son's consciousness. That's a new song I'm gonna make.
OMG, Joshy boy, thank you for the €2. Very kind. Okay, so I definitely
can't agree that
updated it
Gregory.
that time. Why is Digityper
can't
still
agree on
talking
Gregory,
to
bro.
me? What have I already done to this game? I walked out of bounds once, broke the console, and now everything's a little
Yeah.
weird.
I'm really excited for the DLC. I really hope it happens during the time Afton is rebuilding the house. Then we can go up to the hill and punch him.
Hey, here's a question for y'all. Why does every single clock in this game have a different time on it? I've been writing them down.
Find the clocks. Oh my god! It's gone, Dave! I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Here's the different times I've written down from this game. 9:52, 12:05, 11:25, 8:25, 10:07, 5:55, and now 4:56.
Can you
All right,
send
listen,
those to me? I want to, because I have all the log times written down. I want to see if any of them match up.
Ooh, good idea. I forgot they have times. Ooh, we're gonna get a fun angle of Jackie coming down the hallway. I wonder if I can get
There's
the,
a code. There's so a code on all those whiteboards throughout the game. There's just random whiteboards with numbers every room. And I know John FNAF's gonna figure it out before anyone else.
Yeah, no, I know. There's like a bunch of random whiteboards
Yeah.
with numbers. And
There's
it
like
bothers me.
there's some in R&D. There's random ass whiteboards in R&D with numbers on them. I know
Yeah,
John
it-
FNAF's gonna be like, I put all these numbers into a Caesar cipher and found the message. Michael was the mimic. Oh, I'm like, oh shit.
I think that's the next thing that I'm gonna start looking into, because I've written notes for literally everything. That's like the only thing I haven't looked
Oh,
into yet.
Digityper POV.
Let me go. I'm gonna open Secret of the Gimmick, and I'm gonna see how many there truly are.
Oh, I must go.
Also,
I must get out of
also,
here.
This game has the best atmosphere out of like almost every FNAF. It's so good. I love
Agreed.
the set design.
Oh yeah. Like Secret of the Mimic feels like a nice blend of just everything.
Except Chica's hitbox. That shit was cheeks.
Dude, I literally
Chica's
just
hitbox
ran
is a
through
little
the
too
Chica
big.
area. I got sick of it.
How, dude? She had Shadow the Hedgehog's fucking shoes. She was
Dude,
Dude,
coming
I
after me.
literally, I just booked it.
The third time I died in the Chica warehouse area, she despawned. So I just got to do that
same,
part
same.
calmly. That was pretty good for me. Oh yeah, I forgot we said we were gonna mess around with brightness.
Hit me with a "Can you see all of me?"
0%, let's
into
go.
my mystery."
0% brightness playthrough. Here we are. Oh my word, this might not be playable.
FNAF if it was real. All right, I'm looking around for the first whiteboards we see.
even see
Raven,
the
I'm gonna
chart.
give you the.
Oh, here we
You want
go.
to pull up a notepad? I'll give you the whiteboards in order if I can find.
I know the first ones are 4, 4, 6, 2, and then
It's
there's also a
just her
corkboard that
eyes.
has 5.
She's
There's
just
another one
eyes.
with 2.
So
4,
when we
4,
get
6,
VR,
2,
this
5.
is one of the playthroughs we're gonna do in VR for sure. AKA me feeling around walls, trying to know where I'm going.
Like, you know what?
No,
if you want during
this is Secret of the Mimic if Arnold was just a sleepwalker.
if y'all want, I
Just
can
finish the first
play
6
through
hours
Secret of the
shit.
Mimic and like look for the
Secret of the Mimic, but Arnold
whiteboards.
really needs a.
I'm doing that
flashlight.
right now, Raven.
Well, I'm also gonna join you in that case you miss any.
Oh,
I
that's
can't-
so
I literally
stupid.
can't
We're
see the
best
path in front of me.
friends. Me and
Plus, I
Raven
also
are
want a
best
reason to play
friends.
Secret of the Mimic.
I actually thought
Oh,
the
I
game
made
was
it
like
to
a
the elevator.
5 out of 10.
Wow,
Don't tell
for
anyone.
whatever reason, the lever itself is very bright.
Right,
Oh,
I'm
I
no
wanna
clipping
see
out of
it.
bounds there,
They-
Raven. I'm no clipping.
They made sure to
I'm
put
actually gonna
lights
have to
around
run through the
everything
game,
in
so I'm
That's
gonna end up
actually
speedrunning.
terrifying on 0% brightness. I want to see her just approach. Yo, the jump scare on 0% brightness actually kind of heat.
Yo, actually though?
Why would Steel will make this an option in case you want to punish yourself? All right,
Yeah.
let's actually look a little bit.
By the way, Rye, if you
I'll do
zoom
50
out, so
though.
if you get wide shots, there are several rooms that are just from the Pizzaplex in this building.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of rooms. I'm like, this is just a renovated Pizzaplex, or scratch that, reverse it.
Like the scooper. You call it the scooper, right?
That's exactly what you.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the spring lock section. This is a spring lock. This.
And this is a scooper.
Raven, I might have just hit the dirtiest mimic speedrun ever conceived.
No, did you see what ended up happening to me the other day?
No.
Mamako forgot that I needed a boot for Moon.exe, so I had to speedrun the whole game again.
That's really
Oh my
funny.
goodness, that's trad. Dude, you should have asked DJ Sturf to give you. DJ Sturf been going around giving.
I'm on
everybody-
PlayStation. For me to do that, I have to rip off the SSD on my PlayStation.
Oh, okay, never
I do
mind.
it.
Anyone else realized Fiona
If you're a
designed
console
the toy
player, you
anime
deserve it.
droids? M2 is wearing
You want
Toy
TD?
Bonnie
Buy me a
headband
PC
attacks
right now.
us. Edwin says that her designs are cute.
I'll give you my old
and
one
the
that can
new ones
barely
are
run
scary and gross.
Google Chrome.
Also,
I do
given
not
the
want
SL
your, like,
bots are the
8
most
gigs of
advanced
RAM
in the
potato.
series, who made
Wait, what was the
no
second
way
part?
Edwin makes murder bots, but W and Docent have the tech
I got the
skills
first
to
half.
do so.
Has anyone else realized Fiona designed the toy animatronics? M2's wearing a toy Bonnie head when it attacks us. Edwin says her designs are cute. The new ones are scary and gross.
It is very similar. It
Also,
is very
given the
similar.
SL bots are the most advanced in the series, who made those? No way Edwin makes murder bots, but William Afton doesn't have tech skills to do so.
He probably stole his shit and then did it again. Because the fun times can mimic. So he stole it.
Yeah, and I mean also, like,
Fraud
it
Afton.
seems very likely that the sister location bunker was kind of made in the... Oh, I never noticed that. Oh, that's why she
What's
doesn't
up?
chase you after that. Oh, okay. Do not get too close, though. She, the path falls behind you and she falls with it, but it's still like a death plane if you get too close. But, like, it seems very likely that a lot of the R&D area kind of eventually... and the underneath the Murray house turns into the sister location bunker anyway.
For sure.
I'm just saying,
You've had a
this
hater
gives
in chat
this
all stream.
game gives the most evidence for the ruin scooper being the
Oh,
sister
I know I
location
have
scooper
haters
than
in chat.
anything.
They hate God David. I also hate God David. I just think it's true also.
Because if at Murray House is Afton House, and if Underground Murray House turns into sister location, that means there's a... And if Prototype Pizzeria turns into FNAF 6, turns into Basement of Security Breach. That means FNAF 6 Basement of Security Breach has a tunnel directly to sister location. That if we... I want to map out the direction we run in Ruin. I'm pretty sure it's towards that Afton house, which means by the time we end up by the Scooper, we'd be at sister location.
Yeah, oh no, I think whatever the follow-up to Ruin is going to be Cassie falling even deeper into the, sister location.
I'm still so certain Cassie and the Mimic wearing Roxy are going to be the villains of the next FNAF game.
Oh, you think that she's going to get...
I think she's the new Vanny.
Mimic?
I think Mimic is there. And because think about it, if it's Cassie and the Mimic in Roxy merchandise and Roxy's exoskeleton, they're sheep in wolf's clothing. Like, that's too tempting to not utilize as a story lead. Got your nose.
They're wolf and Mimic's clothing.
Well, I should probably go. Might die here.
Sorry, Raven, I have been looking for whiteboards and was trying to speedrun the game, but I keep getting the wrong clip.
ED, I know, I'm gonna find you.
He's here and always watching. The David you shouldn't have mimicked.
I think Cassie's
Crazy how that
dead
line
still.
was in the
If she's
game all
alive,
along.
she's a Mimic suit. What if that's the twist? Cassie's M2. Have we considered?
That should be wild.
Well, hey, I mean,
what if
if
Cassie's M3?
Arnold is Cassie's grandfather, like a lot of people randomly suggested, there's evidence.
What? Why?
Because
family members in
family members.
FNAF universe can only share one.
True,
single
having a
job.
Faz wrench.
can we? I will say, here's the crack theory. The canon ending is the storytime ending. Arnold takes baby Mimic to home, right, and then that's Cassie for each descendant afterwards. So Arnold
like
is
that.
Cassie's grandfather and her father.
Plot twist.
That's why she survives all the elevator
Also,
falls.
hello.
Also, welcome in, IDs.
Hello.
Crazy thing to come into.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just solved the lore.
Glad to see you made it here without any
Crazy.
complications whatsoever.
One of my
seem to do that
friends says that.
regularly.
So we did some digging. to
Always.
learn more about this bothersome endoskeleton that keeps
One of my friends
I
tried to
really
convince
want
me
the
that
console. I don't know
Arnie
how
is
to
burn
fix
trap.
this so I can get the... I wonder if it's the... No, it
Interesting.
shouldn't be the save file. Surely it's not the save
Arnie
file.
trap,
that I want.
no.
What's
just
not
don't-
the save file?
So when I first booted up Unreal Unlocker, I was able to get the console, which gave us turning off the lighting and teleport and all that. And it crashed eventually because I went out of bounds and then walked into a plane and just despawned everything. But ever since then, when I get Unreal Unlocker to work, we still get the free roam camera, but I don't have access to the console, so we can't turn off lighting, we can't teleport and stuff like that,
Man.
which is a little stinky
That's unfortunate.
for the purposes of today.
Yeah.
One thing I never see anyone talking about is how there's only 5 bodies hidden throughout the game.
I thought there were more. It's only 5.
Yeah, it's only 5.
There's the one by
There's
power,
the
one
one
that's
hanging
the
above
one in the locker.
the front room. There's the one in this room. There's the locker. There's the one in the room with that one present in the elevator.
There's one hanging right from the ceiling.
Yeah, there's one
Yeah.
in the...
Yeah, I think I mentioned that one. Oh, yeah, and there's,
sorry.
There's also the weird
multiple
I'm like
bee
half
as
paying attention.
well.
There's the one in the
Well, the
theater
thing is, just because we don't
audience.
see them, yeah, just because we don't see them doesn't mean they're not there, you know?
True. I mean, they're Team 12 after all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Five bodies, you say? Oh god, don't start this, please. No.
That's exactly what I was getting at with that.
MCI kids.
Gosh.
Oh my
They
God.
better
What if
freaking not be. That
Here's
would be
my
What if the
big
missing
question.
children? What
We
if the
can
missing
all
children
agree-
are not children?
Whether or not it is, we can all agree that looking
I don't
at
think it's
the
the MCI
goddamn... No. Looking at the power source in this factory, it's
all
molten liquid metal that is gold and shiny, and it's being redirected to the main house in mass. We can agree.
And what color is
from
one Freddy's eye?
afar, from afar, that looks like Remnant.
No.
Remnant's white, isn't it?
Oh, it's silver.
Yeah, Remnant Silver.
Well, yeah, but
Oh,
also
same.
we've never seen
Tomatoes,
it in-game.
tomatoes.
Like molten metal that's used as a power source being redirected to the house. Like from afar, it's Remnant adjacent, but it can't be
I can-
because
yes,
Where would they get that much soul?
Where would it be?
Yeah, who's
where would it be coming from? And also, like,
Yeah,
like
not yet.
my first thought is it's golden color instead, so it could just be like Edwin's. Like it seems to be connected to the recycling incinerator, so it just to me seems like all the melted down stuff, but he's like redirecting the heat energy into the rest of the factory as a recycling method.
I guess. Also, don't forget, Edwin did invent recycling, which is very
Edwin Murray,
funny.
inventor of recycling.
Hey, for whatever
bless.
reason, that time it worked, and we have the console back. Let's go.
Yay!
Turn off everything. Wow. Yeah, immediately. Turning off lighting is a little silly. Oh, I gotta, before I go free roaming, let me talk to dispatch so he doesn't get lonely. Beep.
Quote unquote dispatch.
Yeah, quote unquote dispatch.
That really is your name.
Oh, such a faster camera, and I can teleport.
I have heard a lot of theories I hate because of this. Like some people saying that it was actually Fiona talking through hand unit in sister location because it has the same
part of
voice.
me wonders
Please,
if that's what the secret of the mimic is. The secret being that hand unit's voice is the link between all of this.
That is quite a,
Well,
a
the thing is-
niche secret.
the
That's
thing
not
is
really a
Dispatch
secret of the
is a
mimic.
real person. Like,
Yeah.
in that one ending, we get out, and Dispatch is like, yo, we've been trying to contact you all night. Where the heck
Yeah,
are you?
yeah,
You've
yeah.
been shirking your job. We're firing you. So I do think Dispatch is a real person, and it's just a case of the mimicking, you know?
I will say, I don't know
Kinda
how
like
much
what
we should take it
Mimic does
that
with Gregory's
seriously because, you know, it's not in the game itself, it's not meant to be public information or whatever. But Andy Field posted a behind-the-scenes video of him recording lines for the game, which, for anyone interested in voice acting, really cool to watch this process. But, for the lore heads, let me pull up the video.
Oh, I didn't watch that. What do you say? What do you say? I didn't
So
watch
it's
it.
just him, like, recording lines. FNAF.
My name is the Mimic. Did you say that?
Was
well,
it,
no,
was,
he's,
was it the Dispatch ones, and he said, like, Dispatch and then the lines?
yeah, it's like he said a lot of dispatch lines, a lot of
Yeah.
big top lines, but in there we get the description for the characters. It's in the description. It's in his description. So again, there's like so many layers removed here. Because like it's in his description, so we don't know
Lore
if
in a
that's
YouTube
what's on the
description.
script itself. We don't know if this was on the like form or whatever. But in his
And
description,
like, and who knows if he was told, oh, you're actually playing a different character who is pretending to be this
right?
one guy, or
In his
or if it's just like,
description, it says dispatch a human character with a connection to the original hand unit,
yeah, that makes
which
sense.
is very interesting wording.
It's backwards.
To
Seems
like
backwards.
specifically say like this is a human character and he has a connection to hand unit.
Dispatch
That's a
is
weird
person,
way to word
but
that.
the F10 and 4 mimicking him
Okay,
sounds
I
I mean,
exactly
but it
white
is
board.
accurate.
It is
It's a
accurate.
human
Either
guy,
it's F10
presumably,
and 4 or
who is
Fazbear used the
Dispatch,
mimic to
and his
replace him
voice
with an
ends up
AI.
getting used for hand unit, so he's got a connection to hand unit, even though it's not the Dispatch guy live voicing
Yeah,
those lines.
I mean, yeah, like Alexander
my-
Wolf said with that 100 bits. Yeah,
Hey,
like
TD,
dispatch
can
is a
you look at
person.
my, share
Fiona
screen for a
mimicking
second?
him, sure, but
I'm
like
trying to speed run, dude.
just because hand unit is like an artificial voice doesn't mean it has to be.
Yeah, that counts.
The
I'd say that
mimic's
counts.
artificial voice.
Okay, I'll put it with the ones that
Yeah.
may be in the code, but might not.
Where are we going?
I'd
It's
say
not
that counts.
workshop. It's not.
So, okay, so I have 4462535.
This is absolutely a code. These whiteboards with numbers are everywhere. Like every room almost has whiteboard
Well, they
with
do
some
relate
random
to the
number on it.
codes that you see on the security thing. The security monitors just
Right,
label
it's
them
welcome
for-
show.
They're in like R&D and stuff too. Which I don't think there's a code after that point.
No, there isn't. The only code that there is to get into Edwin's like.
Did you
office
find
area.
any link for? Oh, that's interesting. These spotlights. I wonder if that's welcome show spotlights. Did you find any link for the camera, the clocks, and the logs, or did I need to send you the times?
You'd have to send me the times.
All right, let me go send that. We were talking earlier about how each clock has a different time on it for some reason.
5, 3.
I'll just take a
5.
picture of my notepad and I'll just send it to the Discord. R&D whiteboards never seem to get used anytime.
5,
Oh yeah, I always forget to check like whiteboards and
5.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have two versions of the code: the ones with every number and the one with like ones that are specifically on the whiteboard.
On whiteboards, yeah. The mimic.
The whiteboards with numbers for the
It's
code
the
door. That's the
mimic.
thing that kept messing me up. There's so many numbers out in the environment that I'm like, what do these numbers mean? And then you'll find a camera that
Yeah,
just uses
yeah.
those, so it's kind of just like it will be used eventually.
Yeah. Do we know if any of the cameras hit like the R&D whiteboards?
Somebody mentioned in chat they do, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
That would be so strange.
Well, if they do
For
that,
some
does
random
explain why
puzzle.
there would be some down there.
Yeah, that would. For a random puzzle, it's weird they'd use from down there, though.
That's the other
Yeah.
thing. Like, what if it's just a code
weird
using
franchise,
just
though.
R&D as well? I think that's
Yeah.
something else I'll do. Is like just a code for R&D.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that. I would assume they would put all of it in like this, all the codes that the cameras see in the same area, because I don't even think there's cameras in that room. I have to look
In the
back.
room
I
that
have to
I-
look at it again. In
the room
R&D,
that I was
like,
in-
the one with the giant
R&D.
Freddy head. Yeah, the one with the
Yeah,
giant Freddy
no,
head.
there aren't cameras in there. No.
giant-
Yeah, so there's no way it could be the.
Giant Freddy head.
Yeah.
What a weird thing that's there.
I wonder what that could possibly be relating to, Ryan Toad.
You know, I
guess
wonder,
it's a
it-
parade float, yeah?
I wonder if it's in
That
Five
would
Nights at
make
Freddy's
sense. There
security
was
breach.
that
Remember-
parade float for there was that whiteboard that talked about like working on parade floats for various companies, and Faster
true.
was one of them.
I did look into that. I did figure out which ones in that room related to which companies.
Well, I think the
nice.
giant crocodile was probably Freddy's.
Yeah, giant crocodiles phrase the feed are the nursery place. Obviously, the like workers with the construction stuff is the construction worker place.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the star one is the like city council, the sparklers.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I was gonna say, when you look back at Help Wanted 2 and Help Wanted 1 and Security Breach, the amount of foreshadowing for Sun being Fiona and Moon being Edwin is insane.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think that Moon is Edwin.
I don't think it's
I think
literally.
Moon is. Well, I don't think it's representative really either. I think
Oh, wow.
that Sun is M1 and Moon is M2.
I could see
Because
that.
M2 does imitate Edwin, but there's also
That's true. Yeah.
like-
Yeah, like the only real evidence for Edwin
yeah, that's
being
a good
Moon
point.
is just that Moon is very sad at David's death, but like so is kind of everyone.
yeah. And
I was gonna say it's a
assume,
good point because M2 does imitate David and Edwin because Edwin beats the hell out of it.
M2 is a lot less
Exactly.
clean of a mimic. Like M1 is very like M1 is Fiona,
Yeah.
and then M2 is kind of David, kind of Edwin, kind
Yeah,
of still
M2
Fiona. Like
Yeah, like M2 was like trying to be David, but like Edwin hated that. So, like M2 was made from Fiona, so it's got the Fiona bits, and it was supposed to try to be David, but Edwin couldn't handle that, and so the M2 took Edwin's treatment of David that it was mimicking, and then turned that back on Edwin.
real quick before I die and move on, one of my mods sent me this. Hint sent me this. So this elephant head is always here apparently. After Jackie is destroyed, this elephant head is then lit up, and it isn't beforehand, which
That's
is
What's in the
interesting. That's
mimic?
weird.
Let me come watch. I
Which
got like
let me
14
change my
ads.
brightness as well.
Don't move, Ryan Toast.
I'm not moving. Yeah,
about
I'm
to
changing my
log in.
brightness.
I see nothing. You're looking at a warehouse door.
Are you looking at the? Where are you looking?
It's
Watching right
right,
to the
right
stream.
where like the mimic first bursts out of the box in the game. Right across from
Am
it,
I
this
behind?
elephant head lights up.
Am I behind?
Possibly.
Where are you? Hello?
You might.
Are
If
you
you're
watching
looking at
the
the
Twitch stream?
Discord stream, that
Watching
is
the Twitch
not
stream.
the stream.
I'm watching the
Oh,
Twitch
the Twitch
stream.
stream?
Oh, I
I
see
don't
it.
know. I'm
I see it.
watching the
Oh, I do not like heads with lights inside of them.
Yeah,
I don't like
yeah.
that. I don't
No,
like
I'm-
that
I'm
implication.
associated
I don't
with
like
that
that
Discord
implication one bit.
Hint sent a screenshot.
And
I'll share it as well. I don't hint. How
Oh my
did you
God.
get
Yeah,
that
that's a
version
note
of the
that I'm gonna have
lights?
to write down.
Is your brightness
Right toast,
settings
right
just different
toast.
than me?
That was the head in the background in FNAF 3. It was the elephant the whole time.
This is what
Oh
this is what my
God.
mod sent me. Oh, that didn't sound
God
good.
Orville. God Orville. Orville victim.
Let me just real quick before I die.
You know, I was having a picnic with my good friend Wolf.
We're mimic.
Someone in
boys.
the YouTube chat said, to ID's point though, how does that add up and line up with Moon.exe? Who's the player character of that text story if Moon represents M2 instead of Edwin? I think it represents us as Arnold, because we're being stalked
Ooh.
by M2. But we're like trying to work our way through the thing, and like once we get into the end bits of Moon.exe, we are flat out playing through Secret of the Mimic.
Good job.
Yes, we are.
fair.
I love how many
'Cause I
different
definitely-
interpretations
I
this game has.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many ways to take this information.
Yeah.
Because like when I first played Moon.exe, I was like, oh, Moon.exe, we're playing as M2 for sure. And then like looking back on it, it's like, well, there's a couple people we could be playing as.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I do plan to make this into a video. Please do not take my idea.
Oh, you're good.
I think
Don't
the
worry, I'm
secret
not
of the
going to be.
mimic
I'm
is-
still personally on the player as
okay.
M2, but I do like that idea.
That is fine.
Yeah. What do we all
I'm
think the
just
secret
literally
is?
Like, I am attached to this
'Cause-
idea
'cause,
right now, and I want to make a video on
God,
it
what was his
before.
name? one of the people that played the game said he came out of it knowing what the secret was.
Yeah, Deregular Sauce said he knows what the secret is.
What do we think the secret is?
God, there's so many it could
order.
be. I think it just comes down to the fact that there's 2 mimics. Because if you haven't read any of the books, you might not realize that.
I mean, there isn't really much indication of that in the books, even. That there's,
Well, no.
I mean, there's the first endo line and then the second endo line, but in this there isn't that. There's just the M1 and M2 programs. There's only ever the Mimic 1 program in the books.
Yes.
Oh, I love seeing stuff like this. Just sleeping helper.
Raven knows what I think the secret is.
When I first finished the game,
Oops,
I thought
all
the secret
David.
were the schematics.
Oops, all David.
Oops, all David.
That made sense to me.
Can I just teleport down here? I'm lazy. Cool.
My patented Demotronic Waffle Show.
Well, that's
Amazing, if I do say so myself.
I guarantee you, Raven, Tom is going to come to the same conclusion I did.
One of our sales reps
That's exactly up his alley.
Don't forget that everything you
Same
see
conclusion
and
about
will
what?
see is available for
David Murray.
The secret was that the books are bullshit. I think the funniest outcome of this game is that the whole debate was always, is it Tales games or are the books not related to the games? And it's this, like, generally agreed upon games timeline. And then this game kind of came out and went, hey guys, everyone's wrong. It ain't the books, but it ain't the common theories either.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's never the common theories.
True.
I was just in the camp of, hey guys, there are continuity differences that we might want to take account for, and people were like, how dare you die?
I know, yeah.
I
It
do
was
like
crazy.
that the most annoying people were the ones who were most mad about this game.
Oh, I know.
And I'll stand on that.
Yeah.
I'm
Look at
actually
that computer.
glad that the books aren't canon
would
because
not
I didn't
have-
like a lot of the stuff in there. So.
Yeah, like
I said before-
like the books, but I didn't want the books to be canon. Like, well, they're canon, but not in the same continuity.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
want them
yeah,
to be
yeah,
in the
yeah.
same continuity, just so that people wouldn't have as much of an excuse to be jerks about it anymore.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's what like it came down to. Like I came down to a point of like I don't really don't care either way. I just wanted some information on where to go, and we got it.
Edwin,
Yeah.
Fiona,
Yeah.
and David.
And I'm very
I,
happy.
I
with
think
that.
like the way the
personalities
books are meant to be
inside
used is
M2
like
battling
the
it
same
out until we
shit
fix
is
the moon
possible. Like the
statue,
universe
and we'll wait back in
rules
the
are the same.
factory.
Like the same shit is
Help you
possible.
then tell us if you have
Like
fixed
digital
yourself,
consciousness
both
transference and all
darkness
that.
and light.
I just think they're not literally what happens.
Alexander Wolf, I fully agree. That's my interpretation. Oh yeah, I gotta go get the code. Was it 0? I have it written down. 0158. Yeah.
It's 4625.
Yeah. What do we think about 4625? That's wild.
It's the field.
I don't know, man.
What if I stand in here?
It's gotta be some magical ghost, because Dolly just so happens to have that many tasks as well. It's so weird. It's like ever prevalent.
Yeah, it's kind of giving
It's like
this
the magical
energy
number
has
14.
leaked throughout the whole facility.
Yeah. Yep.
Just went through all
Exactly.
the times, by the way. None of them line up with times in the logs.
What is with
That's
the?
so
I'm just gonna
strange.
assume
That's so strange.
it's an asset thing. It's just these clocks are generic assets that they threw in.
Yeah.
Because like, why else
Find the-
does
find the
every clock
clocks!
have a different?
They all lost power at that time, I guess.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they
That
do
used
have
to have-
separate powers, so I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
You know what? I have a theory, a game theory, as it were. Ready for this? Ready for this?
Hold on.
Doesn't the in the books, doesn't one of the mimics just like disable technology? Maybe that's why this place is run on molten metal. Because the mimic disables
Ooh.
electricity.
You know, I don't hate that.
But hey,
I do kinda
that's
like that.
just T-dreads.
Throwing the goat,
That's just a
wind up
thought.
mouse, the
'Cause-
most useful tool in the game.
Because I remember playing the game and being like, why is he running this place on lava?
Uh-oh.
For funsies and recycling,
can.
because he invented recycling.
Like this.
Yeah, the humblest man, Edwin Murray.
I mean, I did turn off the lighting. It's not going to be that scary now.
I'm kind of glad his life got ruined.
Still got me anyway.
The moment you claim to invent recycling, you lose my respect.
It is very funny that Edwin invented recycling and the phrase going green, but specifically as in making more money.
What a nice guy.
Wow.
At least that's what he claims. Who knows anymore?
Oh, I believe him and everything he ever said.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
fair, honestly.
The voice directing
I'm
on
just
his
playing
one
devil's
line,
advocate a little.
where he's like, "Oh man, How am I gonna tell David that his mother is gone? I thought he was being sarcastic. I thought he was being I thought he was
yeah, like I think it just came down to weird direction. But at first I was is this evidence that it was actually M1 that was at Fall Fest, and that's why he sounds more inconvenienced than sad? But like, I think I'm looking too far into it.
Yeah,
no, I think the voice direction was a little short. Yeah.
Because the thing is, there's that log or whatever where someone's like, "Hey, I heard Edwin talking to Fiona. Like, was Fall Fest a cover up?" So that makes it seem like, oh,
gives you a better order of events. Yeah,
she faked her death.
And then Edwin had M1 be Fiona, and one of the employees overheard him talking to her and was like, "Yo, wait, hold up."
At least Jackie's box is still accurate to the lore.
True. It was difficult to put the pieces together. Although Jackie,
unfortunately, something did go so
assuming
wrong.
that David ran out on the road specifically.
Jackie's box is completely false because she was never stealing. She never stole a single bomb from me, so I cannot call her the.
As far as we know,
even though she may have dispersed grief.
What if there was a bomb
bunch of
inside the data
in one of the
diver?
endings.
Yeah. What if there's a bomb in our data diver?
True.
Hopefully anyone
you weren't
I mean,
here for
David
it
probably got
earlier.
hit by a freight car.
You weren't here for earlier IDs, but speaking about running out into the road, I think Moon.exe is implying that M1 purposely caused David to die, quote-unquote, on accident, so that she could have a real son.
Man, so that's really rough.
Right? Well, because my thinking is like, there's that tape where Fiona's like, hey, they won't understand, keep this between us. So I wonder if that extends to telling David, hey, this is the mimic versus, hey, son, here's your mom. Meanwhile, M1's whole purpose as a robot is to be a mother, and she is denied that constantly.
Well, I will say, it doesn't seem like it's until maybe like it doesn't seem like it's until M2 is being actively worked on that Edwin seems to have the crisis realization of you're not even actually Fiona.
Yeah, I don't think because I think to Edwin she's
Fiona being
Fiona.
the one to encourage him. With M1 being the one to encourage Edwin to like, hey, keep this between us. I don't know if she would have killed David or if she would have like. She would have, or if she would have seen David as her son, and then it was like, "Hey, bring our son back."
My name is.
Yeah, because I don't know if I buy her killing David, but Moon.exe does really imply it.
Yeah, the baby owl.
Yeah.
Because not only is like if you, I know you said you watched it, you didn't play it. Did they pick every option in Moon.exe in the gameplay you watched?
I don't remember.
So after she makes the baby owl mask, the baby owl's gone, and if you ask her where's my baby owl, she laughs and says it flew away. And if you check her stove, the character's like, it smells like chicken.
She burned it alive.
So in Moon.exe, Sun just straight up cooks the baby owl.
Well, here's the problem with all this stuff, Rai, is that if we're taking it like this to be Moon.exe is an allegory, you think, right?
Yeah.
For the game, obviously. What are we doing when we repair the masks? Who's the alligator attacking the owl to begin with? It's so weird.
The mask part in general is very weird.
Yeah, I have no idea what we're doing, like what that's an allegory for. The mimic fixing 3 masks.
Hold on, I'm getting the code.
Or whoever we are. Arnold fixing 3, whatever our player doing with AC.
3. Okay. Can we talk about how in the storybook at the end, it's the main 4 plus a dog plus an alligator, and then in the prototype pizzeria, it's the main 4 plus a dog plus an alligator.
Plus a dog plus an alligator. Yes.
Huh?
I mean, that makes sense if it's like associated with like Proto Freddy's.
Yeah.
It would have the Proto Freddy's characters, even though William and Henry ended up scrapping.
Decided to scrap 2 of them.
Monty.
Yeah.
Oh right, break. I like that this is the elevator you not a lot of stuff kills you on, because I didn't really listen to Fiona. I was pressing all the buttons out here, and I was just getting error noises instead of instantly dying. Do I think Edwin is dead? Yeah, I mean, like, it's left open. There's a chance, but I think he's pretty definitively dead.
I don't know. I think ready. I'm calling it now. Here it comes. Just follow instructions. That's Edwin. I'm calling it.
Ooh, I kind of like that. I don't think it's true, but I do like where your head's at.
Maybe Fiona
like, as a
decided to
concept, I
confess to
think that's
David
neat.
about her identity.
Do I think it's the case?
He ran
No.
away in fear and got
Well,
hit
I will
by a
only have to
truck.
wait at most
Also,
probably 2
how
years.
can Edwin make a perfect
True.
robot
And then
with
although-
replacement that can
Don't
survive
clear.
molten
I am
lava,
really interested
but
to
he
find
can't
out
make a
who that
functioning
is.
elevator.
I'm guessing you guys think
That
it's
seems
Vanessa,
so
right?
weird.
Yeah.
I am.
My
I mean,
problem is-
or Glamrock Freddy.
Yeah, because
My
that's
problem
the thing there
is-
like I think it could be Freddy.
Why hide either of those from us when we know both those characters exist and already have access to the building maps? That's
Well,
information we know.
It's it would be hiding which one of them it was, because if
Okay.
one of them was the one providing those instructions, that says that the other one wasn't.
Might not be present, yeah.
Yeah, and also,
Yeah, like,
Amanda,
might not
I
be
assume
present
it's
or-
very short, so I assume it's a pronoun. So even either way, right? It would Edwin could or could not be slotted into a couple of those options.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Also, Gregory calling
Alternatively-
Edwin his friend when
actually,
Edwin's
wait.
like 80
Wait,
would be a
wait.
little shot.
Guys, so Gregory says follow static instructions, but then Gregory's the one who keeps talking.
It's M. Oh, you think it's M1? Yeah.
I think it could be. I'm not settled on it, but that
That's
was
smart,
an idea
that's
that
smart,
came into
though. That's
mind
actually
now
pretty
because we have
smart.
Dispatch.
Here's wait. Crazy take. We don't know exactly what we do to the Mexis console.
Yeah.
If
Right.
Mexis is still Fiona, and say we flush out Glitch Trap, maybe we bring back Fiona, who knows whatever goes on there. Now that we know there are 2 mimics, we just knew the mimic endoskeleton cannot be talking to us through the walkie-talkie anymore. There's another
That could've
one
been
right
at
there.
the time.
Someone else who talks to us in an elevator in this game multiple times. All of that might not have been the endoskeleton Gregory. It might have been Fiona Gregory, though.
I would actually believe that because
Okay.
the way Gregory phrases some of the things is super interesting, considering like he uses the phrase
have-
"it's been trapped down here" as though he's present.
Yep.
And there's also like as you get further
he
down,
says down there,
Gregory's
actually, but
signal
yeah.
is somehow getting better and able to contact you more, and it's using Gregory's
Right.
voice, which the mimic has been using. So like
Mm-hmm.
there would be some overlap of like, hey, here's this voice that they would both have access to and be able to use.
My problem with the M1 thing is I think that wouldn't Fiona want the mimic to get out?
No, because she wants the mimic to
She
go
wants to
back
fix
to
it
being
first.
David.
Okay, so she thinks that it
Wait,
needs to be down there and
wait.
contained so they can bring a technician. or
Wait.
something.
When
I'm just
okay,
asking the
no,
questions,
no. We stumbled on it. Okay, second
mimicked it?
second
Mimicking it?
ending when the mimic takes the data driver from Arnold from the crash. We talked about maybe that's Fiona because at that point Cradle was activated, right? So
Yeah.
maybe they swapped,
Okay.
and that's why instead of killing us, the mimic just goes for the data driver. He doesn't get
yes.
the data driver. In that moment,
He
the
gets
mimic
the-
only took the
yeah.
data bank.
The schematics. Yeah.
Maybe out there the reason Fiona wants Cassie to get all the way to the basement but stay there is because she has a Faz
Faz
wrench
wrench?
with her.
Oh,
She has the
Faz wrench.
schematics.
Ooh,
She has no way to
Oh.
upload it to the mimic.
That's neat.
She needs both pieces,
Oh yeah,
and now
there
she
needs
has
to be
them.
that pass, and there's that port on the mimic.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
To reboot it.
Not to mention
Same as Eclipse, by the
yeah,
way.
we brought
Reboot, we need
yeah,
to be
you
whole.
reboot
It's the same thing we
Eclipse.
do to
He
Eclipse.
says happy birthday.
interesting.
We do it to Roxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That flushes her system.
Wow.
Adding this to
You
the
know,
list.
Fiona's kind of
yeah,
stupid.
that-
She could have just grabbed the data driver too.
Right? Hey, Fiona, you
Fiona's kinda-
grabbed the
Fiona's
power
kinda
bank. You forgot
dumb.
the applicator. Come on, Fiona. Like, keep it together.
For someone who works at a technological institute, you'd think she'd be
She
like,
makes the
a little
puppets, okay? Give her a
smarter.
break.
She doesn't know what a computer is.
Well, the thing
What
is,
does this
I don't
doohickey
know-
go?
I don't think I could. I don't know if like the cradle actively takes over the mimic because the like in Ruin Nixus is active, but the mimic is still able to.
I think it
contact.
swaps them in that moment. Because there's the one log that says, I've made something that can contain M2, that can contain him. It's cradle.exe. It's a computer bigger than you've ever made, and it's alluding to the fact that it's Mexis. And then
Yeah, of
we
course.
know that, M1 was Fiona, but eventually M2 ends up in that body. And Fiona's in the Mexis. I
Right.
wonder if cradle.exe is the program that swaps them back.
I was assuming, I mean, their motives are completely different. When the parachute.exe ending, you know, David shouldn't give a damn about taking schematics. So I feel like it's got to be.
I mean,
because in the other ending, he literally comes
like,
back just to murder us.
Yeah.
The bad ending. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to think about it more.
Yeah, like I don't know if I'm sold on it, but I think that's where I'm going
with it.
with
Swapping into M2 makes sense because I feel like
what if the good
what
help
would have
Fiona is
activated
Fiona and the
her
bad
in
help
order
is M2?
because she went into standby at the end, which makes it seem like she can't. She's out of power. She can't be the one to do it, and her consciousness seems to be mostly, like. I feel like she would have like taken over the mimic, like M2, prior, like in the house, if that was the case.
Well, from me, I think it's because we activate Cradle, right? She's in standby mode, but we activate Cradle, and after we do that, on the way back down, suddenly we can hear Fiona talking again. And right at the end of her whole
standby again.
Well, right, but after that whole monologue, she gives us the whole like, you know, I miss you, but I miss our son more, like all that. And at the very end of her monologue, the endoskeleton shows up. You start running, it gives chase.
I just don't get why Fiona would be chasing us.
Because we have the data driver and we're trying to leave. It's my only guess.
Yeah.
Right.
But
she's been friendly to us before. Why would she randomly be like, "Yo, I'm gonna chase you, and if I catch you, I'm gonna jump scare you"?
Like now that she's fine,
You know?
like I get it in the lead up to her revealing who she is, but like once she's revealed that, then why not just be like, "Hey,
it's me."
My only guess is because like up until that point, it's like you need to go give this to Edwin to help him, and then she sees us leaving again. Similar to how in the bad ending, or in the lead up to Parachute, rather, like you're doing bad ending, you give her the data driver, and she does, to her credit, let you leave. It's M2 that's messing that up at that point because he just straight up kills you. But in the Parachute ending, like still completely nice to you, but the moment you start activating Parachute, it's you've sealed your fate. You're a dog. You're an idiot, and you're gonna die. Like the moment you stop listening to her.
Like low tier god. Edwin, you mean nothing.
You don't listen to Fiona for 1 second, and she goes through the whole like your hair whack, your clothes whack,
shoes whack.
Fatty, no parents.
I definitely don't think Fiona is necessarily as nice as M1 is as nice as it like might at first seem, but I don't know about her swapping in with M2 into that body. Like I do think that was her original. That was originally her body. We see that in the thing. And I think that's the only one because all of the other attempts at building the mimic failed.
Ooh, someone in chat offers a good solution that would be on your side. Someone in chat just offered a good solution that would offer to your side of this argument. M2 takes the data thing because at that moment, or in general, it is also part Edwin, as we mentioned, and Edwin does not want Fazbear Entertainment to take those things.
That is a very good point.
That's a good point. I'll give you that. I mean, at that point, Arnold might already be dead anyway. Because, like, Mimic lifts up the car, looks at Arnold, and then grabs the thing. It's like,
Arnold
you're a lost cause
anyway.
I just want to save this. That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's probably my interpretation of that.
I think that has kind of taken me off the I'm sure train to I think they're both possible.
Okay.
No, glitch Arnold, no.
Hey, can we talk about how the thing Fiona gives us is the glitched permission?
Oh, yeah.
Hello, members of the jury. No,
that wind up.
I mean, I don't think that's, like, super important because it is quite literally glitching, you know?
Fair, but there's any other word they could have used.
Wait. Let me hit ID with the truth nuke.
Hit
you. I'm about to hit you with the
all
truth
permission,
nuke.
I don't know, the omni permission.
Yeah, I mean,
the sun permission.
I do think that the mimic is involved with glitch trap.
I think that's a different series.
Oh, that episode's coming out this month. June is a good month for
I
internet fandoms. Can we just talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
It really is.
Deltarune, this Secret of goddamn Digital Circus.
All the things.
I was gonna say, do you know that the where we get out of the car in Secret of the Mimic, where Arnie gets out of the van, that later becomes the Curse of Dreadbear lobby. If you go out of bounds, the lake is in the same spot, and the house is on the hill at the same like angle relative to that lake.
You know what? I was kind
The
of
houses
wondering.
are different though, which I have
I'm pretty sure he just rebuilds it, right? It must be the same property,
Yeah, 'cause
otherwise
it
they wouldn't
burns
put that
down.
note
Yeah,
there.
my
Yeah,
guess is like William builds a new house on top of it.
I mean, it.
Yeah,
it
I think
seems
on the-
like
on
it
the ruins
probably
of it,
also
yeah.
caught
he does
fire
be
when
like,
the rest
I
of the
own the
factory
property,
did.
but I'll let you keep your house. And now Edwin said he's like, it's mine now.
Especially since a lot of it collapsed, he probably rebuilt on top of it.
Yeah.
I wonder if. Nope, that's gone. Never mind. I had a thought.
Dang.
Gone.
You know, one thing that makes me wonder though, would William rebuild the house? Because one thing he did say is that he would not touch the house.
And you
that
know what?
Edwin's
William
parents
Afton
built.
has
I mean, he
never
didn't destroy
lied.
it.
To a guy who's now dead. Who's
He didn't destroy it, wasn't it?
No, but to be fair, if he rebuilds the house, the house has already been burned down, and it wasn't him.
He said we
So,
would not touch the
technically
house your
didn't lie.
parents built. But we're not talking about the house we built on top of it, though.
Yeah,
Twists
yeah,
mustache.
There is no house left, bro. Whatever he wants.
Valid.
It's like the
HMO, I
house
assume
burned
you mean
down. What's he
IMO.
gonna do? Leave a burnt house on the property for a guy who's dead now? No.
I don't hate that idea, but I feel like we would see David's body. Sorry, Winter Falls, $5 chat. Thank you for the super chat, very kind. IMO, Afton kidnapped David, making him CC. There's just so many weird congruences. Fits Afton's MO, Garrett and Charlie. Doesn't mess with the timeline.
This is not God. Doesn't mess with the timeline. I don't know about
I
that.
don't know about that one. For me, it just comes down to I'm sure when David died, they found his body. Like, if he was kidnapped, like...
They would have
be
looked
like,
for
David
Yeah,
would have
yeah,
gone
yeah, yeah.
missing. That's never brought up. It's always... It was an unfortunate accident. Which, like, if his body
do
wasn't
think-
found, how do we know it's an accident? Uh-oh.
I
Hold
do
on.
think you were meant to see the connection between Dave and Cece, though, but I won't go into it because I've gone into it for like 20 hours over the last
Do you
couple
think he'll
days.
give up? Uh-oh. He did
It's
not,
gone,
in fact,
David.
give up.
Everyone like the God David video.
Is Moon.exe
I do
in
think that there
universe?
are intentional connections between Dave and David, as their names may be. But I don't think it's a case where they are the same guy.
Is Moon.exe
I have
in
thoughts on
universe?
the
I
connections,
don't
though.
think so.
Me
because I
neither,
think that-
technically.
I think the whole Moon.exe ending is Fiona's like happiest day, which like just can't happen. But that's her perfect events of how it goes.
Yeah,
Yes,
especially since you
David.
need to do
Right, yeah.
New Game Plus in order to get it, right?
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
need the White Tiger
Yes.
plushie, which is like not only do you need it for Moon.exe, you also need it to do the ending. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think Moon.exe is in universe. I think it's more so to show like, hey, you know, if you were better prepared, this could work.
But it's not like Arnold knows, hey, this was supposed to be a child, and if you tell it a nice story in the voices of its parents, it'll calm down and go back to being innocent little baby.
Right? I do love that stupid idiot
Do
child
you think
robot.
the
He's so
Namagendo
cute.
still has Fiona's sprite possessing
My
since
ugly
round
son.
1 is
It-
transferred
it
to
is
Usis?
giving- it's
Also,
so
the
ugly,
Mimic
I
holds
love it.
the David driver like the tiger
Yeah.
plushie in that ending. Not sure if that's
I
important.
have
Like,
two
That is-
versions of the M2 David saved on my computer that
Something
ML
that I
Spence,
also wonder,
rendered.
is the owl
and one of them is
actually
just like a
David,
neutral
or just a
holding White Tiger
program of
plushie.
him?
And
In
that
the
one's
cave, there's a
in my
statue
files is
memorial
labeled
to the
stupid
owl.
idiot baby.
Why would you make that if
And
he's still
then
alive?
I have one where he's
Maybe
doing
the
like a
owls are
peace
the
sign
last
and
of
it's
the
cool
programming
idiot
left
baby.
inside M2 and Fiona
That's
needs
amazing,
to get
I
rid of it
love
before
that.
M2 can be whole again.
Oh, the voices. Thank you for the bits, but hearing that back to back was messing with my brain. Alexander Wolf, thank you 100 bits again. Something that I also wonder, is the owl actually David or just a program of him? In the cave there's a statue and memorial to the owl. Why would that make that if he's still alive? Maybe the owl is more of the last program. I think that's you're combining it all as one thing. Consider the fact that we can't enter the cave at all until the owl has died. So I think that's more. I think that's more. Oh, well, that's when Edwin is going into madness. But
No!
Chill.
I think that's more of the metaphor of like once David had died, then there's these effigies of him.
If David and Cece are just supposed to be parallels, and that's it. I hate the way they wrote that because it's like beating your head over. It's like beating over the head with a pipe, though. It's like,
Here's the problem you have though.
guys, they have
You
the
hate
same shirt
both
and
versions
name.
of
That's how you
this.
know they're the same.
Is there a version of this you don't hate though? Is the problem parallels or they literally are the same person?
I don't think they're literally the same. You know what I mean? I don't think
Well,
they're
yeah.
literally the same person. Yeah, I think they are trying to make him like David Murray, and same
Well,
with
here's the
Gregory.
thing.
I think
Oh,
the
wasn't
AI
it
is
too
trying to
subtle
make,
with- if they're too subtle with the parallels, everyone will say it's not actually a parallel and people are looking too hard into it. So they gotta
That's absurd.
overemphasize the parallel, but then people
Not what you're saying.
still
I'm just
look
saying
too
that-
hard into it.
I just
And
like,
they're like-
it's so crazy that like
And then we get the situation
they're
where it's like,
both
is
named
Edwin
David and
actually
live in the
Henry?
same house. Isn't that a nice? Maybe they'll get it if we make them literally have the same exact life. It's like I don't know.
Not
That's so.
exactly
Or-
the same.
Oh, I know, but it's
One of
like
them
more.
gets
It's like a little too similar for me to
Okay,
be
well,
like.
there's a couple
hmm.
ones I missed too. Caitlin Pink, do you think the Mimic Endo still has Fiona's spirit possessing it after M1 is transferred to Mex's? Also, the Mimic holds the data driver like the Tiger plushie in the ending. Not sure if that's important. Well, I think it attaches the data driver to its chest, but regardless, that's a good question, because I don't know, do y'all think Fiona's possessing M1? Because I do.
I think it's literally
am
got a ghost in it.
currently
I think they are possessed.
undecided.
And
I
I
think
only
it
think
could
that
be-
because
I
of the
don't know if I
basement
think it's-
tape.
Yeah, the basement tape's the reason I consider it, but I still haven't worked out my thoughts on that, and I could see it being a case where Edwin already has technology that imitates voices and stuff, so maybe he had something down there that had heard Fiona and imitated her, and he's like, I have an idea, and he creates M1.
I get that. For me, it's like a ghost box would happen in like a paranormal investigation. Like it's, I have
That's
this
true.
technology that has voices. Let me see if it just gets
Or-
triggered down here.
Alternatively, I don't know if I don't think it makes much. It could be a case where it's literally Fiona's ghost, but it's a line that we heard her say previously.
Yeah.
Why would it be repeating that line? So it might not be. I don't necessarily think it's her ghost, but I could see it being a strong enough like Fiona had a tie to that
Some
place,
kind
and
of
so
spiritual,
memories of
some
Fiona.
kind of connection. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so there's, like, memories of
arguably
Fiona in
the
that
weird
place.
ephemeral version of like that remnant memory stuff that we talk about with Shatter Victim.
Something like that, or just
Um,
like because we do know that Remnant isn't necessarily like I think of Book Charlie,
Yeah.
where he's got memories of supposedly
Yeah.
being Charlie, and she is basically a person in her own right. She's just not the original Charlie. And with how many parallels Edwin has to novel trilogy Henry, I'm
Absolutely.
viewing it as a very similar situation where this is M1 thinks she's Fiona and has memories of being Fiona, but she might not. But she is an AI programmed to be Fiona.
Oh, wait, I could be
that's
a
just,
super
a little
gamer.
haunted.
So I'm just cheating in the video game.
Of course,
Congratulations.
as you do.
What was I gonna add to that? I was gonna say something. I don't quite remember. I don't think it was that important.
Also,
With
the whiteboard.
Another, before we leave the topic, another point to possibly Fiona's possession is the whole, like, the one log where Edwin is like, he can't get M2 to work correctly. He's like, I don't even know why M1 works. That might be the reason
Yeah.
why M1 worked when
That's
M2
what I'm
didn't.
thinking.
Yeah,
is
well,
because
possible.
M1 is haunted
that's sort of
and M2
my
isn't.
thought on that as well is Edwin, when like presumably making M1, I don't know if he's talking about the program or the body or both.
Yeah, that's a weird thing about it. It's
seems
like he's struggling to
M2
make
is
it,
in
but like,
M1's original body because we see M1 holding the cake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Erica's
Now
build
M1
and
is
other
next
sounds a lot
to
like physically build.
like unless
And there's proto-
and there's
unless
proto
there are
mimics.
two
That's the problem.
bodies, but then why would Fiona be in Mexis if there are two bodies?
Truth,
Exactly.
Truth nuke. Truth
So,
nuke.
so I'm thinking it's what he couldn't replicate, and then there are all those little tiny guys, and I'm pretty sure those are called proto mimics in the files or something. I
Yeah.
saw someone say. So I think it's a case where Edwin tried to build another mimic, but it wasn't working right, and the program wasn't working with it right, and so what he did was he basically made a copy of Fiona's program, uploaded it into M2 to like try to sort of start over maybe, but then and then moved Fiona into Mex's or something. I don't know about the exact order of events because like okay, if this was at the point where he moved Fiona into Mex's, was that after he had already had
Gonna
the
try
crash?
this again.
Because
I
we know
think
he
the good
makes
Hellpie and Ruin is
M2
M1 and the bad
after,
Hellpie is M2.
or at least like finishes. I don't know. It's really interesting because like trying to work out the exact order of events because
Earthquaker Gamer, you didn't have to do that. You're on the list. I'll get to you, but thank you for the 100 bits.
because M2 is seems to be like the existence of M2 was leaked. So by the time the end is said and done, M2's built or whatever, M2 is a thing. Oh, and it seemed like Fiona was like M1 was actively encouraging Edwin to continue, and he told her, "I don't want to see you anymore. I want to see or hear you again." And so I think that point is probably when he confines her to mexes. So he never has to see her.
Locked
That's
away
what
in
I'm
a
thinking.
basement.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple
Go in the
super
basement.
chats that people are asking questions on. We've got William Colt with 5. Would it make more sense that Cradle.exe activates a second endo Edwin was working on prior to him disappearing? I don't think so. I don't think we have enough evidence to suggest that. Like, I see where you're going with that, but I don't know. Do you? I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I think it's an interesting idea. I think there's just the one body.
Yeah. Earthquaker Gamer with 100 bits. I think the good Helpy in Ruin is M1, and the bad Helpy is M2.
Well, the thing is,
My goodness.
there's mexes.
Yeah, like Mexus would be whoever is in Mexus at that point, right? Like, I did like someone on Twitter
M1
pointed
would be
out
Mexus,
the weird hip of Mexus that like the
Looks kinda
digital
like the
stops.
attachment for
Yeah, it kind of looks like
couples.
the helpers attachment.
And
Which, if
I
it
saw-
is Fiona, I mean.
Yeah, and that's another thing I saw someone point out is you've got Mr. and Mrs. Helpful, and then you've got Helpy
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
with the mimic.
Helpy, the
taking
son
after
of
his
Mr. and
parents.
Mrs. Helpful. Yeah, I like that.
So what I could see it being is like, yeah, there's
Well,
the.
there's-
I think it's a case where it's like the base Helpy program, and then just the mimic taking like M2 taking over it in
Yeah.
order to.
A bit more evidence for that
and
idea.
that, like the orange eyes. Though interesting thing is like when the mimic is passive and doing what it's like good, its eyes go from orange to white.
In the Carnival Nurse minigame from Help Wanted 2, when you're operating on Helpy, one of the things Helpy can be suffering from is parental neglect.
Yeah. Oh man.
Not to mention
Yeah, like,
the
I already
Helpy drawing
felt
of
bad for the
Helpy
mimic.
running away from a burning building, which we all
Yeah.
assumed was FNAF 6.
It's David!
But-
It's escaping!
If the second ending is canon, the mimic did literally run away from the burning factory.
I could also see it be a case of just like what Evan mentioned in the interview he did with Dawko of like echoing events, like
Right.
narrative like things that happen here also happened at other points in the timeline in like in a similar manner. I think just because like I think to some degree it's like a thematic thing, less than like okay this and that's what I was thinking as well for the idea of Dave Afton being Dave Murray. I think it's like narrative echoes more than this is literally
Yeah.
the same guy.
My thing is, I feel like they're very strongly trying to say, and there's a bunch of stuff in the Patient 46 tapes that you'd have to look back on for it. I feel like they are trying to say that in some way, the mimic that is like mimicking David Murray is trying to get in Gregory. And I feel so because I think we know that the mimic AI is trying to remake a family of some sort, and I feel like now that we know about Fiona, I think it would make sense for that to be David. The problem is why make them both so similar to the Crying Child if he's not involved in that security breach? Like, it's just so weird, that storyline.
Well,
That
the
like
thing is, it could be just like the Crying Child was so similar to David that, like people are saying, oh, maybe this makes the Crying Child David, when actually it's sort of the other way around. Of the mimic sort of perceives the Crying Child and or Gregory as David.
Yeah,
As
I'm
the
kind
other
of
way
there
around.
as well, especially with like Gregory of like, I've never really been a fan of the like Gregory has been created for the mimic, but I have been a fan of Gregory is definitely close enough for the mimic's purposes.
Yeah. Though I will say, I do think up until Help Wanted to, it is William in like hijacking the program. And only after Help Wanted to, when Glitch Trap is dealt with,
Wait, what is
is
this?
the mimic able to manifest as itself again.
What is this gonna look like at 0% brightness? This might be insane.
I do want to get back to you on the whiteboard thing. So far, the only thing I've gotten is something via word decipher, in which the word is just bed or bedded.
It's cool. It is unplayable at 0%
May his
brightness,
baby
though.
be bed.
Why is this an option, Steel Wool?
I cannot
The areas
speedrun
where
this.
it's
I'm
not
doing the
supposed to be
exact
dark in the
speedrun
first place?
technique, the deloading. I cannot get this for the life of me. I hate this.
And then we have 20 shown from Daniel Chick. Thank you very much. I think the moon animatronic down in the basement isn't the mimic we see in the rest of the game. I think that's a different animatronic possessed by Edwin. I think it's just a guy.
Yeah, it's just a guy.
I think just a
I'm pretty
guy
sure
got
it-
trapped down there,
like,
went like crazy, is like kind of
They-
starving, living off of candy. Because if you look at the
They
the
do
moon
literally
suit,
have.
it's just an empty ball that you like hold on to.
The blueprint for the moon suit specifies that it's something that a human can wear, and when you're down there, you do get like an email about some guy who got trapped down there and talks about getting hungry. So I feel like that's literally what it is. It's just some guy who went insane.
Some guy. Oh no! I hadn't even considered the some dude who went insane. My brain went straight to guy died. He is now the moon costume.
I mean, also possible, but I know whatever it is not the mimic, because like they mentioned like, hey, we fully sealed this off. Whatever's down there is gonna stay down there. I do like one Speedy Yoshi with 5. Mimic saw one white woman and one kid in a striped shirt went, the Aftons. Which like kind
You
of.
are Afton family.
Yo.
Also, apparently, it's probably gonna be like 9 years before you get there, Raito. So I will just tell you, the last room in the game where the mimic gets hit on the head by a giant metal pipe and sinks into lava, that is the sticky note silo.
Yeah, because that's where the pipes are.
How do we know this?
I like that.
I went out of bounds.
But how do we like? What about it? tells
It's
you this.
it's just I don't it's like the same exact structure. It's just a
'Cause if it's
silo
just the
underground.
vibes,
Wait, so
then I
do you agree that like under here and in this area we do see it in ruin? Like it's the same like a place?
I believe that is an incredibly high probability.
Okay. So
Which is
if that
basically
is
a-
correct, it would make sense for if there is another silo in that area, it probably is the same silo if the rest of the stuff we're seeing is the same room. It could be another silo.
In the game called
Well, the thing is,
Mimic
like-
Lair.
The thing
Well, that's
is,
cool. Where's that?
if it's the stuff that's in the basement, I don't know if it's. I think the pizzeria simulator location in Down may have been left relatively untouched, but I don't think anything in the main pizzaplex was because it's all connected. So like, even if the locations line up, I don't want to like say too much like, okay, because this is this location, that means this, because the entire place got overhauled.
Yeah. I think it's hard to like say like definitively this did. I will say I think all these connected areas, it gives me the most evidence for the ruin scooper just straight up being the sister location scooper that I've ever had.
Oh,
Especially considering right, if Murray
Where's the
House,
indie dev guy?
if Murray House turns into
look
Afton
different.
House, they do look very different. They might have been renovated since then. But if Mimic,
Okay, if we're taking renovated, I could accept it. But if we're saying it's the exact same thing, I don't think. I feel like Scott would say at least make it look the same.
Fair. Yeah, what it really comes down to is just the fact that, like, if Murray House turns into Afton House, we know sister location is under Afton House. And then if, or we're at least pretty sure, as sure as we can be in
Under
this
the
game.
Afton House. It's like under and to the right.
Right. And then we are pretty sure that the
Well, it's to the
prototype
right.
pizzeria turns into FNAF 6, turns into Basement of Ruin, or Basement of Security Breach. Like, pretty sure on that, too. If that's true, there is literally a tunnel connecting those two locations, the underneath of the Murray House and the underneath of here. So if there is a tunnel, who's to say 50, 60 years later, or however long it is at this point, that's not just the cave we ran through. Or at least those are the caves people walked through while they were building the tunnel.
You have a free spin.
Yeah.
So much fun. The grand
Oh, like, I don't think it definitively proves it or anything, but I think I finally have better evidence than I think this lines up.
Yeah, like even before Secret of the Mimic came out, I was like, okay, I like the idea that like the Pizzaplex is built on top of like we know the pizza box is built on top of FNAF 6, but like was FNAF 6 a previous location? I already like that idea, and I like the way this is sort of going. This actually gives fuel to a semi-cracked theory I had where FNAF 4 wasn't actually Fredbear's, it was a Freddy's.
I like that. It gives me credence for my insane theory that the maze of FNAF 6 is built out of the FNAF 4 Nightmare Chamber rooms. Which people don't like that theory, but this gives a little bit of credence to it.
Deep underground where the mimics.
Did I perfectly go in between
Yeah, the thing is, it's a matter of like how like exact connections and like what was where.
Yeah. One speed Yoshi, I do know about next view mode. I turned it off because it looks
William
cooler
got
right
a
now.
hold of all of the. William got all of Edwin's property. Who's to say he didn't retrofit everything into the sister location bunker, right?
Yeah.
Built a Freddy's on it. Built a bunker offshoot. He owns the property. Apparently.
I still am not over the M2 line. Sorry, buddy, Daddy's busy today. That line is
good.
I think maybe it's just recency bias. I think that takes over any of the lines from the Henry monologue for me. Just in context, just everything else.
I do put it above the Henry monologue. It doesn't give me the same. I don't know if it would top like the. I have more. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Here's the thing: some of my favorite lines are hand units, jokes, and sister location.
Valid.
But also like the intro speech to sister location.
Ooh, that is pretty good.
With all due respect.
I don't want to say it beats that because like this like the sorry buddy, Daddy's busy. That's like chilling. But the introduction to William Afton in the games, hearing his voice for the first time, those weren't the design things we were worried about, Mr. Afton. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout.
Yeah.
And also, I really like Phone Guy, so I.
Ralph. Do we like the theory that Ralph worked at MCM and he was one of the people who got bought over after he went into an accident?
Nah.
Different Ralph?
I don't think that fits in. Just yeah, like we've got multiple Jeremys. We could have multiple Ralphs.
But Scott doesn't do coincidence. I can't even say that with a straight face.
He does when it comes to names.
Scott
He certainly does when it comes to names.
The only reason I like
Hudson.
Ralph being a Murray employee that defects is since he is so loyal to Fazbear. In context, he gets hurt by MCM, and then William and Henry roll up and are like, hey, if you work for us, we'll help you sue them, we'll pay you a whole lot more money, and you can be like high up in our company.
It's such a raw
I'd be loyal as hell to Fazbear after that.
From what we can tell, Ralph wasn't high up in the company based on the week before. He was just security guy who also got conscripted into doing recordings.
I think the fact that he was at the first Freddy's and FNAF 2, well, at least he was with the company for a long time, right?
He also refers to the owners as friends.
I do want to add to the to that idea that Ralph did work for MCM at first, because Ralph is implied to be the guy wearing the Captain Springlock suit. So he was a part of the Foxy show, and I feel like you could connect that to Phone Guy saying that Foxy is his favorite character in FNAF 2. I feel like that would be
Do
cute.
we think there's any significance to the FNAF 3
I
map
just don't
and the
know
underground
if it
Freddy's?
makes sense based on how he's been characterized.
Yeah. Sorry, it was one of the super
He is
chats we'll get to that I
characterized as being
completely
like
forgot
incredibly loyal to the company he works for. And for that to only kick in as a Fazbear doesn't really make as much sense.
That's fair.
To me.
I think there's like not a lot of evidence to say this is Ralph, but I just like that headcanon.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's just the amount of neglect he received from MCM for it to be the perfect opportunity for Fazbear to be like, come here with us and you won't get killed in a spring
Dan
lock.
Chick with another 10, thank you very much, very kind. All of these tunnels explain the sinkholes, and William and Edwin completely destroyed the structural integrity of the area. Yeah, there's so many goddamn tunnels. I talked about it last stream, and Dual Process Theory made the meme, so I have it now, where it's literally just Oh yeah, let me throw in. Speaking of, one of them messaged me to join. So yeah, let me throw somebody else in here.
I just thought of a weird theory.
But I'm gonna bring the meme in too, because it's literally the whole thing is just Edwin constantly being like, I can't afford this company. Meanwhile, is building like a massive underground facility to go 20 feet from his house to the building. Like,
I remember her sending that.
that's so good. Okay, so we got 2 Finley with 100 bits. I still like the darkest bit of hell is open to swallow you whole. That is a very good line. I also like William the theater kid throwing it back at him in Dead by Daylight is very funny.
Yes.
And then Epic Greater, I completely forgot about this, and I'm sad that I now remember it. Hey, why is the FNAF 3 map down there?
Oh, I have thoughts.
I've got thoughts and I don't like any of them.
But I have thoughts. I like my thoughts mostly.
Okay.
I like my thoughts too.
I don't like my thoughts. They keep me
My
up at night.
thought is this was the original, like... I still need to, like, sort out all of the details, but I think that this... It's hard to figure out how to phrase it, because I haven't worked out my thoughts, but I think this... My thought was it could explain the logbook, because I always thought it was really weird that the logbook depicted the FNAF 3 location, but then
Something
talked
I
about
don't
the
see many
spring lock
people
suits.
talking about. How rich is actually? We see that they have their
I
own
see
food
that.
division. Also,
They don't actually
Dreadbear's
tell anyone about
singing
these
show is
because
a
it made it seem
restaurant
like a Fazbear
that's been
employee
around enough
took it
long
back and was
enough
like,
to have a
"Hey,
20s,
don't
30s
tell
boom, but be a
anyone about these
favorite
things we have
restaurant for the
discontinued and
Murrays."
don't want to get sued
Also,
over or
MCM
whatever."
has
But like,
costumes,
if this was
consumer
a thing at the
electronics,
horror
cereal,
attraction,
and kids TV
why
shows.
would they
How
say
did
that?
he get so
But
much
if the horror
dollar for all
attraction
of
was
this?
put in
They both have so
in
many
an early
fingers in
like
different
based on the
industries.
like first proto Freddy's design or the first Freddy's, then I could see it being a case where it's like the logbook was made sort of like based on the designs in the logbook was based on the way this was set up, and then the Fazbear's fright people came in.
Yeah. No, I'm like I'm
Set it up because
seeing.
this is how it was,
Yeah, I see the path you're going on here.
See,
and so they
it's
just sort
interesting.
of mass-produced it from there, and that's why those designs would line up the way they did.
And if the FNAF 3 location was actual Fazbear property, it would work with the Fazbear Fry people, focusing on focusing their attraction on being a collection of like relics from the past, including the building itself.
Yeah. And it would explain how they got in contact potentially with people who worked at Fazbear in order to like know, hey, there are safe rooms. And then they go tear down the wall to the FNAF 1 location and get Grandpa Willie out of there.
I
Anyway,
upgraded
hello,
to
Connie.
creator.
Okay, there's a
Welcome,
pattern I'm
Connie.
noticing with the logs.
Hi. Hey, Corey,
No.
I might bring her in, but she is sewing an Ella ragdoll for a cosplay right now, so we'll
Huge.
see how that goes. Yeah, I just wanted to come in because I was just listening in, and I just have to say my piece of I really don't think Mimic. Oh, hold on, Corey just walked in with a cat.
Cats!
Corey, you're gonna scare the dog. Okay.
I heard
Okay.
the cat get scared.
Yep. Well, the cat's not scared. She just always sounds upset because that's just how she is.
Valid.
This is like, if you're confused about whether she's upset, she's not. You'll know when she's upset. No,
Let me turn lighting back on for this
I
reveal,
told
and then I'll
you,
turn
you
lighting
scared the
off
dog.
again.
But our dog's terrified of the cat. She loves him. He thinks she's gonna eat him. But Mimic, what I really don't think Mimic is Fiona, and there's a specific reason for that. Like, obviously, there's
Which Mimic are we talking?
Yeah, there's a lot of mimics now.
Either, but the Fiona program
M1 or
for
M2?
Mimic 1. M1, I guess. There's a couple specific things. One, like, obviously there's the fact the line is mimicked, but like you said, that could be a spirit box type of thing. What I think is more compelling evidence is that, one, Fiona died before the Mimic was created, or at the very least before it was introduced to David.
Right.
Because when she leaves for Fall Fest, she specifically says, I'm getting Trisha to watch David, which means David would have needed a babysitter, so it would have been before there was a Mimic around to babysit him. Also, she doesn't really seem like the type of person to agree to let a Mimic babysit, but, like, that's just, you know, speculation. It's definitely that she, like, was dead by the point Mimic was there. And with her dying in a separate place as well, it's a little confusing how she would get in there. But the other thing that I find a bit more compelling is that Computer Fiona does some very specific things that are against Fiona's personality. Like, one I just noticed while going over the birthday tapes is the second birthday. Fiona is really upset at Edwin for leaving the party. She's like, come on, there's a party, we have guests. And she, like, sounds, like, basically really frustrated when she's like, well, we're cutting the cake with or without you, 5 minutes. The fourth birthday party, when you can hear what's definitely Mimic Fiona, like, telling David, like, happy birthday, here's your playground. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go back to work. And she just goes, okay, I'll watch David. Like, with no personality or, like, inflection. There's the fact that the computer never seems interested in puppeteering or any of the other employees. Like, the original Fiona was all about employee safety and inviting them over to their house. When when Fi meets Edwin, she said, when Fi meets Edwin, she says, don't tell anyone about me, it's not safe. Which is, first of all, a wild thing to say, but also...
Well, she might have been worried about her, like, getting dismantled or something.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to be near any of the employees. She has no qualms about Edwin putting them in more and more unsafe working conditions. And then as soon as David dies, she's just like, okay, make another one. And I think that's what...
You unlocked something in my brain when you said something earlier. Yeah. I don't want to cut you off, so I just want to say that.
Go ahead. There's also do want to mention, this one could go either way. When he's talking about Fazbear screwing him over, because I found the tape, he says, Fiona was right, they're not my friends anymore, which could imply either wife Fiona a couple years back was like, hey, these people don't seem to have your best interests at heart, or it could also be Computer Fiona trying to isolate him and accidentally hitting the nail on the head. And accidentally hitting the
I
right
can't believe
spot
they kicked Edwin out of the polycule. How cruel of them. So you unlocked my brain when you said something earlier. Regardless of whether or not Fiona is possessing M1 or anything like that, you're right. Fiona, first and foremost, was an excellent puppeteer. How would you describe Glitchtrap's actions in the modern timeline? That unlocked my whole... Like, I felt the brain explosion when you mentioned that she was a puppeteer. I'm like, oh, right. She was a puppeteer.
Yeah, Computer Fiona is puppeteering the people around her.
Yup. And so, in modern timeline, Glitchtrap, whether or not there's any Fiona influence left, is very much a human puppeteer.
Oh, true, yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, that was basically just the stuff I wanted to get out. We can go back to whatever conversation we were having.
Well, I do have some lined up super chats unless anyone wanted to add to that conversation that we were on. I'm just getting really cool shots of low brightness music, man. Ooh, I gotta get that angle. Let me die one more time.
Yeah, and that's actually one thing. Like, one thing I saw in chat is M1 is mimicking Edwin's memory and idealized version of Fiona rather than technically Fiona herself. So I do think it would, like, if she were possessed by Fiona, she would probably be acting more like Fiona.
That also reminds me. Yeah, I did just remember. But as soon as I figured this out, I was like, dude, we were joking, like, when the teasers were dropping, of like, wow, Edwin's sexism moments of like, moms, you won't even have to leave the kitchen for your child to have a friend. But like, that is so metaphor for 1970s sexism of like, everything that made her her is stripped away and she is just the perfect supportive wife and mother.
Well, that's why I think as a character, F10 and 4, that version of Fiona is so compelling because he's made this like stereotyped, like redacted version of what he views as a woman, right? And then the one purpose he gives this robot, watching his son, is taken away from it.
Oh yeah.
That's such a compelling character for me. He's like, what happens now?
And that's why she wants her son back so badly.
Yeah.
That's what she is maybe.
There is the question of, does she want David back, or does she specifically want a mimic David?
I think she wants a mimic David. I think that's what Moon.exe is
M2.
Because specifically, if we assume she is either one of the mimics in Ruin, that implies that she's, like, you know, in on the glitch trap plan. She's either glitch trap or in on the glitch trap plan. If she just wanted a David, she literally had a brainwashed, like, 8-year-old boy at her beck and call. She could have just made him David and then gone out for ice cream with him. She wanted the mimic in the basement free. Like,
that's her son.
She wants the mimic David. She doesn't want
I gotta
David.
turn down this game.
I mean,
I'm in the big top chase sequence, and it is so loud compared to Discord.
F in the chat.
Yeah, there is that one line where M1 is like, I miss you, but I miss my son more.
Banger
So
line.
like her top priority is M2. I will say I don't think that, like, I mentioned this previously, but like some people might not have been here. Like, I don't think that glitch trap is just the mimic. I do think that, like, Help Wanted 2, the lines in the files that say a small piece of his code remains, and that's connected to the memory plushes and stuff. I think that does imply William had sort of hijacked the mimic program. But I do think there was, like, mimic influence there. But, like, I think glitch trap was sort of controlling it, and then after Help Wanted 2, glitch trap gets squeezed. And then William's control over the program is cut off, and that's why the mimic as itself is active in Ruin. Because up until then, it's just glitch trap, and there isn't really much indication of, like, why mimic would be, like, would have these such heavy William associations. Like, yeah, Edwin knew William, sort of, but, like, why would M2 be, like, such heavy-handed, especially in, like, the books and stuff, or whatever.
Yeah.
Even if the books aren't in the game continuity now. So I do think glitch trap, so glitch both, or whatever the theory is called. I think it was a sort of amalgamation of, like, they talk about the pathfinding circuit boards that they stole back. Like, if I think it would be interesting if, like, that was like, okay, we put in a little bit of William's influence into this, and so the William haunted bit sort of took over, but once his influence was gone with Help Wanted 2, that's what allowed the mimic in, and that sort of, and that could have been Scott's way of saying, okay, I want this to be the mimic now, I want to put the focus here, so we're killing the William part of glitch trap specifically, and now it's the mimic.
Yeah, I can totally, like, with the context of, because before the context of Secret of the Mimic, I was kind of going in the flesh route of, you know, Help Wanted 2 is showing us a newer iteration of glitch trap, culling the older version of it, as we see it in the flesh with all the, like, digital spring traps killing the previous version of it. But now that we have the context of Secret of the Mimic, I think I'm much more along the side of, this is some part of the Mimic programming flushing out William from its own system.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is one thing as well that I've talked about before. In Help Wanted, you've got the Glitch Trap plush and the Vanny mask. And Glitch Trap is obvious, and like you've got the Green Rabbit, and that's William is Green Rabbit, Springtrap. But then you have Vanny, which is connected to the Helpy program and M2. So my thought process there was like, okay, you need both in order to purge Glitch Trap from the Pizzaplex systems. So you need to handle both the William aspect and the Mimic aspect in order to take care of them. And in that situation, the Mimic is the one associated with Vanny. So Vanny crushing Glitch Trap then connects to the Mimic getting rid of William's influence, potentially.
Yeah, I like that.
Yay!
We solved.
We solved it. All right, we got more. We got more super chats. Let's. We got Mr. Goes to the 5 very kind. Do we think M2's killing Fazbear Tech is a form of revenge towards the company that set Ed off? Wait, hold on. Do we think that M2's killing Fazbear technicians is a form of revenge toward the company that set off Edwin, ignoring his family to a ridiculous extent? I mean, it could be, but it is also kind of just self-preservation.
Yeah, it's a combination of self-preservation, and if, like, this was meant to be David, like, a kid isn't gonna be, evil company that's hurt my dad. Like, when I was...
Well,
whatever,
if M2 is part
David was
Edwin...
4. Yeah, the Mimic, like, M2 did copy Edwin, but he would have copied the parts of Edwin that it saw. And when Edwin was off doing the Fazbear stuff, he wasn't exactly present. So that's why he was like, the daddy's busy, buddy.
Yeah,
Hey,
God, what a line. I'm still not over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so good.
Yeah, I don't think that Mimic is, like, thinking, yes, revenge on Fazbear specifically, so much as it's just, leave me alone.
Yeah. We got, Tidros, we got a challenge for your, a little bit of a challenge for God David in one of the super chats. Last Lady Legend, could the Baby Isn't Mine cartoon, Immortal on the Restless, be referring to Edwin and Fiona, referencing his conversation with Mimic Fiona on the one tape where he's explaining that Mimic David isn't real?
I don't remember who said it. It might have been MKG, but I'm not sure. I will find it. But someone specifically was going over, like, different theories for sister location and said it's the baby isn't mine and all that is probably a reference to the character in this game named Baby. And as soon as they said that, I was like, oh yeah, that's probably
I like a lot of stuff. I know
that would make more sense to me as well.
I think he's deafened right now. Let me see if he's nearby to defend himself on this, because he's got thoughts. Do you want to talk about God David? If not, I'll do my best recreation of his points to that. But he has a lot of thoughts about specifically Immortal and the Restless and how it relates to this story.
But yeah, on the topic of Immortal and the Restless, oh, sorry.
It's okay. I still have no idea what God David is, and the name is so intimidating.
It's
I don't
really
even wanna
funny.
know.
It reminds me of Dead God theory, where the name of the theory goes way harder than like what the actual theory is suggesting. Like what the actual theory is suggesting, I think is like it's possible. It's totally possible. But
who said God David?
Yeah, perfect. T-Dreads. What do you think Immortal and the Restless has to do with the Mimic?
What do I think Immortal and the Restless has to do with the Mimic?
So someone in chat did a super chat, and I'm like, this is close enough that I kind of want you to spit your piece, especially since we have new folks in the Discord call at this point. But the super chat, the bits in general was, could the Baby Isn't Mine cartoon be referring to Edwin and Fiona, referencing the conversation with Mimic Fiona on the one tape where he's explaining to her that Mimic David isn't real?
Okay, see, so it's tough because that would require believing that Vlad represents Edwin.
I mean, a lot of people
which
do
I
on
don't
Twitter
believe.
because there's two guys
here's the
with
thing,
bow ties,
is that
I guess.
The text of that commercial or whatever, that soap opera, clearly insinuates that the woman Clara and Vlad are having an affair. They're not actually a married couple. It's his distressed mistress or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are going to put characters from Secret of the Mimic into that, it works far better to be William and Fiona than than Edwin and Fiona, considering the sneaky relationship between the two. And we know that Clara or whatever, or Fiona, keep mixing up. Fiona disappears for a week to help the Fall Fest crew. And like I said, the house on the hill burns down at the end of Secret of the Mimic, and the house on the hill is burnt down by Clara in Immortal and the Restless. So if we are trying to say that Clara is Fiona, it makes sense because M1's actions, M1's plot results in the house on the hill catching fire in the end of this game. But why does that have to do with God, David?
The segue then was, what do you think about Immortal and the Restless?
Yeah, I just said what I think. I think right now it is probably Clara is supposed to be Fiona, and the Vlad would be William. Do you want me to go in? Going into detail about why I think what I think requires like all that other stuff. Though.
I would probably recommend
is God,
here.
David?
Bring the link to the Discord, so you don't have to go on your 30-minute explanation, and you can just link your 30-minute
it's a 30-page PowerPoint presentation. I don't want to.
It will become the stream if it's going to be the Let's Teach God David. Everyone in chat after stream, go to T-Dread's YouTube channel and watch God David.
Here it starts at 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
I'm so weirded out about this.
I'll get the idea, and this spans, and you can find this in so many games with parallels from Tiger Rock and Sun representing things, and the sun always watching over you with a grinning, maniacal face and a bunch of FNAF. Basically, I currently reluctantly believe, I don't like the theory, I think if it's true, it's a bad way to take the story. I currently think that Fiona is plotting to, in some way, reincarnate David Murray, and at some point, two of the ways in which she attempts to do this are one, through Gregory from Security Breach. She tries to input David Murray's essence or consciousness or whatever into him, and that's shown through some stuff in the therapy tapes that I go over in this video, and the crying child as well. I think the fact that they all have the same outfit, they all have the same, like... So if you look, even, like, stuff that people would laugh at MatPat for before, like, oh, Gregory and the crying child in this drawing both have a shirt with 2 white stripes and a Band-Aid on their knee.
MatPat was really cooking with that, actually, and
I think he was correct. I think that, by design, Gregory, the crying child, and David all look the same. But that's not because they are the same kid. That's because something is trying to make them the same kid. Like, if you remember, Gregory at the start of Security Breach, after he comes out of his daze or whatever, has trouble remembering what his actual name is. And the spirit in the logbook has to ask the crying child, hey, what is your name? I feel like these kids have been brainwashed to think they are David Murray. And the whole video goes over that.
I do think that's an interesting idea, though I do have questions about how that would have happened to the crying child.
That's the most common one. I think I have an idea. I don't like it if it's correct.
That's fair. But yeah.
It's FNAF World.
My take on Immortal and the Restless, though, to get back to that, is mostly that it's kind of related to sister location specifically, like what Connie said. I think it was Connie anyway, about like it's like, yeah, you've got the baby character and in the game with the character named Baby, but then in the survival logbook, Michael mentions that the character he relates most to in like anything is like he likes Immortal and the Restless, and he relates to Clara because everything is crazy and no one else notices except for me, or whatever is what he says. So the way I sort of interpreted that is like, it's not a literal, it's very, very metaphorical.
Yeah. Where
like for a while, William was pretending to not like have any involvement in the situation he obviously created, and Michael's like, "Yo, hey, what's up with this, dude?"
I just found, so I've been like I took off my face can. I've just been flying through the workshop area just with like lighting turned off, just seeing what we can see. One of the boxes in the workshop is labeled as, it's like a shipping label, Fazbear Entertainment Products, which is just more evidence.
Use this in a video.
Yeah, this is important. This is a lot more evidence that like a lot of us already assumed like it's not that Edwin made all of this, it's that Fazbear is contracting him to make additional ones or to prototype new things. This is more evidence for that like Fazbear is like, hey, you make this for us, here's the materials.
Right, chat is asking for God David at the end of the stream. You can put the link in chat if you want.
I mean, I can put the link in chat now so they can grab that.
I'm not trying to yoink your...
Yeah, here, I'm going to put the link in chat, but I'm going to watch the view count. And if any of you leave...
it drops to like 3.
Yeah, no, get back here! Go back!
Chat, only watch the section titled God David. You do not need to watch the rest of the stream.
You can watch the whole thing for the watch time, but...
That's true. Start with for my whole $4 of YouTube live ad rev.
Can one of my mods take that Twitch link and put in the... Oh, never mind. For whatever reason, it wasn't letting me send it, but now it is.
See, my only thing with God David is the same thing I brought up earlier of
right, that's not
Fiona doesn't seem to want Gregory to be David. She just wants the mimic to be David.
Yeah, she wants her son.
Possesses Gregory. Glitch Trap possesses Gregory, and then makes him a servant instead of just going, all right, your name is David.
There's a lot of these. All of these shipping labels say Fazbear Entertainment products on them.
That makes sense. It was it was a big Fazbear project.
Oh my god! All of these say Fazbear. Oh, there's every one of these white labels is the Fazbear Entertainment product shipping label.
Yo, they were actually making him make like a bunch of.
I mean,
shit.
it's that one log. They're cracking the whip at me like a contractor. It's literally
like,
I thought we were
like
friends, but
anymore.
I'm
They're
just a
treating me like
contractor to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's one thing interesting that I found about that log is he seemed to be talking in the plural as considering multiple people his friends, not just Henry. So maybe he was friends with William, and then William was the one like sort of manipulating the situation. Because I feel like people have been like, yeah, Henry let this happen and did say, hey, we're gonna not use your spring locks. But I really feel like William was the main one being like, I am going to steal his employees and his land and make everything hard on him so I can get his stuff for
I like the idea that Henry's not an evil person, but like, you know, he's a shady businessman with William. But it's the thing of accomplice. I just think it's like, this would actually help our business. Yeah, and then like maybe seeing what happens to Edwin after starts to turn his page. And then when William starts doing worse things, it's like, okay, wait, something's going on here.
Yeah.
Hey, should I?
He's like, man, I wonder what happened to. Like, I didn't realize Edwin was like struggling so much. Like, I wonder what happened to all his employees. And then why they're all coming here, and William's just in the corner like whistling.
But yeah. Guys, who were in the call the other day, should I drop the Fiona and Henry connection theory that me and Corey came up with?
Sure.
I'm going to get some... For everyone in the chat, while we're talking, I've put lighting back on. I'm just going to give you, like, sick-ass wallpapers, so feel free to screenshot. These are going to go hard.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be awesome.
I actually do need that.
Our theory is we noticed, and this is... one where it's like there isn't direct evidence, but the circumstantial stuff is adding up, which is like always the best theory. I love making theories like that. It's just like, it's probably this could be happening. So we know that Edwin is on a nickname basis with Henry. Henry seems to have been working for Murray Co., possibly poached by Fazbear, possibly working in between them because both Fiona and Edwin like went to him about the springlock suits.
But like, at least they are working together friends situation.
Oh yeah, they are at least working together friends situation. Edwin, again, nickname basis that Edwin is on with Henry. Which doesn't seem to be with anyone else, like including Fiona and David, but he's very close with Henry. Henry also seems relatively close with Fiona, since again he's the one talking to her about the spring locks. She's like, and if we assume, and this is a big assumption, but if we assume that the message about someone and Stan stealing Fiona's drawings and running, that could be Henry, just because like he seems to be closest to, like, if he was close to that, he might be able to get access to her drawings. But
maybe
it's a possibility. It's still like kind of again more circumstantial than but with
my thought there is my guess was that Stan and his buddy went on to create Stan's Budget Tech in Pizzeria Simulator, but Henry was already with Fazbear Entertainment since Fredbear's is a thing, and we know that Henry was involved with Fredbear's.
Yeah, we also think that it's entirely possible William's message of how would you like to be a manager at a new location could be to Henry, especially since he ran the first FNAF location in the books.
But the thing is, by the time like we're actually seeing, like the thing is like William and Henry were business partners. It wasn't a case of, oh, do you want to manage your own like franchise location? William and Henry were partners as of Fredbear's. So I don't think they were. I don't think that's why I don't agree with the idea that Henry was poached from MCM. And also, like, the captain Springlock suit blueprint is the only one apparently that doesn't have MCM branding, which implies that it isn't, like, the Springlock stuff isn't MCM, like, owned. It was, like, a reference of, like, hey, here's how this works. That they then had to, like, work on.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Yeah. This is just kind of like our thought process while watching the game.
That's fair.
If, let's say, Henry is really close with Edwin and Fiona, and we were like, okay, Henry's close with these two, possibly, like, dipped when Edwin, like, whether he worked there or not, dipped when Edwin went nuts, and either, like he would definitely have benefited from getting Fiona's drawings, whether he's the one who swiped them or not. But the thing we were like, hey, when Henry says, Fiona dies at Fall Fest, and that could potentially be a William thing because he's just he's just decided to destroy Edwin's life for shits and giggles, like. And she, like, felt like something wrong was going to happen there. So oh yeah, that shot's wallpaper material. I'm sorry, I'm watching the stream. This is awesome.
I can't, for the people asking questions in chat, I can't turn off the cursor, so I'm trying my best to hide it in other objects.
Yeah. So, if Fiona dies potentially at Fall Fest, potentially Williams.
Raven's still here?
Yeah.
And that's when things start going.
Raven, the problem with
I figured something out.
Yeah.
Nice. I was gonna say, Raven, the problem with God, David, is that I cannot explain it without visuals. Like, is impossible to, like, it can, because it takes from, like, 7 different games, the evidence for it.
I feel that. But, okay, so Fiona died. Sorry, I was explaining this so well, but now I'm just, like, trying
Text
to
me what you figured out, Raven.
But, so Fiona dies at Fall Fest. Could be a William thing. And then things start going tits up for Edwin. He, like, he loses himself. He starts thinking a computer is her. Eventually, David dies because he's letting a computer watch his kid. All that stuff. We were wondering if Henry and Fiona could potentially be related. And also specifically because she is described as a puppeteer and she may have designed the puppet. Like, if, like, say for example,
that could be why there's such a.
Say for example,
it could be related to the working relationship, but that also reminds me of, like, Fiona apparently warning Edwin that they weren't his friends, and that could have been Mimic Fiona, but I assume that when Edwin made Mimic Fiona, it was still his perception of her. So if Henry and Fiona were related, why would he have made Fiona's personality?
She also was the one who immediately said, "You can't tell anyone else about me; they wouldn't understand, and it wouldn't be safe for me." So the thought is, like, imagine, like, just from the idea, you are like you have a sister, which also Aunt Jen and Fiona, extremely different characters, but their names do mean the same thing. Just for the record, both mean white and fair. But that's probably just a coincidence. But imagine, like, you have a sister. She's married to this really successful businessman. You've been chilling for a while. You might be working for him, might be contracting him. Suddenly, she dies. He goes in. You're, like, kind of going into a grief spiral, but so is he. He's going into a grief spiral that's really bad. Starts treating everyone around him like shit. Makes a computer and starts talking to it, thinking it's her. Whether you know about that, probably not. And then her son dies, and it's his fault. Like, yeah, I can if Henry was working for them, I can definitely see why he'd immediately be like, you know what? Fuck this, actually. And then 30 years later, he's like, wait a minute, Fall Fest was a William thing. God damn it. And that's the wound first inflicted. Like, is that possible?
It's possible.
Would that be on Henry, though?
But
I just doubt it.
We need a lot of new information. There'll be new information for that.
Very circumstantial, but it would be wild. Also, like, there was a lot of emphasis on her being a puppeteer that didn't really, like, quote unquote, seem to go anywhere. So there's definitely some connection between her and the puppet.
Well, I just took it as, I didn't really take it as connection to her and the puppet so much as I took it as, like, she's a puppeteer, which means she does the voices, and she could do some of the stuff that, like, MCM had puppets, and she could make the puppets and design characters, and that's sort of how that factored in. It's like, Edwin came to her because she was a puppeteer, which then led to her, like, voicing characters, and then becoming, and her being a puppeteer was a sort of way to work her into the company structure. I don't think it's...
That's definitely...
I do think that the
there,
puppet redacted designs is interesting.
Yeah,
I don't want to say that, like, she
redacted
definitely
designs is
has a
where
connection to the puppet, though.
I think one of the
redacted
goals I
designs
should
where I
get
specifically
tonight,
think
I'm
there is
gonna
a
try to do it within the next hour or so. I'm gonna try to get to the end of the game using, like, teleport and stuff just to speed it along. To specifically, I've never seen anyone try this. If you take the glitched permission to Edwin's computer, can you access those files?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Probably not.
That would require designing the game with breaking it in mind.
Well,
right?
you're not breaking it. Once you do New Game Plus again, it's considered a collectible. You start with the glitched permission.
Ah.
Oh man, Banana Boy's gonna get me.
Banana Boy?
Yeah, the skinless mushroom.
Oh.
Also, I'll do a fun fact here. Did you notice the connection between the cutscene that plays during the bad ending and the ending of Pizza Party and Help Wanted?
Yep.
Yes. Do you know that so there are the same hallways, and in front of you is a table with a Datasaur brand computer and a Showtime button, and the Mimic is watching you in both of them. In Help Wanted, Glitch Trap is dancing around, and in this game, the Mimic Endo is literally staring at you performing on screen.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know if it means anything. It might mean that, like, it's recreating Proto Freddy's in the VR game or something. But and all the curtains.
Yeah,
It's
there
cool.
are a couple
Glitch Trap
thoughts I
Mimic.
have on it. I think it, like, I do think that the Mimic is involved with Glitch Trap, but also I do think that, like, Help Wanted was the first Steel Wool game, and that was, like, that could be a reference, and it could connect to the whole thing about, like, similar events sort of, like, repeating themselves throughout the timeline of person gets shoved into Freddy suit.
E.
Yes.
Freddy suit.
Oh, hey, speaking of the, like, wind-up mice. Also, like, this is also gonna sound crazy, but do you guys think that's supposed to represent, like, the mouse costume that Lucia hid in the epilogues?
Ain't no way.
No.
It's just it's just interesting that they chose a mouse, and then, like, late in the game you see, like, the heads of, like, mouse or rat animatronics that never, like, got put together, and that's what Lucia hid in before beating the Mimic to death with a metal pipe.
Yep. With the differences between, like, even just, like, the Mimic's backstory between the two, I don't, like, it could be a reference, but I don't know how seriously they were taking, like, they took the concepts that, like, Scott gave them that happened to also be in the books, but I don't know if it's, like,
I love
meant to be,
Captain
like...
Springlock. He's so jovial.
Yeah.
Hi, King.
We got...
Also, the,
Kill us.
fun
You can
fact...
call it a reference if you want. Like, they can't stop you unless they want to tell you otherwise, and they won't.
You know what? I'll spout some non-Curse of Dreadbear connections, or sorry, some non-God David connections that I found, because I think they're really fun. So, the Foxy Log Flume in Curse of Dreadbear is a Edwin Murray-produced ride. It follows a very similar plot, and at the end, Foxy goes, "The real treasure was friendship all along," which is exactly the quote that's said twice in this game.
Oh, I like
Edwin
that.
Murray, yeah, that's an Edwin Murray-produced ride, which makes sense because the whole theme of that is it's like Fall Fest, which is really old.
Yeah.
The sun, you guys are gonna love this. What's the first thing we see Sun do in Security Breach? A death-defying dive off a...
Oh, I like that. Do we get Mimic Wave today? Please tell me we get Mimic Wave today. Show it to me. Show it to me.
And one more...
Let's go! Let's go!
In Help Wanted 2, I always thought this was a weird detail. In Help Wanted 2, in the Endo Warehouse minigame, when you pair the correct memories to the endoskeleton, the smiling face of Sun appears on the screen. to signify you got it right.
Dude.
Wait, what are we talking about?
So in the endo warehouse, there's an endoskeleton, right? In alpharad 2, you have to pair like memories to it and help it learn. When you pair the right memories and help the endo learn the correct things, the thing the game does to signal you paired the right memories to this endo is by having Sun's face pop up and smile at you, which I thought to be an interesting connection to how Fiona is all about like putting her son back together and making sure that her son is fixed. It's weird. Moon doesn't appear in that game. It's only when you pair the correct memories to the endo in the endo warehouse. And also, some of those cards involve things like kicking a rubber ball. Just a thought. It's cool. You have to rewatch the endo warehouse. No one remembers the endo warehouse minigame. It was kind of boring. But
no, Endo Warehouse definitely was very... I mean, we're literally teaching endoskeletons, like, hey, here's how you be a human.
Be a human. And to have Sun be the one that's smiling at you doing that is interesting. Fun fact, this plays into God, David, but it's on my Sun and Moon page, so I'll just say it. One of the lines Moon says when he's chasing you is, "You've been a naughty boy. I'm putting you in timeout." And in the therapy tapes, the therapist threatens to put Gregory in timeout, and he laughs at that. So it's a bit of a stretch, but if we're considering that,
I like it.
Why would Gregory find that funny? It's ironic because
it's
David
also a case where like the therapist is going to put him in timeout.
The person he's going to kill it's tomorrow.
Yeah. There's a bunch more connections to David in those. Another one is that in the Inkblot test, he sees a mask, and specifically the therapist notes you like masks because you can get away with things you couldn't otherwise. And then in Moon.exe, we put on a mask and get away with climbing out the window and escaping. There's a bunch of stuff in Patient 46 that kind of ties back to Moon.exe.
I mean,
that's all goddamn stuff.
It makes a lot of sense that a lot of this game is going to connect to everything that came before it.
Yeah, of course.
Also, don't forget, Vanessa specifically says, I don't like dark basements, and like, I don't remember what the one achievement that has like Tiger Rock as a picture. I don't remember what you get it for, probably just for encountering Tiger Rock, but it's called like fusophobia, which is the fear of basements.
God, I didn't even think. I've been so stuck on, because Circus Baby is stuck in the basement or whatever. I have not considered the classic.
There is also the fact that Vanessa refers to Glitchtrap as her dad, which you can take however you want, but I do think that like that does hammer home the Circus Baby thing more, because like, okay, like whether or not like it is actually William involved with Glitchtrap, it's definitely pretending to be him to some degree. So like that emphasizes the Afton connection there more than it would be Tiger Rock, like Edwin being the dad connection. It doesn't work as well.
Another thing, the final Phaser Blast level in Help Wanted 2 looks very similar to the burnt ruins you see in that one shot of Moon.exe with the two statues.
Ooh.
Oh, it does.
Yep. Me and Unwithered Truth were looking a lot of this the other day. This one's fun. The lullaby song that I told you this one, right?
Oh, this one's insane.
The lullaby song that the Moon in the basement sings is colloquially known as the Cradle Song, and it was written to commemorate the birth of a woman's second son. The song is very old, and almost every... Yep. The Cradle Song is very old.
I don't know if that's intentional, but that is pretty solid.
Well, this part's hilarious. Let me say this part. This part's hilarious. The song's very old, and almost every recording has different lyrics. And the one recording of the song I could find that has the exact same lyrics as the one the Moon sings in the basement is produced by the issuer Eclipse.
Oh my god.
No.
I love that. I don't know how intentional that was, but if it was intentional, that's genius.
Well, no. So me and Unwithered were like, what if we just looked up the Wikipedia for the song, and then we found all that on there. We're like, no.
I feel like that's like a bit, that might be a bit too obscure for them to expect people to be able to find, but at the very least, it's a very, very interesting coincidence if it isn't intentional, and just a genius little Easter egg if it is.
That's so good.
Yeah, it's so fun. I think Cradle Song is pretty good, but the deeper levels is wild.
You should see how crazy me and Corey's deep dives get. We were looking up Fiona's name today, obviously, because we just mentioned name meanings. And found out it became popular in America because of Brigadoon, and so we immediately had to text Gibby and tell him.
That's really funny.
That's funny.
We've got $5 from Jason. Thank you very much. Hey, what's the thought about the Mimic and David painting being like most of the endings from Security Breach and one from Ruin? Yeah, that's a funky
the
one,
Mimic
huh?
is making some Brazil endings.
Okay,
I can
and then
see
another
that.
one. Yeah, finish the super chat. Yeah.
No, that was the whole super chat. I mean, I think I do
okay.
like the idea of that. Just that's the Mimic's ideal, you know. It's all the Mimic wants at this point. Although I guess the Mimic would want an M2 there.
I just saw that as like this was like just flat out that was M1 and David, and
Yeah, I mean,
do
totally
think
possible,
that
because, like,
M1
in the background, the
wanted-
factory's still fine. So that could have just been something
Yeah.
they did.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just took that as okay. That's David and his robot mom. All right, I
This
do
one-
feel like
Yeah.
M1 probably did care for David. I don't know about one thing. You were talking earlier about like her potentially intentionally getting David killed, but it could just be a case of like he got into something dangerous and she did nothing to.
Yeah, I don't think she killed him. I think, if anything, it would be, we know specifically his playground is right next to the shipping yard, and it's inherently very dangerous for him to be at the shipping yard. It
And she
could
was
just be
leaving.
as simple as unlocking the gate and walking away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one more thing I'm sure you've all noticed at this point. The way you get inside of Glamrock Freddy is incredibly similar to the way
Yeah.
you get inside the Springlock suits in this game.
Yep.
I do
The
think to some
Springlock suits you
degree
get in
that's
this
just the same
game are
game
at
studio.
Proto Freddy's, and he has prototype written on his foot.
Ooh, I do like that.
One of them has prototype,
Yeah.
but not his foot.
Yeah, Glamrock Freddy does. Got his prototype
Yeah.
on his foot, and then you get into the proto animatronics in a similar way. I thought it was a cool thing.
We've got 100 from
To some
100
degree,
bits
I
from...
do think a lot of those. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I do think to some degree some of the similarities are going to be the fact that the same game studio
Yeah, the devs,
made
yeah.
these games, and so there's going to be similarities to how getting in and out of things looks, and like
Mhm.
they really like that people on a hill thing, and it is a nice scenic shot, so it does make sense to like, and if they were trying to like emphasize, okay, like different events are happening, but there's like some similar things are happening as well. It's like sort of like
Yeah.
narrative parallels, because that was a thing and they were just trying to reference as much as possible was also something that was mentioned.
Mhm.
So I do think some things are references for the sake of, hey, look at this neat Easter egg, rather than
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
meant to have this super deep meaning. Because
I just think that in combination with prototype being written on Glamrock Freddy's foot is neat, because you do there's specifically the prototype animatronics you go visit in this game.
that is fair.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I don't think it really means much, but I do think it's like, cool.
Hey.
I do think I like talking about prototype
Hey,
Freddy.
Scott,
I
Steel
feel
Wool,
like
can
that
y'all
needs more
sell
attention.
these little hand puppets as merch, please? They are adorable.
They're so cute.
I want Cleanovac merch so bad.
I want a Cleanovac. He's so cute. He's
my
a
little,
pet him.
little baby boy.
We
David
have,
Mimic is my ugly baby. Cleanovac is my adorable
Exactly.
little baby boy.
we have 100 bits from
So
Epic
much-
Rager. The surprise behind Henry being a little evil is really funny. My brother in Christ, he's a capitalist. True. We have a bigger one from Alexander. 100 bits. Thank you very much. It's interesting that in most of the series, Fazbear is a struggling company, consistently poorly managed and low on funds to do stuff right. But in Secret of the Mimic, it feels like they are very rich. They're making new franchises. They bought Chica's Party World. They have their own foods division. They've contracted
Wait,
MGM
FD.
a bunch of times. Is it possible Fazbear's Family Diner is a chain, not a one-off location?
I think it's because pre-MCI. Pre-MCI, I think they're good, but then everyone's like, you all died there.
Yeah,
I don't want to take my kids.
I
there."
do also
Yeah,
want to
I
say
can see that.
it's very clear that in the early years of Fazbear Entertainment, it feels like they want to experiment as much as possible and just try different things. And I feel like it would make sense for them later on to just lose a lot of money because of this, because of these experiments and stuff.
I mean, it's like Fiona
With,
says to
like, different
Edwin, like, you've got
franchises.
great creative energy and you do all these things. How about we focus on a
Hey,
couple?
you're spreading yourself too thin.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel that, Edwin. I feel on that.
I think a
Like,
lot of
I'm
us in
just
this
like
call feel that.
So true.
800 ideas.
Me and
Oh,
the
also-
partial drafts of like 7 different fanfictions.
Oh yeah.
Me and my 4th and 5th and 6th channel at this point, like.
Oh, boy.
That also, while we're in the Foxy room, so much happened in this game. Can we talk about like Roxy being a pirate cowgirl in the 70s?
Hell
like,
yeah, more Roxy.
Good for her.
Good for her. Deserved.
I love the implication that like Fazbear was like, so for our big comeback attraction, we have Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and these 2 losers from the 70s no one remembers. You know, there were some like old school autistic fans who were like, hell yeah, Roxy and
Honestly,
Bonnie are
probably.
like you should, when the Sonic fandom, when we found out like the stuff that might be in Sonic Blitz, not even confirmed, stuff that might be there.
Oh, God.
Dude, we were over the moon. Like that would in-universe Fazbear fandom must be.
Where's David in Ruin?
Dead.
Raven.
Dad.
No, I'm talking with Raven.
Hyper-
I know that IT.
His name is written multiple times throughout the game in graffiti.
Are you sure you're not bugging?
I am 100% sure I am not.
Because
bugging.
that would be a lot of evidence for my theory that he's everywhere.
Really weird, and also
I'll
why?
see if I
Who
can
put
find
there?
it.
I knew it. It's
I think I've come to the. I
Are
think
we
I'm.
sure it's actually David and not just some other guy named David? Because I know a
He's
lot
FNAF
of Davids in real
Jesus.
life.
I think
Because
I've
we've
come to
also
the.
got to share these.
I think I finally come to
Hold on, let
the
me-
terms that most of the graffiti in Ruin specifically is the effects of, hey, we just ran like a whole facility with glitch trap, and now everything's gone haywire. I think all the staff bots of random points are just like, I'm just gonna draw what's in my brain and then deactivate.
Staff bots?
Hey,
Alright.
sorry, I
hadn't thought
checked
about that one.
I checked the My Name stats, and David as a name is like in the red in Utah, which means it is like
Unlikely that it's
broad
not
to
the same
people.
David.
I have
Take that, I just
David
fantasy.
who lives in
It's a
Utah.
bu-
Only
in
one
the red
David
is-
exists ever.
In the red
What?
is a lot. It means there's a lot
look
of.
at- look
Yeah,
at
David is a
Texture.
biblical name.
Oh, wait, never
Utah
mind,
of
never
all
mind,
states
never
is
mind,
going to
never
have a
mind,
lot of
never mind.
biblical names.
I was opposite.
Having a
No,
cousin
wait,
in
that
Utah
just
named
means
David. I
he
can
gets
confirm
reborn
Davids in
so many
Utah
times.
are a thing.
That means he gets reborn 100 times. Yes.
We have
Yeah,
$5
Alright,
for
where is
Tristan
this?
Wade. Thank you very much.
What does
Instead
it
of
say under
M1,
Run, Fox, run.
Okay.
instead of the M1 copying living Fiona on accident or Fiona possessing M1, what if Edwin only copied Fiona's ghost with M1 and mistook real possession?
Never even that graffiti is a little suspicious to
Wait,
me.
so
I
you're
don't like
saying
that
that-
tagline.
You asked this a
I
while
found
ago,
that a
so
long
if you're
time
still in
ago.
Tried
chat,
to recreate it, but the ghost didn't actually possess.
or like
That's correct.
in making the mimic, he
Are those
convinced
on the-
himself it was
Raven?
possession.
Hmm.
Like he
Is
thought
that
it was a
David and
possession, but he
Greg
just
graffiti
made
on
the
two
mimic
sides
one.
of the same object?
Could be.
That would be
Edwin?
funny.
Oh wait! I always thought Dolly approaching here
Because
was
you
just
know
kind
what
of
I'm
funny.
gonna say.
At 30%
If the name's
brightness,
David
this is
and Greg.
intimidating.
It's not the same object, but it's the same
There are
type
like
of
Okay.
more
object.
conversations
I was gonna
going
say
on
if it
right
was
now,
the
and I have no
exact
idea
same
what's
one
going
and both
on.
David and Greg were written on it, come on.
You also have a James and I think a Rose as well, or no, Ruby.
Ruby. Good thing it's not Rory. I would have screamed.
But yeah, there is David graffiti sprinkled throughout the whole game with
an
Run
additional
Fox
100
Run
last lady
everywhere
legend.
as well.
No, I was just saying that usually Dolly approaching here is kind of funny, but
Oh, wait,
on
let's look back in Sun's room.
on 30%
guys keep
power,
talking.
this is terrifying. It's very intimidating to have her just roll
Look at
up.
the sunroom drawings. Raven, no, the sunroom. The 3x3. Here. Well, no clue.
Why would
After
Fiona want
Secret
real
of the
David
Mimic, I
dead,
still
whether
don't
she
know what those
intentionally
are.
killed him or not? The only idea I could think of, because I'm still not convinced Fiona wants real David dead, the only idea I could possibly think of is the idea that Fiona, as the robot, is not given a real child. She is just babysitter for David. And Edwin has technically created a mom bot who wants to be a mom no matter what. So, if David is dead, he made Fiona. Maybe he'll make David bot, and then that'll be a real son for
Raven.
her.
Yeah.
I will say
Can you boot up Ruin,
it
Raven?
seemed like she was like, it wasn't just, oh, she's just the babysitter. It seemed like up until the point where
I wanna look in
Edwin
that
started
sunroom.
crashing out, he did genuinely consider her
You want me to
be
go to the
Fiona.
sunroom?
I want you to
that's
go
the
to
thing.
Sun's daycare
Edwin
room.
considered her to be
'cause
Fiona.
we know that has to do with Fiona and stuff now.
I
So wanna look
I
at that now.
wonder if to Edwin she's Fiona, but to David she's Mimic. Because when he introduces her to David, he's like, "This is the mimic. He can play with you and be put in any costume and stuff."
I will say, I thought that for a while, but when I just rewatched again the birthday tapes, birthday tape number 4, she is using Fiona's voice and calling David darling, like as they go to the playground.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
No, David.
Yeah, like I
David
do think that
sees this as
she.
mom.
I do think it was genuinely an accident that David.
It totally could have been. I just
so happened that she's
one.
like, "Oh hey, you rebuilt me.
Here.
Why can't you rebuild?"
I think it's an accident, but why does she eat the owl in Moon.exe? What is that thing?
Come on, that is weird.
She's assimilated. M2 was made from her program, and maybe
Get to
she
that mimic sun
the
room.
behaviors she had seen of David assimilated that now that David was dead, and then that was like sort of the emphasis when the copy of her program was made to be David.
Fair point from a Phantom author. Fiona is practically immortal. Would she want a practically immortal kid? Fair point.
Chat, let's get a bunch of 14 theories in the chat.
Michael Hainline with the 5 thing. His support was proposed earlier. If Fiona is Henry's sister and William burned her at Fall Fest, then a wound first inflicted on me makes sense. Interesting takes.
Yeah, but
that is built upon like
than
3 different
just-
theories.
Yeah, and there was more to the wound first inflicted.
Oh, we're about to
on
get
me
jump
than
scared,
just,
aren't we?
oh,
Prepare, here
something
comes.
happened to Henry. Hang on, I'm gonna look up the exact words of the speech.
Well, okay, so what it was is it was like a wound inflicted on me that bled out into all of this. So it's like whatever happened caused MCI, like sister location, all that stuff.
It was the mimic in the 0 point feet.
I can see if like Henry is like.
I don't think Scott knows what his 0 point field
died.
is. I'm being super real with you.
100%.
Why did he write it then?
He didn't.
Like Fiona died.
You think the author just came up with it?
Edwin
Because
went
they're
like,
filling pages?
I decided
Yes!
to leave
Yeah, could be.
Edwin, and then
Literally,
I realized
most
it was all
Scott
William's
said that
fault.
most of the books were I came up with an idea and passed it off. All right, like most of the short stories where I came
This
up with
is
an idea.
true.
The only short story I think he fully wrote himself is Into the Pit, and I think he said that too. And that's why it's his darling.
Wrote Into the Field.
Did he fully write that one?
Get ready for the next book, Into the Field, right?
I
Toast.
think
You gotta
that's
eat
what
your
I've
own
heard
words.
is that that's the one he wrote, which is part of the reason why he likes it so much.
Right,
Maybe.
fair enough.
Also, I pulled up the Insanity ending speech, and it's like
Are these Sun
he's
and
like,
Moon
I
faces
could make
just
myself
here,
sleep,
Raven, or in the
but
whole
not
game?
yet.
I think
not
it's in
until-
a couple places throughout the game.
That's
Guys.
shot.
Guys.
That's called foreshadowing, Raven.
Ideas
Seal
continue.
actually writing a story. Sorry.
So it says, like, not until I undo what he has done and heal this wound. A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all this. And then he talks about, like, the trap and stuff. It could, like, if Fiona is the relative, and if Henry knows that Fiona died, was remade as M1, is mixes, is all of this. If he knows that Fiona's death is what bled into all this, okay, maybe, but, like, in the context of
I don't think that's anything.
Pizzeria Simulator, I don't think that makes as much sense.
It's just the fact that it's a kid.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone else in call, keep in mind that me and Raven are doing some investigation
like,
right
what
now.
the
so if
hell
I
are
say
you guys
anything
talking
to the
about?
effect, Yeah. If I see anything to the effect
you
of
guys are like
you suck
3
or that's
states
dumb,
away.
I'm talking to him.
Could you guys maybe have it in, like, the text discussion instead? Because you keep talking over the...
I'm getting
That's a good
very
point.
confused.
I will message Raven. I will
Okay,
message
I'm just
Raven.
getting very confused. We'll be like, we'll say one point, and then just a
Yeah.
completely different random point gets brought up. Like,
I'm
what is
like,
going
wait,
on?
why do you say that? Yeah, it's 2 different conversations.
Oh, hi, Dolly.
Just like the therapy tapes. Oh my god.
We have
Suppose you listen to separately.
Jason, $2. What's your thoughts
Truth,
on
truth.
M2 crawling out of Dolly? I think it doesn't want to be crushed. Next one. Thank you for the $2. That's very kind.
Yeah, the mimic crawling out of Dolly was such a cool shot.
Oh, great shot. I thought it looked awesome.
Oh, that was amazing.
But not really, like, lore implicative.
Yeah, it was just amazing.
Jeremy Morris, interesting take. $5. Thank you very much. Very kind. David, Dave, and Gregory, if they are connected, gradually grow up. Dave is like anywhere from 3 to 7. David is like 5 to 6. Gregory is like 11 to 12. Don't know if that's necessarily a thing, but interesting. trying to catch up on YouTube because it's a little bit harder to scroll the chat there. I guess I can go to the viewer activity tab as well. Oh no, YouTube's just giving me a whole problem with their loading stuff. Meanwhile, Twitch, 100 bits from Caitlin Pink, thank you very much. Do you think Cabin Sun is found in... Do you think Cabin Sun... Okay. Do you think the sun being in the cabin found in Moon.exe could be a reference to the Candy Cadet cabin story? That is interesting.
Okay, that is... The Moon.exe did remind me of...
Oh yeah, TD.
Of Candy Cadet in Help Wanted 2, because there was like because
the witch who has the cabin who then has her meal.
Oven.
Yeah, and I mean
I still don't think it's about. I don't think it's about Moon.exe. I think it fits a lot better to be about the guy in the game that we're playing. But it is interesting, the connections there.
Oh yeah, no, there's some kind of connection. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I definitely could have made it to the locker in time.
F in the chat.
This section's harder than this section's a lot harder with 30% brightness. Go figure. I haven't scrolled Twitch chat for a while, so I want to make sure I'm not catching anything. I'm not missing anything as I go back down. Yeah, I just got to the 14s that were asked for a while ago. Okay, I think we are caught up. Although my YouTube chat thingy is broken, so I'm gonna refresh that page and hope it doesn't break. I feel like YouTube Creator Studio. Yeah, the tab literally crashed. I feel like YouTube Creator Studio does not like a live stream that goes on for a very long time. All right, pop out chat. Okay, I've got you again, chat. Did I miss
Screenshot
anybody?
That.
I did not miss anybody.
Will do.
Okay, huge. So did the Afton family move into the Murray house? Well, it like partially collapsed. So I think part of that is they rebuilt it into the Afton house. Yeah. And like the similarities there are just the stuff that survived.
83, and that's why Fall Fest 83 could be it's the new house, but the older Fall Fest would have that. Because Fall Fest 83 is what it is in Dreadbear, right?
Yes. And it also would have
had
had
time, the house burned down and would have been replaced.
Arguably, Fall Fest itself could have as well. Because we were talking about, like, the Fall Fest fire can't be in 83. It had to have taken place before then, because if Fiona died in it, no way she died in the 80s.
Yeah, and it's like implied at probably multiple Fall Fests.
Oh yeah, I don't have face cam up. I guess I can put it back up. We don't have many cool shots right now, so we can pull face cam back up. I mean, this is just me kind of trying to... I wonder if I can cheat. Hold on, I can teleport. Can I just put me in the room I need to be in? I mean, it exists. What if I just simply...
It's like, what if I simply was there?
And now we've made it. Let's go.
What Tiger Rock said.
Yay!
Although I'm not really going to be able to cheat the trash segment, I don't think. Unless, hold on, we can sequence break here. What if I just go to the power reactor? Unless, oh, power reactor is modeled. Let's see if it's textured. I'm having trouble putting our boy Arnold on the ground here. I might have to open the door normally. Let me take off lighting and make sure I'm looking at the ground. Flashbang. Anyone watching on their TV in the dark just got blinded by what happened. Is there any questions solved? Warner Quinn with the incredible kind of $5. Thank you very much. Is there any question solved with the introduction of Edwin and the Mimic pre-Help Wanted? Or is it just the next thing going on? Oh, no, there's a lot kind of going... Yeah, this involves pretty much every FNAF game, I would say. Arguably.
It's a lot of added context and...
Yeah, like, not much has changed pre-Help Wanted from what we already knew, but we know a lot more about the process.
Our understanding of it, yeah. Understanding has shifted to accommodate new information.
Okay, so that's not working. I wonder if this will work, though, because this is a separate elevator. Can I go down here?
Perchance?
Oh, Oh, I found one. Let's go. We don't need to do the doll hospital. So as long as Dolly comes out of the furnace down here, we're saved. If she doesn't appear, then I maybe broke it.
Oh, well.
I'm sure they put the checkpoint here, right? Like,
yeah.
Surely you pull this lever. Yeah, okay, there she is. We're good, we're good. Oh, seeing this with no lighting looks wrong.
With the,
This looks incorrect.
it's very interesting, though.
Looking at the texture of the lava, there is definitely, like, metal all throughout it.
Oh, yeah, it's like kind of like melted metal, whatever.
It's just the Remnant specifically is where I don't think that...
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think Remnant is a stretch. It's just one of those things that, like, when you see a facility being powered by molten metal, you gotta think about it a little bit. Like, just bring it in the conversation. Oh, the respawn is here, though? Uh-oh. It's okay. I can just not die this next time. Okay, so it was down here. Oh, hold on. I can't see anything without the... There we go. Okay, this was where I could bring Arnold back. I kind of want to do it with the 30% lighting because I feel like that's going to look really cool.
Usually 50% looks perfect.
I'm on 30. It's a little darker, but it gives some really moody shots. Grub it up with a very kind $5. Crackhead theory. William adopted David as his own to try to replicate Edwin's tech and named him Dave, kind of explaining the put you back together. Yeah, it is a crackhead theory. I'll give you that. God, that shot looks really nice.
Oh, man. Dude.
Oh, this run is rough at 30% though. God, this is probably my second favorite song on the entire track. Is the Dolly Chase song?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Did you notice? Did you notice that when you first get introduced to Dolly, the music that plays is like a calmer version of this chase?
Yeah,
music?
It's such a good motif that carries over.
I love music.
Avatar Roku, you can't say that. I'm gonna dictate exactly how it's spelled in chat for you all. I just need to pull up my little soundboard for this one. It was he wrote, and I quote, "My name is Edwin. I the mimic. It was difficult to together." You can't say that. I know it was his robot wife, but we're not gonna bring that up. What's the command to turn off lighting in Unreal Engine Unlocker? So it's not technically turning off. You're changing the view mode. So it's previous view mode is before they added the lighting, and then next view mode brings the lighting back. I think that's how that works. But those are the command. It's technically prev view mode, all one word, and next view mode, all one word. All the clips we're getting of Let's Players doing the generators way too intense are very funny to me.
Oh, yeah.
That's Molten Dolly. Ew. And with 30% brightness, so she's glowing.
She looks awesome. She's creepy. What a queen.
Mm-hmm. We love Dolly around these parts. Never did anything wrong. Oh, she looks so... The fact that she's the only light in this area is so cool.
Mm-hmm. Look, she said I might need a lobotomy, and maybe she's right.
True. Hey, I trust her.
I trust her, yeah.
Thank you, Salacious B. Clack, 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 crunch. Youch.
Dolly diagnoses me with female hysteria ASMR.
God, the fact that we got ASMRs of this game, like, minute 1 is insane to me. I was seeing people post thumbnails to Twitter, like, as the game came out, like, ASMR, you're getting fitted for a costume in Murray's Costume Manor.
Right, I have a question.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the stream, did you look at the papers around the van?
I did when I first played. I didn't do it very much in this stream in particular. It's like a Fazbear order forms of like, hey, go to collect the stuff. I did notice.
There are
Apparently,
some
people
papers
didn't
with
point out.
dates on them.
Oh, really?
There were
Yeah,
what
I'm
on
looking at them right now.
Oh, what dates are on them?
There's a date. That's what I'm trying to see because I can't see it myself.
I mean, worst
That's
case
why I'm
scenario,
asking you.
I can always make a new file. It's the very first thing you see. Eh.
I'm sending a screenshot in chat.
A lot of apparently people didn't notice. It was like the first thing I saw. I'm sure most of y'all noticed. The cards are Mystic Hippos cards.
Oh.
Like the back of the cards. It's the same design.
Seems like the date here. It seems like it's the first one's either a 4 or a 1. I think probably a 1 because it looks too similar to the next one. But it looks like it's like 1/1777.
I see why you want to free roam that. Yeah, next time we get an autosave, I'll make a new file. We can free roam that and get real close and personal.
Yeah. Also, this is not as important, but I found another detail. There's a bunch of bottles and cans around the driver's seat, and there's a Roxy's root beer, an exotic beverage.
Love that. But there was also not Soda-Roni. What was it, like Pop-A-Roni or whatever? There was like an old-fashioned Soda-Roni somewhere.
There's also some fries.
I'm starting to memorize the elevator segment, and it's because I failed it a lot when I first played this. I saw the speed thing, and I kept wanting to turn it on, and every time I tried, I died because we weren't supposed to do that yet.
Rip.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're looking at 30% brightness, dolly, and also trying to read dates.
Gotcha.
Remember Apollo with the 5 bits. Thank you very much. Oh wait, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay. Just pulling stuff out of the air here. How do we feel about Arnold being Vanessa's grandfather based on nothing other than the fact the way they're speaking is similar? I think they're just both tired.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Every tired person is related.
True. Cola-Roni. That's what it was. 2, 3, 4, 1. Heat. My brain has been so rotted by Chloe Imagination's comics that whenever I think of Vanessa, that's the first iteration I think of.
Yeah, her comics are amazing.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Turn on the elevator and disengage the emergency.
Oh, I almost disengaged the brake first. Power break. All right, guys, let's get fat shamed by Fiona. She's very nice about it. People keep making the joke she fat shames us. She literally says, I'm not trying to judge. I think she's just from the 60s.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not trying to judge, and like sort of awkwardly stumbles through like trying to be encouraging.
Tofu is goated, I must say. I gotta come to back with Tofu. So many Let's Plays I watched of this game were like, I don't want Tofu. I'm like, Tofu's good though. Boo D Skittles with $5. Thank you very kind. Maybe Fiona died in Fall Fest. I think that's pretty definitive. Then Edwin recycled a Fiona-possessed Endo from the fire for M1, which explains why he doesn't know how M1 worked. Maybe?
But that would imply that M2 was possessed by Fiona.
My question for that would be like, why did she possess an Endo in the first place?
Because it does sound like she just died in the fire generally. Like, would Edwin have taken stuff from that and reused it?
Wow.
Would he have been willing to?
The random generator for the puzzle for the elevator, 3 of the 4 cable balancers were already balanced.
That's very convenient.
Ooh, mimic shot and 30% brightness. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
What a freak.
It's so cool, man.
There
Me
you
going into
go.
this factory, like, wow, the mimic is so cool as it rips my arms off.
Right?
I'd let him do it.
Arm and leg privileges revoked.
Are these cars for used for anything besides... I mean, there's a track here, so I guess so. Maybe that's for a ride-along. Oh, that probably goes to the doll
They
hospital.
seem like bumper cars, though.
Because it looks like the car that takes you to the manor. But then why are there 7 of them, and why is there a track here? So, like, maybe the doll hospital, you're meant to, like, ride by and look at it. But, I don't know. So that's a consistent line. Every playthrough I've gotten it here. The I baked it myself for David's special day line.
Also, I remember the van at the beginning. Whenever you start a new hit.
Oh, yeah. I assume it autosave. Let me hit dispatch, because sometimes that does. There, okay, that was the autosave. Huge! So
it did autosave as soon as you got out of the elevator.
Oh, cool. Well, when I hit quit, the game crashed, so give me a second. Thank you, Breaking Games. Before you go. Well, never mind. Hint, we will look at the elephant soon. It's the same elephant. Why do you want me to look at it again? I'm confused. Carney, Arnie. Okay, now either you're insane or you're cooking. It quit the game. What else do you want? All right, fair. Don't forget you can drive the van in the intro. True. All right, let me... Did you look at it already? I'm paying attention, chat. Yeah, when you sent it to me, we brought it up and went over there pretty immediately. New profile. Bring it down to 30 just cuz. I think that looked really cool. Makes so much sense. I noticed the mimic rips out Dolly before she
I'm in the corner upping it all the way.
Well, my first playthrough, I had it at 100, not even thinking about it, because I'm like, oh yeah, we want to look for lore and stuff. And I was playing through, I'm like, man, this game's really bright, but it's still kind of scary. And then I remembered at the very end of my second playthrough, I'm like, oh, we're at 100. Let me see what 50 looks like. Oh.
Yeah, welcome to my world. I played the entire thing on 50.
I was scared to death for even just the beginning portion on 100.
I don't blame you.
I got super scared during like every moment of security breach where I wasn't told you are explicitly safe in this moment. So I get scared very easily. There's a reason I'm a theory YouTuber and not a gameplay YouTuber.
Oh, it only lets you skip the cutscene on New Game Plus. Man, Steelwool, what are you doing to me? No, I don't, because I know you mentioned that security breach was scary for you. I'm like, if security breach is scary for you, this game's got to be terrifying.
Yeah.
Because this game genuinely frightened me multiple times.
I will not be doing. I will not be getting the secret ending because that requires doing too many extra mimic sections. No, thank you.
Yup. Oh, doing the moon maze is possibly my favorite section because it scared me the most of any FNAF game ever.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I did the moon section. Like I found out about the moon section as I was going there, and I just entered this new area. I'm like, oh, what's this? Oh, wait. Can I go back?
Yeah, I am just a person who startles easily, and my preferred horror is the existential kind. I'm here for the cool plot.
Oh yeah, the basement itself, the Tiger Rock section, that was genuinely very frightening. What is the moon place? We'll go there, don't worry. It's my favorite section of the game. We're not going there.
Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Once we check out the van, we're gonna speedrun to executive access, look at a bunch of stuff, and then probably go through the manor and look through that, and then probably call it. Because it's already been like 3 hours. Where did you find the brightness setting? On the pause menu. I hit graphics, it's right there. I really don't think William or Henry are frauds. I think it's less that William and Henry are frauds. I think it's that Edwin is particularly gifted at this. Although I guess not, because 80% of his inventions.
A horrible person.
80% of Edwin's inventions fail, so I don't know if he's that gifted at it.
I just kind of assumed that most of the Fazbear stuff was just contracted or commissioned. We know Fiona designed Chica and Foxy at least, but that's just kind of like, oh, here's where they came from.
There we go.
And there's also the matter of like
40779.
Well, there you go.
April 7th, 1979. So that's what the date was. The date this takes place, because this is specifically. Hold on, let me position free cam. It's hard to move it horizontally. This was specifically the work order of extract blueprints from MCM facility.
I just solved Secret of the Mimic. I'm just saying.
Wait, so we actually have a date in the timeline.
We have a real date in the timeline. No debate. We don't got to argue about it. 40779. Call it a day. Is that 4 or a 9? I mean, it could be. That looks like a 4. No, the month.
I think that's a 4.
Oh.
Because we see the 9, I feel like that has to be a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody say my name?
Can you like zoom out to the whole thing again so that I want to screenshot it?
I also want to say the 4 makes the most sense because it does snow.
Get my face cam out of the way for you. Oh yeah, it's snowing. It wouldn't be September. Although wait, it's April.
Oh, it snows in April sometimes.
I guess it is Utah too. I don't know Utah weather that
before
well.
global warming.
Yeah, Utah has mountains too, so it could just very well be.
It does in fact snow in Utah during the spring.
Turn up the brightness. Oh yeah, this might help as well. Let me just turn off. There you go. Nice bright work order form with Arnie.
Heck yeah.
Oh wait, even clearer than that, y'all. How about this? We don't need a handwriting. It is 9. Date 9/07/79. It's printed.
Yeah. Oh, there you
go. Okay, so it was a 9. He just writes his 9 like his 4s, I guess. He has 2 distinct 9s.
Wild.
So yeah, September 7th, 1979. I wonder what day of the week that is. Just out of curiosity. What day of the week was 9/7/79? It was a Friday.
Monday.
What?
It says what the fuck?
Huh?
What did it say? Okay,
9/7/79 is a Friday.
Oh, it's because my
it's because you
was like, oh, you're a European.
You're right. It did you the 7. It swapped them. I see.
Imagine doing like a 2-day shift and then going home for the weekend, and they're like, "Hey, we need you to do this thing for us."
Someone pointed out he worked 36 hours for them. That's the equivalent of 6 nights in a normal FNAF game. Which means
in the chat,
he's doing the 7th night.
This is the 7th night on Saturday. Which is crazy.
Dude.
Are we sure this is even in Utah? Well, if this is the facility, then yes. And I think it is.
Yes.
And also, it kind of looks like it.
Well, yeah.
Have you seen the memory error detail page report?
If that does become William's house, and this is connected to like Fred, if they're working with Fredbears this closely, I would assume they're living nearby.
Oh, let's.
So unless they're in northern Nevada to be somewhat close enough to southern Utah.
I just realized I didn't look around the van with lighting turned off. I wonder if there's... Is his van powered by... Oh, no, that's a heater. Okay, for a second I thought his van was powered by propane. Oh, yeah, there's the Roxy's Rootin' Tootin' Root Beer. Yeah, let me free cam to get a better look at all this nonsense over here.
Oh, dude, he is so messy.
I mean, he just worked a 36-hour shift. He didn't have time to clean his car. Is that a can of ice-cold milk? Ice-cold milk. Let's go, 1979.
Okay.
Oh, what's this?
70s are wild.
Fazbear Entertainment Employee Credential Form. Fazbear Entertainment hereby acknowledges Arnold as an official Fazbear Entertainment technician as per completion of this entertainment alternative education training program. FIATP. Arnold is officially authorized to operate, dismantle, or repair all Fazbear Entertainment property technology. Expiration year 1979. Emergency contact none. My guy is so lonely.
He's already not wanting to make contact in case of an emergency, and they're doing it anyway.
I think it says expiration year 1979. I think it means they were planning to fire or get rid of him anyway.
I mean, that was the year. That is the year he expired, apparently. So.
Yeah, they're like, we'll just send it. We'll just feed him to the mimic. It's fine.
Is there anything in this? Oh, just more extra propane for the heater. I see. What do we got down here?
I love our arms just floating midair.
There's a label on this.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to. Oh. Z-Breeze compressed air. Drives out moisture, cleans, protects. Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So just like random. Oh wait, there's a label. There's a label. God, this free cam is so fast. Let me switch to the other free cam. It's slower.
I just noticed something. I don't know if you saw it as well at the beginning of the stream. I'm walking around the beginning area. There's another Fazbear Entertainment van in the parking lot, and it looks really
Yep,
dirty.
there it is. It's in the back.
I will go take a peek. Floor varnish is all those cans. I guess for all the wooden stuff he has in his. Oh wait, what's this? Jane Doe and the Somebody's Fortune's Favor. Is that a real? Is that real? Chad, look up Jane Doe and the Somebody's. It sounds like a perfect fake name, I must say. But
yeah,
just in case.
Definitely sounds fake, but yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Okay. I didn't think to look at his belongings. What kind of guy is Arnie? The chess piece is interesting.
Isn't there like a deleted line that implies he's divorced or something?
I remember someone saying something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, man, no wonder I like him so much. He gives phone guy vibes.
He really does. Right,
phone guy, but even more tired.
So where's the? Oh yeah.
Phone guy, but phone guy was working for 36 straight hours.
Other Fazbear van.
And was not treated as well by Fazbear.
That is very rusty. Still open. What we got over here? So the same van build, but they obviously didn't bother to fill anything because you can't get anywhere close to here. But same model. So
my guess is that was from Team 12.
Yeah, I mean we get most of the remnants from Team 12. Wonder, is there a license plate? No.
There are only 2 seats in there, but also it was the 70s. They probably stacked people on top of the car.
It's a van.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Throw them in the back. What's our license plate again? Something 84. 3PA something 784. May. We got it in. So our license plate is overdue as well. Oh no, it could have been the same year. How the hell does tech exist in 1979? Welcome to FNAF.
Welcome to 5 Minutes at Freddy's.
How does this tech doesn't exist now? Do we think you're getting Glamrocks in 10 years?
I mean, give Jim Henson Company enough time.
True, enough time and money.
Literally, I keep they're like, oh yeah, we just had 8 people puppeteering Mangle. It's no big deal. By the next movie, they're just gonna have these bitches be sentient.
Consistently, when I quit out of game while Unreal Engine is Unlocker is running, it crashes the game. Just away with the $5. Have you seen the memory error detail report page? We will be looking at it again, but I have. It's interesting that it almost seems like it's implying that Edwin uploaded fake memories to M1, and the fake memories are a lot closer to the story, which is very interesting.
It's
that, or at least they're just kind of paralleling it.
Yeah.
Because there are some things with even the story that just wouldn't line up with the game, but it does sort of draw from the events enough to where it's okay, there's some inspiration here, even if this is a nice reference. I don't think it would be possible for M1's memories to match the book story.
Or at least as close as they could be pre-Mimic. Post-Mimic, there's no way. But, at least pre-Mimic of, oh, yes, you died in childbirth, but you woke up and you're fine again. It's definitely giving CharlieBot if it goes that direction. Of, implanting false memories.
Yeah, I do think that would be the case. I just think when people are trying to use that as evidence of, oh, this means that, the Tales from the Pizzaplex books are, M1's memories, I'm like, well, there are several reasons why I'm not sure that would actually work in practice.
Mm-hmm.
FNAF is retro future sci-fi? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's literally an aesthetic is retrofuturism. So, yeah. Have a fun, silly theory? Sure. Wait, it's chat scrolled. What's your fun, silly theory? Edwin and Henry were dating, and the wound first inflicted on me is because William took Edwin away. You know what? Based. No, I'm saying they kicked Edwin out of the polycule. It's crazy.
He could only name 2 of the Beatles.
To warehouse, and we're just gonna teleport because I want to get to the end of this game. I don't feel like dealing with Chica. What? Oh, right, I can't enter this route. I have to enter
Does
warehouse.
remind me with Chica. I was talking with my historical nerd friends and trying to figure out when Chica's Party World might have opened, because it's definitely like 50s aesthetic, but very like nostalgia 50s. And someone pointed out that googly eyes became really popular starting in like 1971. So if Fiona's like still alive because she designed the Chica thing, that could put Chica's Party World or at least that trailer at 71 to 73.
I maybe borked this save file. I didn't get admin perms when I was in the doll hospital, and I don't think you can go back to the doll hospital.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm gonna try to bork it even further and out of bounds my way over.
Yay!
I am gonna have to close and reopen the game though because I don't have console.
Nah.
I need my console perms. I sure didn't get the upgrade. I went to open the warehouse. I'm like, oh, that's not the right door. That is the right door.
Whoops.
Hey, Strawberry Goosemooth. Thank you for the sub. Very kind. 3 months in advance? That's crazy. Thank you so much. It was the 1970s. These 3 couples were swingers. I feel that.
Oh my god. That's true. That's probably it.
The thing is, I can't just boundary break the door itself because it's a loading door that spawns in the warehouse. I'll have to I'll go out of bounds and I'll see if any of the loading zones. I think the doors themselves trigger the loading zones, so I might be in trouble, but we'll see. I might be able to pull off something if I go through the showrooms, because I think the showroom lobby, the hallway to it connects to admin, so I might be able to sneak in that way. We'll see. But if any door I need that is a loading door doesn't have something on the other side, we're done for. I wonder if I can just sneak in. Wait. What if I just sneak into Parachute? It's a vent underneath the office. We'd miss out on admin wing, but what is there to look at but office space?
I mean, there can be stuff in offices.
There is stuff in offices, but I might not be able to get there within the next several hours.
That is correct.
We found more things in ruin for God, David.
Congratulations.
God, David.
God, David.
Oh, this is my fault. I didn't
tell him
even
about
run
the
Unreal Unlocker.
tell him about the Staffton table Mark II.
Oh God! So there's a table in the daycare where it has sun and moon, and a third chair completely empty, and it's set up as a birthday party.
A birthday party table where Sun and Moon are at the table, and the third chair is completely empty. It's a birthday party. There's only 3 chairs. One of them's empty.
Yo.
The staff table Mark II.
And then
He's even mimicking the Staffton table. He's really a fraud. Bro can't even make his own allegory for a birthday party. That's crazy. Mimicking everything.
Interesting. Okay, so the vent underneath the office isn't spawned in, but I know when you're at the welcome show, it is. So
Tell him about the 12
I'm gonna
rating.
try to break this. We'll see what happens.
Tell him about the 12. Not
Oh,
the
yeah,
police. I mean the
Yeah. So in the like sunroom and ruin, we were looking around, and there's specifically 12 ripped up staff bodies
with heads and limbs missing.
Interesting.
And
we
team
think
12.
we think it might be because there were 12 teams. There's exactly 12 staff workers ripped up.
Technically, we're 13.
Yeah. We go. When we put the mask on, another one spawns in.
Ha.
I will say, with a lot of things, there are some things where you can tell, okay, this was an intentionally placed detail and it was meant to mean something. But then there are some things where it's like, okay, was this just set dressing?
The birthday party is solid, I think. Sun and Moon at a birthday table.
I think that's
that
solid
one's
enough.
Pretty solid, yeah.
Though considering how little Scott told them, it could have also been set dressing that they just then incorporated.
Yeah, but I mean, remember the exact. He said like his instructions specifically
tell
were
them to
put
do
specific things in specific places. Put items here. Yeah, so that's probably one of the items he told them.
I just try to like be a little more like sure, and I try not to be like this must mean this for the most part, unless we're like, okay, there's a ton of attention drawn to this thing. It's got to be important somehow. Like, okay, the post-it note room, that's important. That was a deliberate choice to put all of that there. What's going on?
I think the sun moon, the secret hideout, that's got to be important somehow. In the sunroom, the
Yeah.
secret hideout up there.
Yeah,
yeah.
I do
Well, that's
agree
where he
with that.
found this.
I was mostly
That's where he
referring
found
to
this
like the staff bots in pieces with there being 12 of them. I don't think that's related to this really.
I know
Maybe.
this game
There's
literally
also...
just. Sorry, I know
What's up,
this
Brian?
game literally just came out, but we'll continue on this after this. I've got a question from chat because it'll derail the current conversation.
Okay. Oh yeah, and the last
I
thing
love
we had was
derailing.
there was a that little house in the sunroom when you put the mask on. With the mask off, nobody's in the house with the mask on. It's really well kept, and there's 3 characters inside.
Yo.
There's also the table with sun being by the endo parts.
Yeah,
and Moon
sun is
being
by an endo
himself.
part, and Moon's alone. Yeah, so when you put the mask on, there's a table in front of the house, and on one side of the table, Sun is next to a endoskeleton, and on the other side, Moon is just alone.
Okay, so that's not gonna.
That's it though.
One
Yeah,
of these
that's
gotta
all
let
we
me
found.
in. I gotta be able to force my way in here somehow.
All right, you can read your super chat.
It's not a super chat. It's just what's everyone's hopes for DLC for this game?
I would like an explanation just as to like how we went from Fiona, David, Mimic to Glitch Trap. Like even if it's just like, and then William Afton picked up the Mimic, or if it's like, and like then like they happiest dayed, or like if Fiona's been playing a long game. Like I would like just a quick thing on that. That would.
I'm
I think
about
be
to
nice.
cook.
Oh, this is fun.
I'm about
I
to
found
cook.
their out of bounds. I found their like measurement tool.
Ready? Right, Toast? Ready for this?
Fun.
The Help Wanted 2 Candy Cadet story is about someone being led astray into a dark forest by a witch, which is exactly what Sun is in Moon.exe, and you go into a dark forest. I think
that was brought up while y'all were figuring stuff out.
I did mention this earlier.
I think it's going to be the
there's,
DLC.
like,
Is going to be
the
we're
oven.
going back. I think we're going back as Arnie, his DLC.
Potentially.
Oh, I could see that.
I just
He returned
I
with
could see
age
that
and
being the
experience.
case, but like if he survived
What's his scar?
that one ending where he got
Probably getting run
set
over
on
in a
fire
car and being set on fire.
Fair.
That would leave a scar, I think.
I mean,
I could see that.
The thing
I just
is-
really think the thing is, I feel like the Candy Cadet stories, Ruin and Help Wanted 2 seem to be tied specifically
To
to
that
the
game, you think?
versions of those characters in that
Yeah.
game, and there are like ways that it fits them really, really well. We're like, yeah, it could also like parallel the situation that happened here.
It fits
but
Arnie just as well now, though.
Wait,
especially with
Alexander
the Dark Forest,
Wolf,
which
how would
literally
going back
being
to
worse.
the-
assuming he would come back for revenge, I would think that Arnold would want to stay the heck away from everything
That's what I would
Yeah.
based
assume.
on his personality.
Yeah, I
did
would
also just
assume
wanna-
that.
Unless he does come
quickly-
back, I'm not. I don't know.
How
Yeah,
would
no. So
going
if
back to
Arnie
this?
is the
well-
protagonist of the DLC, it probably was that. We have to see if he's.
Someone in
the,
chat is
That
trying to
is,
solve
if there
the
is
problem.
DLC in the first place.
How would going back to
Yeah.
the
Well,
security
there is-
office
there
get
is
me
DLC.
to
There's
that
files for
floor,
it
red
in the
doors,
game.
and load zone with the door
Okay.
to dollies? Is it? Okay, I'm on my way.
I data mined it.
Also, I just wanted to
Yay!
mention that in the default ending, you are told that they're
This?
firing you. Even before they find out that you misplaced company property, just because you were just not answering to them. So
Yeah, they
he would
they
come
were
back.
not keeping him around.
He's screwed no
like,
matter which ending
even
you
if
get.
you survive.
Doomed by
Yeah,
the narrative
exactly.
or whatever.
They are haters at Fazbear Entertainment.
Yep.
You mean
God.
this, Alexander? Because this is where we come up after.
All right, well, I gotta go. But it was nice
Later.
tuning in.
Have
Fun
fun.
chatting.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Don't
And remember,
die.
chat.
Actually,
It did.
Remember,
load
chat. God
dollies.
Victim is canon.
Oh, speaking of,
Oh wait, no.
I found
God David.
Dolly.
God David.
Guys, we fixed her. She's
Alright,
all
good night,
better.
guys. Toodle.
Oh my
Later.
god.
actually, you know, the super chatter who said like, "What do you want from a DLC?" You know what else? Like maybe just a little bit more clarification on Henry. Like I don't need it spelled out for me, but just like another like nudge in the right direction.
Yeah.
Like my dream situation for a DLC would I want more William and Henry content.
Yeah.
Mine kind of ties into that because I'd love to see more Fredbear stuff.
Imagine we get play as phone guy at the first Freddy's.
Dude.
That'd be peak. Y'all, I found what the carts are for. If you turn off lighting, where we walk by Dolly, if we turn around, there's a whole cart ride that was like I say, it's explaining how the doll hospital works. Look at all these. We got more malfunctions. Talk about our membership plans with literally an underlit fire of Dolly. This is where the broken bits is. It's always great going green. Wait, this art is so cute, and you can't see any of it in game.
Hold on. I do have
at
actually.
least they know that will break the game.
Oh yeah, this image goes so hard.
I do actually have some of the artworks because I found somebody posted them on Twitter. I'm gonna send them in chat.
Alexander Wolf, thank you so much for he found the way to load stuff back in. So now I can get over there and teleport my way back into the hospital to get the perms we need.
Yay!
Well, this game is going to be broken beyond repair.
Woohoo!
Okay, so I need to go this way to here. And there's got to be somewhere to teleport here. In the birthday videos, Fiona talks about other people. She does. Thank you for the $2.
That does remind me, Corey's kind of a crack theory is she was like, there were other guests at David's second birthday party. Entirely possible that like he's the exact same age as Michael. Was 2-year-old Michael at the birthday party?
I mean, it's possible.
He couldn't have been. He would have set the house on fire.
True. Oh, wrong button.
But yeah, like that does go back to like I do think it's interesting that like Edwin seems to think he seems to be closest with Henry, but he seems to consider multiple people at Fazbear Entertainment to be his friends. It's like they aren't my friends. So was he also friends with William?
How do I get the hospital to load though? We're close. We're one door away. Do I have to be like right up and personal? Because I can't open this door anymore because I already did. And it's not a door handle door. Okay, interesting. I might have to go back through the chase sequence maybe? I can try if I go... Where is that chase sequence door? Here we go. This is the other side of it. Try the console to trigger the door to open. I don't... Oh, no. The console, both of them were grayed out because they've already been used. For a second, I thought you meant like the typing in-game console. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. Elevator might be a tricky way. I'm sure it's not a real... Oh, my God. I was about to say, I'm sure it's not a real-sized elevator shaft, and immediately was proven wrong mid-sentence. All right, let me go all the way down here to the other side of the elevator shaft. Steelwool, why did you load all of this?
Steel wall optimization, come on.
Wait, there's not even...
They
didn't put the room...
you couldn't put the mimic inside the costumes? Come on.
What if I put him at the bottom of the elevator? Oh! Okay. Huh. I may have to reload. I put him at the bottom of the elevator shaft. It deloaded, and I saw his arms fall into the abyss.
Oh, no.
And I don't think there are any more floors. I may have to reload. Oh, wait, there's a door, maybe? Yeah, I'm going to have to. Bye, Arnie. Okay, bye, Arnie. Bye. Well, I guess I'm going to hit quit, which is going to then crash the game, as we've learned. Consistent. We love to see it. We're so close to breaking our way back into the doll hospital.
So close. It's so
How about this? I'll keep smashing my head against this. If anyone can find a way to break into the warehouse, let me know. If we can get executive perms, that's all we need to get the rest of what we need. I go through the cutscenes for the millionth time. Which cutscenes? Oh, do you mean like trigger the "Hi, I'm Dolly" cutscene? Would that trigger? We can try. Because if it just restarts the section, that could work.
Hello, Corey.
Hello.
Welcome in.
That's my
This day 2 on Adderall. Let's see what effects it has on me.
I gotta get me some of that.
Nice.
So where's this gonna put me? Okay, so that's still just here. All right, so fix that. Let's teleport.
I heard
back
myself for a
down
second. I was like,
here.
someone has a crazy. And I realized I had the stream on, and I was like, oh, that's where it's coming from.
That would do it.
Walk over here. That's gonna load in this whole section. Hi, Dolly. I guess, yeah, I'll try to restart the Dolly cutscene. Maybe that'll work. Which, I guess...
I love video games
I
and
should
seeing just T-posing
teleport
people in
to
the void. It's so
here.
great. You can't get that shit in real life.
Let's see if this works. A cutscene is not playing. Uh-oh.
Well,
Hope maybe opening
that's,
doors triggered the load for the next area. Maybe that's what we needed. I wonder if the gear respawned, because I can force myself into the area, the vent, because the vent area loaded in. Gear did not respawn. Uh-oh, yikes. What if I just go on the other side of the door? Oh, bye, bye, Arnie. Uh-oh. Bring it back. I'm about to despawn
Arnie
the
dies.
world. Arnie, oh no, Arnie. Okay, damn it.
True ending.
All right, we gotta restart again. Maybe try on top of the door. Yeah, I guess I'll try that. See if I can get in the loading zone. Bye, Arnie is gonna be the takeaway from this whole stream. Just watching his model fade into the void and then the world despawns around him.
poor dude.
Neji Kitsu, the incredibly kind 10. Hen made the spring locks. Ed made it safe, but Will and Hen never got it. Hence why you don't die when the spring locks fail in this game. Also, I believe Ed lives as nobody and Moon as no body, and Moon.exe mentions a walking stick. Okay, I do like the idea that Edwin made better spring locks, but it never made its way to William and Henry, so they still have the bad ones.
That was the interpretation I had as well, because he mentioned the new spring locks and that there were spring locks previously. He's like, we've done this before and just stuck teenagers in the suits. Why are we saying no now?
Yeah, and then even his wife.
And then there was that one message about like, hey, even these ones do well, even with water damage. So like.
Yeah, because I remember, I think it was
and then
Fiona.
Freddy's was like, yeah, we're gonna say no.
Fiona has the one voice line like, hey, the suits that you're using, my guy almost lost his hand. Can we please look at these?
Yeah. Also, Ralph went to the hospital like what the fourth time he went there?
Right. What's your favorite
How did
part
that
of the
man
game?
survive and have a child?
By far, my favorite section in this game is the moon maze. It's just, it's the scariest part of the whole game, and I respect it for that.
What the moon guy really reminds me of is the like old, it was probably 80s McDonald's moon.
Yeah. I was gonna say as far as like the character of it, it just reminds me of Ratman from Portal. Just some random other side story of a guy stuck in the walls. Like,
I wish FNAF had more of that. Just like, hey guys, I'm in the walls still. Can you help me out?
I mean, there's a decent amount of that already, to be fair.
I keep saying I want a game of just like the one Fazbear store where like nothing suspicious ever happened and everyone was just chill. Yeah,
everything is. Chica's Party World was running still by the time of Sister Location. I'm convinced that nothing bad has ever happened there.
They're just chilling. This is what happens when you put women in charge.
Yeah, this is what happens when you put women in charge. Chica's Party World is perfectly safe, which is something I've joked about before, but now that we know what it is and that it's still been running, I think I'm very right. I think nothing bad has ever happened at Chica's Party World.
I'm gonna try to teleport on top of this door and trick it into loading. Arnie, please don't die. Okay, no. Alright, let me get closer. I love that Chica's Party World. It's just like a fun roller rink to go to. I want to go
Dude,
to Chica's Party World.
honestly, like a 50s drive-in diner where the waiters come out in mascot suits and roller skating, I would go. The amount of training one would need to not fall over.
Tiger Rock behaving like Golden Freddy. My hot take, I've said it on Twitter, is I think Tiger Rock is what Scott wanted Burntrap to be.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like the way he described Burntrap in the interview is very similar to how Tiger Rock acts in this game.
Yeah, it would. I think it would make sense if the way that Tiger Rock acts. Well, the White Tiger. Technically, it's not. Tiger Rock.
Right. The White Tiger.
His name is Tiger.
me and my technicalities. But yeah, it would make sense if it's like, because the White Tiger does give the vibe of like, oh, something you just find sitting there and it's just standing there menacingly. Meanwhile, he was talking about bird traps. It seems like something you would find propped up against a wall, and it wasn't supposed to move on its own.
Especially considering,
move on its own.
Especially considering he was like the boss fight got misconstrued, and in this game there is an encounter with it in a basement. So like maybe that's what he was hoping would have happened, but then he forgot to tell the story to Stillwell.
Yeah, so it was like, oh yeah, we need to have an encounter with this guy as like a final sequence bit before the end, and Steelbolt took that as like, okay, he's up and moving, boss fight, taking over Freddy, hacking the monitors.
Right? It's like, yeah, we made an encounter.
I wanted him to stalk you through the pizzeria.
Like, you got it, Scott. We've made an encounter.
Imagining being like a normal kid at the normal Pizzaplex and you turn around and Bird Trap is there and you're like, you know what? I guess this is normal. Honestly, if it's like modern day kids at Fazbear Entertainment, they're not going to notice. They're just going to be like, oh,
like, oh, cool, prop, riffing on the spooky stuff.
Mom, look, it's Springtap.
Is that, can I? Okay, here's the
question.
I can't get on that because it's too skinny. Can I get on the vent and walk over?
Connie, didn't you see a kid at the library once? It was this tiny, tiny child gripping a Springtrap plushie like he was sucking the, like it was like sucking the life out of it. Yeah.
Yep. Kids love horror.
I think Susie was. Ooh,
depends on the kid.
Interesting. Osmo with a $5 super chat. Thank you very kind. I think Susie was killed at Chica's Party World by Afton, letting him buy up the business. Interesting.
I could see her being killed at Chica's Party World, but I think there is no because there is that's true.
Freddy's?
I just think with the second one, there is no evidence or documents of Chica's Party World also being bought out. My thought is Chica's Party World, because they didn't seem to have any like weird discussions, because if someone else owned the rights to, there's a lot of stuff that would go on there. I think Chica's Party World was a William Afton joint already.
Oh yeah, same.
He does seem to own multiple locations.
Circus Babies. It's not like Fazbear didn't have
and also
or planned or the possibility.
Chica's Party World is based on a 50s diner, and even if it's not, at least not anymore, it's called Fredbear's Family Diner. So I think he had a diner theme going and then realized pizza sold better.
Yeah.
No.
That's why he was just like, yeah, we'll throw pizza in.
But yeah, I do think that, like, it seems like Edwin and Fazbear Entertainment have had working relationships for a while. Mm-hmm. So my assumption, and they talk about in one of the logs or whatever that
it's our every time.
I like Fiona's designs better because it became creepy when the customer got a hold of it, and Fazbear apparently has their thing from turning Fiona's cute designs creepy.
Every time Arnie falls, I have bye as an emote where it's just a sad frowny face waving really fast. So just that emote with bye Arnie.
Bye Arnie.
I cannot. Okay, so I think getting into Doll Hospital is gonna be rip. I think finding a way into the warehouse is that's the MO. If we figure that out, we're in. Try no clip. Try no clip. Alex, what do you think I've been doing?
I don't seem to see any other businesses getting involved with the MCM Fazbear deal, hence why I think that Chica's Party World was just probably run by him. It maybe even, well, as I was mentioning, it's because of the timing of like this would have happened between 70 and 75. Chica's Party World could very well be older than Fredbear's Family Diner. And then someone pointed out I was the first I've seen everything, and we went down a whole spiral because,
Oh, was she actually saying she was like Chica's Party World came first? So
I think it also could.
Character.
I think it could be a double meaning of Chica was around the longest, but maybe because I don't know. It's interesting.
Susie was the first of the MCI.
Yeah.
Okay, I found our
parallels
solution.
through time?
I went on Game Banana, and someone has a save file that you start the game with all permissions. So we'll do that.
You can do that. Can you send that to me?
Yes, I can. Well, I'm gonna try it out and see if it works,
Yay.
and if it does, I'll send it to the Discord. It might just not work.
Oh, do I have my phone? Shoot, I don't.
Because I would like to look at stuff myself, but also scary.
Okay,
yes,
so
it
I need to get to the
happened.
app data folder. Got
Mm.
it.
As Connie mentioned, I'm working on an Ella ragdoll, as in I bought a ragdoll kit from Etsy and I'm making it. And I've just finished. I mean, I need to do some more work on the nose. I might try to redo it again. That one I can redo because they say it's a ragdoll, and yet in the graphic novel it is not ragdoll looking. And of it has 5 fingers, which I just didn't do. I just did like little seam divots between the fingers to make that work. But she has a 3D nose, so now I have to do that.
You know, the graphic novels are not historically accurate.
I know.
This is very, very, very true.
Yeah, Jessica's white.
Okay, Corey, we do not know for a fact she's not white. It's just interesting that when Charlie gives the checklist in Twisted Ones of they are going after people who are my age in my general area who have shoulder-length brown hair and are white. Jessica fits all of those descriptions, but they never specify the last part.
And yet they never specified her skin tone, which means she's just probably not white.
Well,
Joshua,
they also specifically are like, never worry about her.
Joshua has an insane super chat. I need you to. You don't have to super chat again. Nobody has to. I'm still reading chat normally, but you need to follow up with an explanation. $2 super chat. It's just Into the Pit is all about M2. You need to give me a follow-up. You cannot leave it there. What are you on? I want to hear you out. I need more. I want to hear you out, but I need anything more.
I want to hear this. I want to hear this, like, immediately.
Yeah, I'm gonna need more context for this.
Like, again, it could be totally wrong, but I want to hear it out.
Like, oh yeah.
Okay, so apparently if this mod worked, yep, Model 3 just has all permissions. Yippee! And so what happens? Do I hit new game? Like, what is going on here? Is there a continue? There's a... Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Continue. Where's this gonna go?
While we're waiting for that explanation, what do you think happened to all of Cupcake's friends?
Relegated to the same pile as Bub.
Poor Bub.
Where am I? Oh yeah, so I'm outside the Faz van, and I just have all the permissions now. Huge.
Yeah.
I'll run over. Didn't M2 escape? Yeah. And are you saying Oswald is M2? What's going on here?
That's why there's the robot.
Oswald's. Oh my god, yeah, Oswald's a robot. Yeah.
Is it like you think M2 is Pit?
I was just pointing out that M2 and Into the Pit behaved exactly the same. I still don't know what you mean by that.
I have seen people compare the noises that the Mimic makes to Pit
Oh,
Trap.
are you trying to say that
I
like
guess, yeah.
Pit Trap is
And
M2?
looking into lockers and stuff.
But that wouldn't make sense with the like fleshy like mouth stuff.
Yeah, where'd the flesh come from?
Toddler tried to cuddle the baby and woke him up.
And why doesn't he?
Oh no.
My stupid mimic
Another
flesh.
Half hour. Could you handle them for a bit? All right, thank you, honey. Because we're just gonna go to the end of the game and look around there for a little bit. Now that I have all permissions. Will do. Go back to the mailbox in front of the house. Why?
Does he ever receive mail again?
Why do I need to go to the mailbox in front of the house? I mean, what I assume is on this file they don't have any of the, they don't have any of the like collectibles or mail. So if it's blinking, it's because they didn't collect it. There's a mailbox for the Murray house. Yeah, I got it on my main playthrough. Dead bodies. Joshua, I think you're bad at explaining things. I don't mean to hate. Again, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, or the $3, however it was. All you said was, Into the Pit is all about M2. And then I said, how? And you said, M2 escaped. And I went, okay. And then you said, M2 and Into the Pit behave the same. And I said, cool. And then you said, dead bodies. Remember M2 was using... Okay, here's an explanation. Remember M2 was using parts from other robots at the end. I'd imagine M2 started eating people. Okay, so you're saying that M2 is Pit Bonnie. I don't see it, but maybe.
Just
I
putting
can
on
see some of the
flesh.
similarities in terms of movement patterns and sounds, but I don't think that would actually work as being literally the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Moore, the incredibly kind of $5.
I would expect them to be changing costumes.
Is in Help Wanted 2, the Fall Fest game where you shoot targets end in flames. Do you think this is what kills Fiona because she worked at a Fall Fest? I don't know if that is specifically, but it's probably an allusion to it.
I think it's a reference.
Yeah, especially if we are to assume that like
Secret
Help
Mimic
Wanted
for a
and Help
while.
Wanted 2 are all like mimic memory focused in some way, shape, or form, then I could totally see oh yeah, there's all the permissions on our data diver, huge. I could totally see like the mimic being like, this is my vent art, and it's just Fiona dying or whatever.
This is my vent art. It shows you an AI-generated image of Fiona dying, and it's like, cool, thanks, buddy.
This is my vent art, and it's a pillow of Fiona that he's stabbed multiple times.
This is my vent art, he says, as he adds another body to the
Fiona
pile.
is the issue.
So what happens if I just activate parachute before ever touching the dispatch button? Perfect. Off we go.
Fiona's like, how the hell?
I think you turn to the piles of
In we go.
animatronic
What
with
the
people,
heck,
limbs,
man?
and heads, and it's in the mimics. It's like, this is my vent art.
And it's like, you didn't even talk to me. Where are you going? Usually it's like, where are you going? This one was like, where are you going?
Where are you going?
Senior Bean with the $5. When Dawko played, the mirror on David's room was a bunny, fox, chicken, and bear. Why did yours have a gator? It's just randomized out of the 6.
It's randomized, yeah.
It's randomized.
Faith Air with an incredibly kind 5. What piece of lore from this game do each of you think is the biggest game changer / plot twist? Interesting.
Mixes being Fiona being M1.
Yeah, I think it kind of has to be, because it's so different from the book in a way that, like, we couldn't have gotten to with just the games. Like, from just the games, I would have never assumed Fiona was important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a single person
I am
expected
honestly
Mixes to
be
be
a woman.
yeah. Be
That-
the mimic.
I love the goddamn.
Well,
I
at least
was
a
like,
program made, or if
I-
anything, it's a program made by M1 that either has been messed with or whatever, or
yeah.
I don't know.
I tweeted out like what was the secret of the mimic, and someone just posted a Photoshop picture from the Lorax when he's referring to the end, going, "That's a woman," but it just has Mexis on top of it. It's such a good image.
She's just
Let
really.
them win.
We love butch women.
And then we have $2 from Neji. Theory on what Edwin's redacted files are in his PC. I mean, I think it's like they're labeled. I think he had designs either from Fiona or from himself. Those were the original designs Fiona submitted that they ended up not going with. I love the Goodbye Show song.
Oh yeah, it says every 3 times that the bee falls down. Does that actually happen if you play it 3 times?
Well, this is the Goodbye Show, so I don't know.
Oh.
Well, check
we have
later.
to teleport because in this save file I never went up on the lift, so it's still down. So I have to.
Can you not fall?
Ooh.
I can just teleport. It's fine. But it did have a wall. It's okay. We press button. What are our thoughts on the fact that this is very similar to the Atrium lift?
It's very similar.
Oh
to
yeah, yeah. You mean the like the Showtime lift?
Yeah, sorry, maybe not the Atrium.
Yeah,
the one
really,
in Security
that's
Breach.
the first thing I thought. I thought of that, and
Oh, he's just chilling in there. You can't see him with
there
the
is a level in Sonic Heroes that's also reminds me of.
I keep on saying Music Man. I think he's just Big Top.
Mhm.
It is just
He's not even a
Yeah,
spider
he's
yet.
just
Yeah.
Yeah, I will
He's
say,
spidery,
love him.
sort of with the
Oh, I kind of
Yes,
want to
he's
see
spider-
his
How
30% brightness.
became Music Man.
Here's 30% brightness, Big Top. Hey, yo, that's terrifying.
Yo. Yo.
There he is.
The boy.
Big guy.
Tickets, please.
I love the
Tickets.
Andy Field behind the scenes video. It's mostly dispatch, but it begins and ends with one tickets, please. Tickets, please.
Yeah.
It's such
really
a good
good.
capstone for the video.
On one end of the room, you have this guy asking for tickets. On the other end of the room, Rockstar Freddy is asking for you to deposit 5 coins. What you do?
Run.
Yeah.
One thing I find interesting about this section is how when you're going down the lift, we know that in the moon.exe thing, sun represents Fiona, and the floor, like the ground of the floor of the lift, is sun.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I just think the fact that there's a lot of
no.
sun and moon imagery is meant to draw attention to the fact that, hey, sun and moon are very important and symbolic.
Another pointing to sun, pointing. That's a woman.
Yeah.
We've been just gendering her this whole time. I can't believe.
Wait, Eclipse is
so
bigender.
sorry.
This is heat. we're
Wait,
cooking.
or is sun trans mask?
We're cooking. So Roxy's.
The sun is
So if I'm
in FNAF
following,
theory, the sun is
if I'm
trans.
following, Roxy's trans femme, sun is trans mask. I'm following.
Who
knew the Pizzaplex was progressive?
Imagine me. Yes. I am
Happy
trans
Pride,
femme.
everybody.
My alter ego in the same body is not. He is cis.
God, this area looks so much more intimidating at 30%. All right, let me get into a locker so we can just free roam.
Does remind me, the person who said, what do you think the biggest plot twist of the game was? Mine was that Roxy wasn't just like a knockoff Foxy, but was here like from
that
the
too,
beginning.
yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, it is also odd because like Roxy is a Foxy variant because she has to be, because I've seen how she acts in Security Breach and in like it pulls over to Ruin and Help Wanted 2 of her like stage anxiety that Foxy has in the first game, but also like her movement, her attacks, her losing her eyes, like she's very Foxy-esque.
Welcome to Boundary Break, where we take the camera and put it anywhere we want. Here's your top shot, everybody.
Woo!
Have you noticed Roxy always ends up being blind? Think of it too. I mean, yeah, I think it's more of a reference than anything.
Sims makers.
I might be crazy, but this looks like the FNAF 1 map.
I mean, it's a funny bit, but also it's funnier because it really doesn't with everything else attached to it.
Yeah.
Like
it's got the FNAF 1 hallways to the office,
It
but
does.
everything else is a...
Yeah, like, this is your FNAF 1
off to
core.
the side.
And the bathrooms. This is your FNAF 1
You know,
core.
this was a prototype, I'm guessing.
Well, this,
I
if
don't know why they
anything,
have the
it's
prototype
interesting
in
that
Steam,
it's
but whatever.
less FNAF 1 and it's way more Help Wanted FNAF 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Steelbowl is the company that, you know...
Yeah.
Oh, no, why is there a map of FNAF?
Well, I wonder, it kind of puts into
Is
question
the map to FNAF
how...
3 not there anymore? Wait, is the VR map for FNAF 3 not there anymore?
No, it's right there.
Why is that there?
I have no idea. Well, I wonder if,
'Cause
right...
it doesn't match this building, I don't think so.
Like, the amount of... This puts into question how much of Help Wanted was created with the help of the Mimic program. Because, like, it says, like, oh, we scanned in some stuff to speed up production. How early in production did they do that?
AI generated Freddy Fazbear's.
No.
And it's literally, it's not even AI generated. It's AI remembering the, like, weird hole his dad made.
Yeah.
It's really a bad thing if you're remembering your dad's weird hole.
True.
Also, I don't think this is intentional, but I like the detail of Spring Bonnie being in the closet and Fredbear
Oh, because
being
he's
in the
gay?
kitchen. Also that.
Oh yeah, I never got to look at
Because
this
Bonnie goes
myself.
in the-
That apparently the back of their heads
Oh,
say
yeah.
prototype. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do.
I just never got to look at it myself.
Oh my
I love
god,
that
Ryan, I can
Arial ass
finally
font. That's crazy.
Speaking of, I was trying to I was putting this in, I think, the Twitch chat when you were playing, but obviously you weren't looking at chat, so I was like, oh, I'll talk about it later, and I remembered. I haven't looked, and I probably should have. The roller skates on Chica from Chica's Party World Chica are absolutely the bottoms that are bottom of roller skates that are on Scrap Baby, right? Like, it has to be.
Yeah,
as soon as I saw the roller skate, they went, that looks like
someone brought that up on the stream earlier. That like that seems to be that could be a connection. I love that. Hey, Steel Wool, you knew how big the model was. For the big reveal of Spring Bonnie, this is a little silly. Just a little silly. You could have raised the ceiling a little.
Are these like the prototypes for Fredbears, or are these the ones that Fredbear
I think these are the. I don't think FNAF. I don't think Fazbear ever used these. I think they.
Yeah,
I don't even think they wanted to use these. I think this was all just to have Edwin waste as much time and money to sink his company even further, so he'd sell.
Agreed.
I am pretty convinced that these are just safer versions of the spring locks that were never used because the spring locks got scrapped.
Yeah, and we know that while spring locks were used at Freddy's, it was only the Fredbear and Spring Bonnie suits.
Well, I was wondering if, like,
never
for
ended up going
Fredbear,
with spring locks of the main animatronics.
well, the thing is, because the Fredbear one has the, like, jaw links that we see the Fredbear that's in FNAF 4 that pizzeria having. And I'm wondering if those are closer to what they had at the diner than
probably, yeah.
stuff we see later. I don't know.
Cool.
It's so interesting
it's
so interesting that Mimic Fiona's first thought was, I'm going to hook myself up to security. That'll be a good idea. You know what? Edwin said, watch people, watch David. She was like, okay.
Oh, I 100% broke this. I was still in the locker when I teleported. When I clicked, it put me back to the locker, but the cutscene's still going on. I am breaking this game. Uh-oh. Get me back in. Put me back in, coach. Put me back in the room. It's scary out here. Okay. Phew.
God, I'm just thinking about, like, M1 just, like, blowing up Edwin's text. I need you. I want you back.
No, it's not the FNAF 4 suit since we see through the mouth. I mean, we do see through the mouth in the FNAF 4 suit, but no, I don't think these get used by Fazbear ever. I don't even think they were planned to. I really do. I'm so sure this was all just, let's waste as much of Edwin's money and time as possible. And, like, maybe use the scraps afterwards.
And then we'll have Henry do it, I guess. Yeah. Like, if they're not finished, we'll just make Henry do it. They were going to do it anyway, so...
And again, I can't stress enough, Edwin, if your factory's failing, stop building underground ride tunnels from your house that's 10 feet away from your factory. Edwin, please stop doing this.
Listen,
like
my boy loves his rides.
Okay, make one of those, like, little downhill sled rides. It's way cheaper, I'm sure.
Well, last time he made a little downhill ride for his son died, so...
Fair. You know what? Hey, that's my bad. Thank you for calling me out.
Actually, wait, theory. Guys, theory. It's one of those crappy metal slides. He died from tetanus. Edwin forgot to give him his shots.
This does really remind me of the tunnels at my
heated
college.
it up so much that he died from, like, whatever insane burns you could get on that thing.
The college I went to was a really, really old college. So old that they had, back when they first built the place, it had, like, oil heat throughout all of the buildings. And the way that they did that as a campus was there were, like, little, I want to say, like, 4 or 5 foot wide, 6 foot tall tunnels that connected all of the buildings. Most of them were filled in. However, we knew that one of them connected from the administration building to the library, but it floods, so you can only go halfway in. So we made it our goal my senior year to try to get in that tunnel. But we didn't want to sneak in because that's a crime. So when I tell you I went on a real-life side quest where literally we started emailing everyone, being like, hey, how do we get to see the tunnels? We just want to look at them and go in them if we can. And then eventually someone went, oh, you probably want to talk to our... you probably want to talk to the guy in the admissions building. He might be able to get you in. So we went, like, okay. And we asked him. And he went, so we walked to the admissions building. And we were like, we knocked on the door. Guy comes out. We're like, hey, we want to see if we can go to the tunnels. He goes, oh, I don't think I can help you with that. That's not really, I'm not allowed to bring people down there. I was like, oh, okay, we understand. And he goes, but the trash and disposal, like, team of people, they go down there sometimes to go between buildings. They might be able to let you in. So then we walked over to that building. We opened the door. Nobody's behind the counter. So we were like calling like, hello? And it's like, man, I guess we're not going to be able to do this. And then one person comes out from the back, like a goddamn D&D campaign. It's like, oh, how can I help you? People usually don't come down here. And we explained we want to go see the tunnels. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, we use those, but we're not allowed to bring people down there. But there is a safety inspector who does like touring the different various parts of the old building that he might be able to bring you down there. So we walked to his office and he wasn't there. So we emailed him. And it turns out he actually 100%, he responded like within the day. And he was like, hey, I love touring people down there because it's really cool architecture. If you have a hard hat, if you don't have a hard hat, I'll give you one. Wear sneakers, wear jeans. And we're like, oh, okay. And we went to the administration building. And there's just an old door next to one of the offices. He opens it. It's a full stone and brick basement. We go down. Whoa. It's slanted concrete floor, no windows. If he was a murderer, we would be dead. And he's walking us through this whole building. And then, I shit you not, he points to a staircase and he goes, down that stairwell is the tunnels. If there's water at the bottom of the stairs, we can't go. Let me go first. And he goes down. We can't see. It turns. We can't see him anymore. And we just hear, it's good. So we go down these stairs, and a metal vault spin door is at the bottom of the stairwell. It opens. And when I tell you, this shit looked so dangerous to walk into. It is concrete floor, stone and brick side, curved top. And it looks like a mini subway station where it's just this 10 by 10 foot block with a tunnel attached to it. So we go, I have a picture of the tunnel itself. I'll see if I can find it. It's from years ago. We go into the tunnel. You can't put your arms all the way out. It's too skinny for that. There are several pipes that are deactivated, but they also routed the electricity through it because they're good tunnels. But then he turns to us and he goes, if there's any water, do not touch it, because the wires go through there and it could electrocute you and stop your heart. We went, okay, sir. And we went about, I want to say like 2 buildings worth of a distance into the tunnel. And he was like, at this point, this is as deep as the tunnel goes and it's halfway to the library. And we went, that's cool. And they went, oh, there's water up ahead. We're heading back. And that's about as far as we went. That was crazy.
That's so cool.
But the cool part is
this school like as old? Did you go to like a wizard school?
No, I just went to an old Pennsylvania college.
Yeah, I mean New England will do it. Yeah.
The coolest part is I didn't get to experience this, but apparently 5 years before I went, they built a new library. Before they did that, they had the old library, which had the other end of the tunnel still connected to it. And in one of the bathroom stalls, there was a sewer grate that they chained shut because you would lift it ladder down and it's like a somewhat open space. Kids kept snapping the chain off and having parties underneath the library. How fucking cool is that?
We have a bunch of my college has a lot of water features. They're kind of obsessed with it. And I've just ran into so many videos of just people throwing themselves into the lakes and fountains, and I'm like, yeah, that seems about right. I'm never on campus to see it though.
We have a couple super chats I missed in that whole tangent. We have Mouseflash, thank you very much. Since Help Wanted 1 and 2, there's been an in-universe company called Philium Co. that appears on various products. I also found out it's in the glitched permission screens in Edwin's house. Really? I'm gonna call your bluff on that. Let me go check it out. We're in the house.
This is a new ship name I haven't been heard of.
Philium Co. It does sound like a fake business William would have. What do you mean the glitched permissions?
They asked what his William. I think what's really funny about William is similar to Mike. He loves having fake names, but he's really bad at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if we go by FNAF 2, if we go by FNAF 2, he's like, my name is Fritz Smith. Yup.
God, this house is a biggin', huh?
Fritz Smith, Mike Schmidt.
Ooh, actually, yeah.
I mean, they're generic enough. They work.
Well, let me get here's the 3 stories. With the weird mountain skybox in the background.
Mm-hmm.
We've got
Utah.
Faith Air with Incredibly Kind 5. Did anyone else think it was weird that M1 went from helping M2 murder us to asking for help in seconds? I don't think it's weird. I think M1 realized that they were out of options. Like, we were in their office. What else are they gonna do?
Yeah, it's like, well...
Like, we pull a power cord, they lose. Like...
Because M1's understanding of the situation was, you are unwilling to help me get my son back. You're walking into this yourself, just get it over with, you're gonna die anyway.
God, I love the Frankensteinian, like, yeah, no, this is my son now, I've decided.
And then I'll get the overhead.
This is my son, and he's mimicking a real son. And I'm mimicking a real wife, and it's totally normal and cool, don't worry about it.
We're also
we
normal.
Don't worry about the tiger in the basement.
We see the spring locks open via stomach. Is this why Nightmare and Fredbear in FNAF 4 have stomach mouths? Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah. No, I think yes.
Finally, I have a more legitimate comeback. People bring that up.
Another thing to add to our theory that fifth victim, probably crying child, was spring locked because there's the mouth, but then the mouth represents the bite. Like the bite is described as like eating stuff. He got eaten by the stomach, there's symbolism there. There's something there. I can't bad at explaining things. Connie, you do it.
I got the gist of it. It makes sense.
I really don't want to keep talking about how this house is kind of the FNAF 4 house, but this shot is going to make me go insane.
Yeah. Similar but different.
Similar but different in every way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the silhouette of the house...
Wait, that shot with the lighting goes crazy.
My question is, the silhouette of the house we see is pretty different, but would it be the same from the side? Like, if we look at it from the side, like we see the Afton house, would it... Because the Afton house is much more simple.
No, because it's two stories. It has that whole, like, witch's tower. I don't think they could look at an angle that wouldn't be fancy.
With William's like, oh, well, I would never bulldoze your family's houses down. He's going to bulldoze their family's house down. That's exactly what he did.
I do love that the exact same costumes from Ruin are in this house specifically.
Yeah.
Like, we've got the lion with the cut on it. The crow, I believe, was over here. No, the elephant was over here. Where is that crow? What a catastrophe. I can't find it.
Where is the crow?
It's out in the road. Oh, right. Wasn't somebody... somebody mentioned the Springlock endo. Like
there's finally in this story we finally get to find out where is the ball. It's in Moon, apparently.
The glitch scanners... Oh, Mouse, I was thinking of the other 5. The glitch scanners are the things you insert the data driver into with the small orange lights. The logo's on the inside, right under the lights. Okay, let me find glitch scanner. On the inside, right under the lights. Oh! Yeah, Philium Craft. Interesting. What does that mean?
Philium Craft, huh?
I mean, it's inside the model, so is this something we're supposed to be seeing?
Philium Craft is a Minecraft mod that you can download, and it makes your game worse.
Huge.
I mean,
that's William.
FNAF is a lot about making things worse.
Where is this crow? I know it's here somewhere.
I ate it.
God, but I wanted to look at it.
Sorry.
Connie, where wasn't there something
here
in
it
this
is, here it
building
is.
where there's like the rat head or something, like the unfinished rat
Sorry,
head?
my Arnold arms are in the way.
I don't remember where it was. I know it was towards the end of the game where we could see the rat head. Who is this penguin? We still don't have an answer.
I don't know, but the Mimic really likes its suit. Yeah, the fact that the 3 rune suits are in here is very interesting. Especially this lion one. Like, that cut is, I think, the exact same cut that's on the suit.
Yeah. You can tell
why did that thing get disemboweled? What did it do to you?
You can tell this is the costume from Ruin because the lion costume that we see in game has a different face. this is specifically the face from the ruin model.
Oh yeah, you're right. I love Murray's really, really stupid mannequins. They're so funny. I was watching FNAF stream earlier, and one of them was, "I love games of chance." I'm like, I love these idiots so much.
I do think about how, like, in the store, there's a mannequin placed behind the counter, and with the Mimic moving the mannequins, I think the Mimic was like, "There's supposed to be someone here." And just put it there, and I was like, "Yep, that works."
Well, I mean, when the Mimic, I assume the Mimic's controlling Big Top, and if so, that's one of Big Top's MOs is moving around mannequins.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Like, I don't see why, like, the mannequin. I think if you hit the mannequin behind the counter, it says something relating to the Big Top. So it's like, yeah, that was placed there. I think the Mimic was like, there's supposed to be someone here.
Steel wool, make it real. I want it.
Aww.
Are the walls in the house Paris green? See what I got this time. Alligator, chicken, fox, rabbit. What are they trying to do to us? Making it? It's no. There's actually also a dog and an alligator.
I think other than like a type of closet that a lot of people have, the most similar thing to FNAF 4 here is, I mean, there's the carpets, but then there's also the toys, which
the toys, the closet, and the carpet.
I've kept saying, we see in the first movie that he gave the red plane to Vanessa, so I think we know where those toys went.
I was gonna say, yeah. Also, on the right side of the closet, you can see some stars on the wall. Those are also there in FNAF 4. They just look a little different.
Yeah,
they're different. They're 5 stars instead of stars like that.
Hey,
I don't think
the
I also
toy
don't think they're a cloud.
I never even noticed this. The like giant toy soldiers. David has a small one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was so
See,
excited.
I thought you were talking about like.
I was
sorry, I'm
so
outside, Brand. I thought you were talking about army guys.
This is where Sun Moon came from, and then it didn't really happen that way, but like still, because I'm always hung up on the fact that daycare has a weirdly like medieval theming to it, and then Sun Moon is a jester. So I was so sure this would connect.
There's like beach holdovers, like there's a bunch of beach stuff there as well.
Yeah.
So like,
nothing is in the chest. I forgot one of the reasons why I did this. Oh, we got to go back to shoot. We can't probably do that on this save file anymore. I'll have to just drag over the save file again. One of the reasons I want to do this, and I guess the last thing we'll do because it's 1:30. Is I really want to see if they put anything under the red tarp in the Mimic workshop. Because there's a red tarp covering something in there. And, like, surely it's hollow, but, like, what if it isn't?
Yeah.
Alright, so let me...
FNAF would be the kind of game to where it's like, okay, but there's secretly something there.
How many people thought they were using
Also likely to be secretly that it's just not.
Hopefully, okay, right, and it probably didn't happen because Connie would have told me. Because I've been saying, Steel Wool, literally all you have to do is put like a shitty PNG of a cannon out of bounds, and then you have a secret cannon. Please.
That would be really funny.
They should do that. Cannon update.
As far as I'm aware, they did not do that.
Oh, Steel Wool.
Man, what is even the point of this game?
Right, I just found out something.
Yeah.
The Moon Man in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it's voiced by the same guy who voices Edwin.
True. Yeah. Weren't you gonna look at the computer and see if you see the redacted files? We'll do them both.
I was talking. It's quick. I was because I was talking to Connie about your about that theory. Especially because if David did die by that thing falling on him, that's very karmic, like all that stuff. Okay. But it was the idea of like the moon was trapped down there when there was still employees. So how did Edwin get down there, or how did the Mimic get down there to put Edwin's body in it? That's the real question. But like,
well, because I think it's just a guy who got stuck down there and started starving and went crazy.
Yeah,
it could be.
I think it's just a guy. I think that's the rat man.
Yeah, I also think that. Because you do also get an email about it.
We got a $5 from World Ender. Pig Patch has the same eyes as Tiger Rock. We've been knowing this. And also is the only mediocre melody that doesn't have eventual spirit line. Interesting.
Well, his got cut. right? Because the
Yeah.
voice actor like released his line that got cut, right?
Mhm, he was going to have one, but I think Scott would have thought it would be way too confusing because it was.
Because it's like, do you still think you're a night guard or
Or do-
whatever?
or
And
do you
Scott was
still
like,
think
oh,
you're a
they are
night
never
guard,
gonna
yeah.
figure this out. Scott was like, oh, they are never gonna figure this out.
And we still have
Like, oh,
it,
they'll
but
think it's Michael or whatever.
yeah.
I would have for at least a while.
I would have too.
Mhm.
Oh, the perfect boy.
Bike?
No, I saw the clean back billboard.
Ah, yes.
Back, the best.
Oh wait, hold on. While you're here, I haven't gotten to see that there's the Dreadbear stuff like out
Oh
of
yeah,
bounds.
real quick. This big old.
I haven't gotten to see it yet.
Which, like, if that turns into the Afton house, nearby lake kind of lines up perfectly.
Wow,
It's a different
that is a
shape,
nearby
but I
lake.
mean, it's a big old lake. I don't know what else you
Big
want
ol'
like, at
lake?
this
Big
point.
lake.
I didn't realize there's civilization right over there. I
Yeah.
didn't see that the first time I played.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Oh
buildings.
yeah,
and
there's a
stuff.
bunch of buildings.
Oh,
And they're like
Oh.
looking over the horizon. They're like, what is going on over there?
Wait, it's like that
Oh,
could be
Dreadbear's feeding him to the mimic again.
Welcome, potential buyers, to Edwin Murray's
Any confirmation as to how David died? I thought he died outside. As far as all we know is that in the games, he was at his playground and it was on his birthday, and Edwin was like, "Go get David. I left him at the playground." And there's another audio log that's like, "My lawyer said that I shouldn't build his playground directly next to a shipping yard, and I said you're a coward or whatever."
yeah. See, so because in the book he
Technically,
got
it
hit.
wasn't on his birthday. It was a couple days before.
Right, it was on his surprise
Because
birthday
it's mentioned
party.
the party's canceled a couple days before
Mhm.
the party would have been.
Yeah, like it
I-
well, no, because the one tape is like, I've got the cake for it, and it's in that conference room. It's like, okay, well, go get him.
Cause so my first thought was he got hit by a freight truck because he got hit by a truck in the book, but also someone pointed out that there's what he does have access to from the playground is there's a door open that leads to like the place where the giant hole where the moon man fell.
Candy Bunny pointed this out in
Yeah,
like
yes, it was Candy
secret
Bunny.
stream.
Can I just?
Yeah, where he could get into the room and get hit by Moon.
Oh, cool. The room's
Yeah.
already modeled over here. I've watched this welcome show like 3 times today. Bye, bye, Mr. Helper. Bye, Mrs. Helpful. I guess I can probably just go this way to get to the basement. Just go through the back and teleport in. Probably the fastest way over. Oh, I can't see anything. There you go. We're just gonna hear the welcome show the whole time. Don't worry about it. You found the schematics. Great. Get back to. Oh, right. Sorry.
Wait,
I didn't find
check
anything.
it out. Hold on. If you go back to the door you came in through, there was a mini rat head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already
Because,
here, but we'll go back this way because we're gonna go.
Every time we see any evidence that Lucia exists, we get very, very happy.
We're gonna run back this way because I want to. We're gonna do this, and then I want to break into Edwin's office and see if we can access the file since we have the glitched permission. Because I've only ever seen people do the
Secret ending.
secret ending when they get because like who would want to risk losing the secret ending? Oh, look at this freak.
Yeah.
Is he got the same?
This is weird looking.
No, you know what? He's kind of fleshy too. That's not the same stuffing model.
Yeah, that's different.
That's red.
That's different from all the other models.
What is this freak? What a little.
Is David in
weirdo!
there?
He's
Is
gotta
his
be.
body in there?
I don't
Wait,
know.
wait. Look at his model. His head is not connected to his body.
Huh.
There's no
That
neck
could just be
there.
a model thing.
It
That
could
could just
be
be
a
a
model
model
thing.
Yeah, because you
But,
can't
like,
see it.
It's probably a model thing because you never are like looking at this
From
part.
behind, yeah.
Mhm.
Fair,
Yeah,
fair.
yeah,
But
he's
nothing
always-
else
Wanted
is
to get
like
good
that, though.
movement.
Like, his tail isn't like that.
So if the
Well,
flesh
the tail
is on
doesn't need to
purpose,
be like it's a supernatural entity and like weird head positions is like extra spooky like
Honestly,
heads that are,
I
like,
think that's on
far
purpose.
back.
Because, like,
if
look
that
at how his
is-
head is, like, kind of, like, falling off a little. I think
Yeah.
it is to add to the spooky.
if that is an actual suit, my theory is the mimic liked to put dead bodies in suits because it probably sees a person and goes, "You're supposed to be wearing a costume," and stuffs you in a suit. You know, like the first game. I'm wondering if at some point Fee saw David's dead body and didn't process it and went, "Oh, you're supposed to be in a suit."
Where is this?
Edwin's
this
like,
is
"Hey, I
that like
wonder
one
where,
hallway part. Okay, I'm like, where is this?
Edwin's like, hey, I wonder where Fee and David are. And he goes downstairs and she's literally like trying to shove his mangled corpse into the Tiger Rock suit.
Oh my
and
god!
She's like, hey, look
I didn't
at
even realize. Look how big the basement is.
Oh yeah, dude. No, dude. The basement is
This is massive.
Oh my god.
I do want to say the white tiger thing is definitely a costume because of the zipper on the back, and I think it's really funny because the plushie is the exact same model but
Yeah, so he
like
has the
sized
zipper.
down.
It just shrunk.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Ready to be disappointed, everyone?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
It's
Yippee,
just a
yippee.
sheet. Yippee! There was nothing there. Yay! We kind of knew, but like, what if? It's worth checking. Oh, I didn't realize the little mimiklings were in here. I forgot about that. They're so
yeah.
cute.
Yeah, the question was where those. I mean, honestly, with I could see those being Fees.
And there's just flat out the mimic blueprints on the wall.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm getting a call. I might have to end. Let me just mute real quick.
Okay. She's gone. Let's talk about her.
All right.
My cat's staring at me. What is it? Oh, did you realize the door is closed? I'm sorry. I'm on a call.
How dare you?
Yeah, I gotta end. So I'm gonna just see what the hell this room all the way over here is, and then we will end. Okay, so this is just the elevator. So I can show you. Here's your rat.
What about the Edwin office?
I do not have time. And somebody in chat, I will say, this isn't just cope. Somebody in chat did say they did that without any cheats, just walked up with it, and it didn't work.
See what kind of trouble we can get ourselves
probably not.
into.
Fair enough.
We're ending the YouTube stream. We're also going to raid the Twitch stream. If you want to join the raid, you have to go over to Twitch. YouTube has redirects, but it doesn't quite work that way. I'm going to go point you all to somebody else who's live. Stormister is playing Secret of the Mimic. Let's scare the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Yippee.
Woo.
Everyone, no spoilers, but hop over. And the raid message is going to be Mimic in all caps. If you're over on YouTube, seriously consider joining for the raid. It's very fun.
Spot again?
This is your raid message. I'll see y'all Wednesday for one last solo Mario Kart stream. Bye, everybody.